Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We are back. I know. I was waiting on you, Renee. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Welcome back to the Lit Lane Jury Box, Lit Lane Jurors. Winter, our official bailiff, Renee, Lou A. I am sorry, you guys. The water was not on in my apartment when I woke up this morning. And when my water wasn't on this morning, I couldn't fix no coffee. I couldn't brush my teeth. I couldn't wash nothing else. I laid back down. I did not intend on going to sleep. Okay. My bad. I have really got to work because I got these shows at consistent times. I got to be on time. Oh my God. Y'all, I'm gotta work on that. Y'all gotta help me. I don't know if y'all gotta come over here. I don't know what y'all gotta do. Hey, Sean P, but we are back for part two of this preliminary hearing. Okay, you know, we're doing two trials. One at night. This is our daytime trial. It's not a trial, it's a preliminary hearing. Okay, this is the state of Michigan versus Mr. Jarvis Butts. Jarvis Butts is a 42-year-old man. Now, he has a previous history record. We have not pinned down just of yet. I have not pinned down just of yet his his exact, criminal record, but we will pin that down, okay? Jarvis Butts stands accused in the state of Michigan, Detroit to be specific, of unaliving 13-year-old Naziah Harris. Naziah Harris was not a stranger to him. In fact, Naziah Harris at 13 years old had been knowing him all her life practically since she was a baby, 2 years old. The way that she knew him is that her auntie, her mama's sister, dated this man, had 5 children with this man. So even though they was never officially married, come to say, you know, he was in a position, you know, to be an uncle-in-law. January 9th, 2024 is when she's been reported as being officially missing. Her grandmother dropped her off to school. She didn't come home. Welcome back to the Little Lane Jury Box, VA Sagittarius. Okay, not a problem at all. Glad to see you back today. Hey, Jules Comfort Zone. Let me say this. Hey, got this Milk trigger warning because of the content and the nature of this particular trial. Okay, so be aware. Be aware. Yesterday, and this is the preliminary hearing. What that means is that this is the hearing that they do. They go about looking at what evidence that has been accumulated, what witnesses have to say in order to find out or make a decision, I should say, on whether or not this is going to actually go to trial. Hey, Lady T. And so that's where we're at with it. Yesterday, we heard testimony from number one, the first officer that was actually a school district cop, you know, the school cops, the Baltimore Police Department. We heard from that officer who first took her missing report. You know, even though he didn't work for the city, he left a lot to be desired when he took that report. We heard from a forensics or a CSI officer who collected evidence from over by a river, one tennis shoe, a pink bodysuit, some cell phone wires and a record earphone. Okay, now we have not heard anything about DNA yet, but we did hear about them gathering that evidence. Hey, Connie, welcome back. Yesterday, we heard from this lady. The witnesses was kind of real down to earth. So the case is going to be definitely interesting in that viewpoint. Here we go. We heard from this lady. This lady was Miss Tawana Butts. Or Tawana Butts. But this comes out to find out is the defendant's, Jarvis Butts' blood sister. They look like. She testified, as you can tell right there, she was not happy at all. She looked disgusted with her brother the whole time she was testifying. She got pretty much just tired of even talking about it. She testified to the fact that she saw the victim with her brother the day that they reported her missing. She got up there and testified that with no questions, no doubt. The next person that testified is one of the defendant's baby mamas. She testified to the fact that the defendant borrowed her car the day, even though he had a car, he came and borrowed her car the day she was reported missing, January 9th, 2024. He kept the car out late all night, brought the car back early that morning, and then came back to borrow the car again that same day. She testified, the baby mama testified to the fact that her son, one of her children, had found a pair of glasses, clear glasses, in the back seat of that car. Okay. Yes, I'm just getting started. Thank you, Winter. So this is going to be an emotional case. It's going to be very, it has a high trigger warning. Okay, but this is let me say this, very important. So not only did this child come up missing, not only do we have people reporting the fact that they saw her with him, we also have some indication from one of the first forensic officers that they did, and from the auntie. Her auntie, we're going to watch that today. We have evidence, they have evidence showing where the two, Naziah and that grown man, had communication. It's also in the newspapers that man reported that Naziah was pregnant, presumably by the defendant. And that was the motive for this crime. Now, there has not been a body recovered. Okay, now before I went to bed last night, they still hadn't identified a body they found over in Detroit a couple of days ago. They have not identified it as being Naziah's as of the time I went to sleep last night. So without further delay, because I'm already late, let's go ahead and get into this part 2. Okay, I got it ready. One moment. Let's take Naziah's picture down. Oh yeah, please hit the like. And definitely, if you're able to, participate in the chat. I know a lot of you guys are at work right now. There we go. I wanted y'all to be able to see him walk in. Oh yeah, it's worked out now. She was a beautiful little girl, and she very much so. I said this yesterday. It's nowhere in the world, even though that don't make it okay, but this little girl didn't look fast. She didn't look grown. She didn't look like she could be mistaken for being underage. None of that. She looked 12, 13. Well, I was trying to get him walking in there. I didn't mean to get all this.
Yeah, that's why.
And so far, he been keeping this mask on. Nobody else got a mask on. I told y'all he was limping. Y'all see that? I don't know why he limping.
This is case 2459617, the people of the state of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts, charged with count 1, homicide, murder first degree premeditated, count 2, child sexually abusive activity, count 3, criminal sexual conduct, second degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. With the habitual offender fourth offense notice set for an exam today. Appearances?
Good morning, Your Honor. Tina Ripley on behalf of the people, P83688.
And good morning, Your Honor. Matthew Makepeace on behalf of the people, P82796.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff. Neighborhood Defender Services by Ken Riggins, P82125 on behalf of Mr. Jarvis Butts.
Welcome back, Tweety.
Good morning. Neighborhood Defender Service by Cheryl Quick, P83973, also on behalf of Jarvis Butts with co-counsel Lauren Butler.
P88126.
And Mr. Butts, state your full name. You can have a seat. Any preliminary matters before we continue testimony?
No, Judge, just the continued order of mutual seat contribution because we are live as well.
Okay.
Agreed.
If there's anyone on YouTube or watching this live stream or anyone in the courtroom who may testify or is a witness on this case, you must exit the courtroom. That includes the virtual courtroom as well. And with that, you can call your next witness.
At this time,
Welcome
people
back,
call
Annie. We're just
Tasha
getting
on
started,
that.
you guys. Thank y'all for coming.
Give the court reporter your name right here, and then I'll swear you in. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, no truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes. Watch your step. And once you get situated, you can hold that whole microphone with the little white cap on it in your lap, or just link it to it. You just tug it off of it.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you state your name for the record, ma'am?
Tashiana Davis.
And Ms. Davis, I want to ask you about someone by the name of Jarvis Butts. Do you know that person?
Yes,
And how do you know Mr. Butts?
he was my fiance.
And do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Could you point to him and identify a piece of clothing that he's wearing?
she's right there with a green top on.
For the record, the witness has identified the defendant, Jarvis Butts, in this matter.
So reflective.
Thank you. And how long? You
That's
said
great to
he
hear,
was
Libby.
your fiance.
Yes,
How long in total have you known Mr. Butts?
4 years.
And
I hope the same went well for other lit
2019.
ladies who out in California.
Yes,
And when did you become engaged?
2023.
And can you tell us a little bit about the nature of that relationship? Do you have any children with him? Things like that.
No children.
Okay. And would Mr. Butts sometimes stay over at your house?
Yes.
How often would that happen?
Pretty often, but we didn't live together.
I want to take your attention back to January of 2024 and February of 2024. Did there come a time when Jarvis Butts asked you to drive him to court?
Yes,
And when was that?
February 7th.
Of 24?
Yes,
And was there a time before that that you had to drive him to court?
yes.
And when was that?
January, I think it was the 9th.
Okay.
It was in January.
So you've at least driven him to court twice?
Yes.
And let's talk about the January 9th date that you drove him. What was the reason he wasn't driving himself? Why were you driving him?
Because he thought he was gonna have to turn himself in then for another case, and then they rescheduled it.
Okay, so on the 9th, he was supposed to turn himself in, but didn't actually end up doing that.
Correct.
Okay. And then on the 7th, did he ask you to drive him to court again?
Yes,
And what was the reason that you drove him to court on the 7th?
because he was supposed to turn himself in.
And did he end up turning himself in on the 7th?
Yes.
Okay. When you were driving him on the 7th of February 2024, first, what kind of car do you drive?
2005 Suburban,
And what color is it?
tan,
And when you were driving him to court, who else was with you, if anyone?
nobody.
Just you and Mr. Butts?
Yes.
And when you were driving to court, did you ask him about his cell phone?
Yes.
What did you ask him?
I said, where's your phone?
And what was his response when you asked him that question?
He left it at home.
And did you have any other conversation regarding his phone on the 7th when you were driving him to court?
No.
And what did he, you said he did turn himself in?
Yes.
And so you drove back home, correct?
Yes.
Did you eventually have some contact with the police department?
Yes.
And where were you when you had that contact?
In the hospital.
And what did they ask you about generally?
Did I know anything about a missing child?
And do you know anything about missing child?
No.
Did they ask you about his cell phone?
Yeah, I believe so.
And did you know or have any reason to believe, other than what Jarvis told you, that his phone was someplace else?
No.
And did you know that his phone was in your car?
No.
Did you give permission to the police to search your car?
No, they just came and took it.
They had a search warrant?
Yeah.
Oh. And were you present at your house when they came and took your car?
No.
And did you observe them search through your car and pull anything out?
No.
Oh. May I have one moment, Judge?
Yes.
Welcome back, Mr. F219.
And you said you knew Jarvis Butts for 4 years?
Yes.
And would you communicate with him via cell phone?
Yes.
And do you know the last 4 digits of his phone number, if you remember?
9.
If you don't
I
remember,
don't remember.
okay. With looking at text messages, refresh your memory?
Yes.
Drive careful, lady stuff. Good morning. Good afternoon.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
If you could just look at the phone numbers on
The first one.
and does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
And what were the last 4 digits of Jarvis Butts' phone number?
8719.
At some point after you dropped Jarvis Butts off at the courthouse and he turned himself in, did you go to his place of employment on at 9000 Connors?
No.
Okay, did you ever talk to his business partner, Cordell Wright?
No.
Okay. I have nothing further to say.
Thank you.
Morning, Ms. Davis. You met Mr. Butts at Frank's Garage, is that right?
Yes.
And that's where Mr. Butts was working about 4 years ago.
Yes.
You were taking your car there,
Yes.
and I think in your words, you said you kind of never left after you met him. Is that
Right.
fair to say?
Yes.
You guys got along really well,
Yes.
and you just kind of started a relationship from there.
Yes.
Would you go up to the garage after that relationship started,
Yes.
kind of just to drop in?
Yes.
At any point in time while you were at Frank's Garage, did you ever see any children there?
No.
Is it fair to say that Mr. Butts was very protective of his phone around you?
Yes.
He would never let you see his phone screen?
No.
Wouldn't give you access?
No.
Certainly didn't give you his passcode or anything? In fact, you've actually actively tried to get into his phone, right?
Yes.
I think you had mentioned that when he was sleeping, you tried to kind of wave it in front of him to see if
Yes.
that would unlock it.
Mhm.
You took a picture of his face once and tried to
Yes.
put the screens together. So you wanted to know what was in his phone.
Yes.
Child.
And he did not want you to know what was in his phone,
No.
as far as you know?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to him about why he was so secretive with his phone?
Yes.
And does it have something to do with the fact that he was seeing other ladies?
Yes.
And you suspected that at the time,
Yes.
and so that's why you were looking for proof?
Correct.
Okay. So even though you suspected that Mr. Butts was unfaithful to you, you still stayed with him.
Yes.
One reason for that is because he was good with the kids.
Yes.
He cared for your kids.
Yes.
He took them places.
Yes.
He took your son up to the shop.
Yes,
He showed him how to change the oil in the car.
correct.
And you viewed him as a good father figure.
Yes.
Did you ever see anything inappropriate or that would cause you to see a red flag with regard to him and your children?
No.
Did you ever see him acting inappropriately with any other children?
No.
Certainly, if you had, you would not have allowed him in your house. Fair to say?
Absolutely not.
You knew that Mr. Butts had other children, right?
Yes.
This
One woman named
was the
Angel,
current
and one named
fiance,
Shannon.
no children with the defendant.
He talked about his children with you.
Yes.
Did he ever talk to you about his niece?
No.
About how often would Mr. Butts stay with you on any given week?
Maybe like twice.
Were they like the same days or was it random?
Random.
About what time would he come over?
After his work hours. After like 6 o'clock.
Okay, so you think he would come kind of straight from work?
No, he would probably do something else and then be there later on in the night.
Okay, so closer to like 9, 10?
Yes.
Okay. Would he stay the night with you?
Till about 2 o'clock in the morning, 3, and then we'll leave.
Okay. Do you know how he would get to your home?
A couple of times he was in a white truck, a white Cadillac truck. Sometime I think he would walk. If he was coming straight from the shop, he would walk. Or if he had my truck, that's how we would get back and forth.
And that's the Suburban.
Yes,
Did you know Mr. Butts to ever have his own vehicle?
yes. He had a white Chrysler truck, van like.
Okay. And when did you know him to drive that?
Like maybe the first 2 years we were together.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Butts would come visit you, would he park in your driveway?
Yes,
Would he spend weekends with you also?
yes.
1 second.
As the interjection, no one has asked these people yet. As of yet, we have not heard counsel on either side ask these ladies or anyone did they know about his sex offender record. We have not heard that ask as of yet.
Mr. Butts being secretive with his phone. Can you tell me about a time that you had a conversation with him about him being secretive or something like that?
He would never really say anything. He talked in circles. So if you try to ask him a question, it's just always, you can never get a straight answer out of him.
But fair enough, you had multiple conversations about his phone and your access to it, I guess, or lack thereof.
Yes.
And Ms. Quick also asked you about Mr. Butts staying over staying the night at your house. You said that he would leave around 2 a.m.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Do you know where he would go when he would leave?
No.
Did he ever tell you where he was going?
Home.
Did you know where he himself called home?
Yes.
Where was that at?
Wilshire.
And you said he would walk from his place of employment if he was coming straight from there, right?
Yes.
How far from that
Um,
on Connors, the auto shop on Connors, do you live? How far of a walk?
no, that was when he was on Warren.
Warren and Neff?
Yes.
How far of a walk from that location?
Like 4 blocks.
And did you ever see him drive but not park in your driveway or out front of your house? Can you tell me a little bit about that?
He parked around the corner and he would walk to my house.
And do you
He
know,
was in the white Cadillac truck.
you said Cadillac?
Yes.
Oh. Was that an Escalade? If you know.
I don't know.
And do you know the reason why he would park around the corner?
I don't know. I asked and he would just be like, I didn't drive.
But then would you see his truck?
I would see the truck.
You have one more, George?
Yes.
One last question. You said he lived or called home on Wilshire.
Yes,
Have you ever been to that house?
yes,
Have you ever been inside that house?
no.
No, I agree with that. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Davis, you are done testifying. Watch your step. And now the response.
Okay, so her name is Davis, but we missed her first name. All right, so they go to first witness for today. Self-proclaimed
Yes.
fiance of the defendant at the time. No children with him. And as far as I can tell, you guys can let me know if you think differently. But I think the most significant thing that she said was, to me anyhow, was that when he turned himself in,
Border Patrol agent.
he
Wyatt
left his
Barnes.
phone at home. How convenient, right? Let me know if you guys picked up anything else of significance from her testimony. Let me know if I missed it.
And I'm going to request permission to share my screen again.
Okay.
Self-proclaimed. Lady Stuff say she knew that he was doing sneak moves and was live, but yet she gets on the stand today and calls him her fiance. These women need self-esteem. Well, I guess that's a distinguishing standout trademark. You know, he was dealing with multiple women. Baby mama number one, baby mama number two, ex-girlfriend, fiance, you know.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. and
Okay, let me be quiet.
I do.
Just watch your step. And
Thanks.
then you can pull that whole microphone off of the ledge once you sit down. Because it's easier for you.
Okay, thank you.
Whenever you're ready.
Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record?
Name's Wyatt Barnes.
And how are you employed?
I work for the United States Border Patrol.
And how long have you been employed by the U.S. Border Patrol?
14 years and change.
And were you working back on March 12th of 2024?
Yes.
And in what capacity were you working?
I was working in a search and rescue capacity. That's the primary job, or my primary job.
Okay. And were you working alone or with a partner or a group of people?
With a team. There was a sizable team that day.
And what is it that you guys were doing?
We were responding to a missing person
Okay.
in that area.
And which area are we talking about? Where were you at?
7 Mile and Berg.
Okay. And what was your role in searching the 7 Mile and Berg area?
I was searching the riverbank of the River Rouge. We were searching south along the bank. I was on the east side of the bank in the 7 Mile Berg area.
Okay. And when you were searching this area, was there anything in particular that you were told to look for?
Just nothing solid, but there were just some like child-sized clothing things, just anything that could have been washed up on the riverbank. There was a storm recently, so we were in the water and on the riverbanks.
Okay. So you're kind of looking for maybe some child-sized clothing.
Yes.
Okay. And did you come across any clothing that you thought maybe would fit the description?
Yes.
Okay. And where was that at?
That was south of 7 Mile and Berg, near a abandoned structure next to a dirt parking lot. About, I can't give an exact distance, maybe 50 feet off.
Okay. And when you find articles of clothing, what is it that you do in your role?
So there's a lot of stuff that might be washed up. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm gonna age it and make sure that it is something that could possibly be related. And then I'm gonna just immediately report a picture to the incident command so that they can send people to properly inspect it.
Okay, and when you say age, what do you mean by aging?
Just to make sure that it hasn't obviously been in the brush for years, or it's not some garbage that washed up. That's all.
Okay, and in this search in particular, what was kind of the time frame that you were supposed to be like using to age?
Recent, not like within a month or two.
Okay.
So it would still look new.
And so when you find items, you said that you age them and then you kind of report them to incident command.
Yes,
Okay, and how is it that you report them? Do you go at like a walkie-talkie? Do you call them on the phone?
via radio.
Okay.
Yeah, via radio, and then there's usually some type of a chat, but I wasn't communicating directly on the chat. I just kind of forwarded the photos to a supervisor who then gave the photos to the incident commander.
Okay.
And they would divvy those out to the detectives.
And what is it that you found in this case?
I found I don't know if this is the right term for it, but like a onesie.
Okay.
It was mostly balled up in the brush with a shoe inside of it. And so I pulled I didn't know it was clothing at the time, but I pulled it out of the brush just to kind of open it up and see what it was. And then once I saw that it was clothing with the shoe inside, I just reported it to the incident command.
Okay, and when you're touching these items, are you wearing gloves?
Yes.
Do you recall, describe the onesie, color, size, anything like that?
Pink.
Okay.
Honestly, the size, small.
And what about the shoes? Or
Shoe.
shoes, the shoe that you
It
found.
was a
sorry.
small Nike shoe.
Okay.
And
And- Sorry.
it was inside the onesie, which was inside out.
Okay, and were you instructed to recover those at the time?
Like bag them and bring them somewhere?
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
no, that wasn't.
Were you? How do you, I guess, convey to someone where at these items are?
GPS coordinates.
Okay, and did you author like a paragraph report in this case?
Yes,
Okay, and did you include coordinates in that report?
yes, and they were incorrect in that report. I just went over it yesterday. I do have the correct coordinates if you guys want those.
Okay, yes, could you please provide us with the correct coordinates?
Yes.
And is there something that you're going to be using to refresh your memory?
I have a piece of paper here.
Okay.
So the coordinates that were provided in the paper were for the incident command. These coordinates are very close to where that piece of clothing was found.
Okay.
Their decimal degrees, 42.426693.
Okay.
Negative 83.268497.
Okay, so the coordinates that are in your report are where incident command was kind of set out.
That's the incident command, yes.
I'm going to show you what's already admitted as People's Exhibit 14. And I'm going to show just some specific pictures from that. We're looking at picture 63 here. Tell me, do you recognize anything in this photo?
Yes.
What is it that you recognize?
The pink article of clothing in the shoe.
Okay, and when you initially saw these items, is that how you saw them?
No, they were just balled up in the brush, just kind of stuffed in there.
Okay. and-
So
oh, sorry, continue.
I pulled them out and set them that way so the detectives would see it.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to.
So I'm guessing that's leggings more than a onesie, right?
Is this the shoe that you had found that was inside the leg of the pink jumpsuit or
Yes.
onesie? Okay.
Yes, it is.
And 67. Is this
Yep.
also a photo of them just from the behind?
Yes,
Okay, and you're the one who kind of took them apart and placed them separately like that.
I did. Yes.
And did you do anything else as it relates to this case?
No.
Nothing further, Judge. Oh,
Okay.
sorry, 1 minute. Oh, the coordinates that you gave, are those latitude, longitude?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay.
Well, decimal degrees. So.
Ms. Cook?
Thank you.
Agent Barnes, you said that you were taking part in a search of the area of 7 Mile and Bird. Was that, how large of an area was it?
I probably searched at that point, not quite half a mile of river at that point. So not a
And,
huge area.
and you said you were part of a team?
Yes.
About how many people were out there?
There was multiple counties out there assisting in the search. Honestly, I couldn't give you an exact number. Probably several dozen.
7 dozen?
Several dozen.
Several
There
dozen.
was different teams assigned to different parts of the river.
So different people were assigned to, or different teams were assigned to one like half-mile location, another half-mile location, or coordinates, I guess?
Yes, even smaller than that. Smaller sections than that, yeah, just to keep guys fresh.
And was it like a coordinated effort then to kind of sweep this area?
Yes,
So you're just walking like in a straight line, or
for the most part.
can you describe kind of how that looks?
Yeah, so in the river, I'll go from the river to the banks. So in the river, you have different teams wearing dry suits, using technology, looking for anything that resembles a body, and then sticks to kind of push stuff loose. And then they're searching the log jams in the river. Then you have guys on the edge of the river because the water level was high. So we wanted to cover the river banks as well, which the water level was high and had become lower. Then you have teams on the banks and then teams kind of doing an S pattern along the river edge to make sure they cover as much ground as possible.
Thank you. And so you said that on this particular day, the water level was high?
No, the water level was high the week prior or so. So we wanted to make sure that we covered the river banks where the water was. The water was back to its normal level.
Was there a way to tell where the water level had been previously? Is there a way to mark that?
Sometimes it's just where debris gets caught up in
Okay.
the brush. It was maybe a foot higher, but it wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it was you personally that saw the pink onesie first, or the pink thing that you initially saw?
Yes,
Did you take pictures of it, how it looked when you initially found it?
I didn't. No,
Would you normally do something like that?
there's just so much stuff. I wasn't taking. It would taken all day if I'd taken a picture of everything I found. So
You stopped and kind of moved it, manipulated it.
I pulled it up to inspect it, noted that it was worthy of reporting, set it back down, radioed it in.
Okay. And how far did you set it down from the location where you initially located
Same
it?
spot,
Exact same spot?
same brush.
Okay. And you said that part of what you do is kind of to note approximately how long it looks like it has been out there.
Yeah.
And in
ma'am.
this particular case, what was it that you kind of found or thought when you noticed it?
There was no discoloration from the sun. You know, typically if something sits outside for a while, the sun's going to change the color that it sees, and then underneath it's going to be a different color. There was no discoloration in the article of clothing. So, and that can happen in weeks. And it's pretty quick. Depending on how much sun there is. There was no evidence of animals getting in it. There was no significant dirt. It was just, it looked very fresh.
Okay. Did you find or see any other clothing other than the shoe in that area?
very old clothing, years old.
Like what, for example?
Maybe just old coats, but it was nothing pertinent. Things that were
Many
under
old
layers
coats?
of lots. Yeah, I mean, there's a fair amount of debris.
In that
Under-
general area, in that half-mile area that you were scanning?
Yes.
Okay. Once. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Just briefly, Jen. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Given that you photographed these and alerted these, did these the pink onesie and the shoe, those matched your aging description that you were following?
There was no age necessarily, if that's what you mean. Like they hadn't been out there for a long period of time.
Nothing further, Jen.
No, you didn't.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Little Lane Jury Box Unbothered for real. Thank you for coming back. Okay, so the important fact or important information I
At
gathered
this
from
time,
that
Judge, people call Sergeant Melanie.
was that the Border Patrol officer found some leggings in a shoe at the border. Okay. And just a FYI, according to news articles I'm looking at, her DNA, Nazia's DNA, was in fact found or tested to be on those leggings and that shoe, as well as the defendants. Okay.
Morning. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Walk this way, just make sure you watch your step when you enter the witness box. And also, you can pull that microphone off the ledge if it's easier for you, or just lean into it.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Could you state your name for the record?
Sergeant Melanie O'Rourke,
What do you do for a living, Sergeant?
a sergeant with the police department,
Which police department?
Detroit Police Department,
How long have you been with the Detroit Police Department?
approximately 11 years.
And are you currently assigned to a specific precinct or unit within the Detroit Police Department?
Yes, I work at major crimes,
Okay, and what sort of crimes do you investigate at major crimes?
generally homicides.
And
Welcome
how
back,
long have you
Precious
had
and
that
Joy
role,
Barnes.
or have you
Thank
been
y'all
in
for
major
coming.
crimes?
I believe since 2016.
And do you do any specific role within major crimes that requires a little bit of training and education to do?
Yes,
And what is that?
I do forensic analysis of cellular call detail records and tower mapping.
Okay. And what sort of training, very generally right now, what is that?
What types of training?
No, sorry, new question. Generally, what is called forensic analysis of CDR and tower mapping?
I don't understand your question.
Okay.
What is-
Have you had any training to do that?
Yes,
Tell us about that.
I've had T-Mobile training. T-Mobile is the prevalent company here in the Metro Detroit area. I've had Excel training. Excel is the format that most of our call detail records come back to us in. I've had cell phone use and drug trafficking training, Penlink training. Penlink is the program that the Detroit Police Department utilizes. It basically puts the records in a readable format. I've had CATS training, which is an acronym for Call Analysis Training School. I've had PenLink training, PLX training, which is an upgraded form of PenLink. Approximately around 450 hours of specialized training in cellular analysis.
Okay, and that 450 hours in that training, does that allow you to utilize that to generate what you said earlier, tower maps based on your analysis of call detail records?
Yes.
Okay, and what are call detail records?
Historical records.
And does that allow you to place certain things based on cell towers on maps to give an approximate location of a particular phone number that's
Yes.
associated with the phone?
Yes.
And have you testified as an expert before in this field?
Yes.
And how many times have you done that?
Over 35 times.
And has that been in Wayne County?
Yes.
And have you testified in 36 districts before?
36 and 3rd, both, yes.
Judge, at this time, I would move to qualify Sergeant O'Rourke as an expert in the field of forensic analysis of call detail records and tower mapping.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Now, can you describe for the record, when you get call detail records, the process that you would go through to generate maps?
Yes. The OIC, or the officer in charge, would supply a search warrant for a particular target number. We would submit that to the respective cellular company, whether it's T-Mobile, AT&T, or Verizon. They will submit back to us in the form of raw records, usually in Excel format, the call detail records, and other various forms, subscribers, things like that.
And in terms of the call detail records, what is contained in that spreadsheet? What sort of information is contained within that spreadsheet?
It'll be dates, times, locations, the target number in question, any contact ID, who they're, having any type of activity with, whether it's a text message, a voice call, the duration. There's multiple things associated with the call.
And you
detail
talked
records.
about location. How are
Yes.
those locations generated and inputted into that spreadsheet?
So these records will supply an actual either latitude and longitude, or a location area code, or other location information for the cell tower that the, we're just gonna say cell phone in this case, cell phone interacts with.
Okay. And can you describe well, first, silly question, I know, but what is a that phone number was interacting with at a specific time?
Yes.
And does that allow you to take that information and put it into a map or go through a process to generate that location on a map?
Yes, we actually receive the information and put it into a system called PenLink, and that information will, like I said before, will basically put it in a readable format. So the information that you received today, that's what you're gonna look at.
Now let's talk about this case. Did you do that, follow your process based on your training for a target number of 313-585-8719?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, and that was a T-Mobile record, correct?
It was.
And did you generate maps based on your training and experience using PenLink to map that phone number and that phone at specific times related to this case?
I did.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'm approaching with People's Proposed Exhibits 33 through 39. If you could take a look at those, Sergeant, do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes.
And are those maps that you generated for that target number ending in 8719?
Yes.
At this time, I would move to admit People's Proposed 33 through 39, Judge.
Any objection? No,
No objection.
it'll be admitted. People's Exhibits 33 through 39.
Thank you, Judge. And permission to publish.
Yes.
And on the screen and in your hand is Exhibit 33. First, I want to talk about what's at the top, very top of this, and what information goes there.
The first row is going to have what's going to be on our calls report, a condensed version. There's going to be a lot more in the actual calls report, but this is the information that exhibits what's in the map down below.
Okay.
So for row 1, which we only have 1 row in this instance, we're going to have the target device, which is the phone number, and the date, time that was requested. So in this case, it's going to be January 9th of 2024. And the time, which is in UTC time or military time, it's going to be 16:09 or 4:09 p.m. And then the duration, how long the activity lasted. You have a start lag and said that's actually your location information. And then the call type, in this case, it was a voice call. Call status, whether it was completed or not completed. The direction, incoming or outgoing. Did he make the phone call or did somebody call him? And then you have the contact ID, which is who the device was contacting or interacting with.
Okay, and that would have been the phone number that it was, that in this case that we're looking at, an outgoing call was placed to.
Yes.
All right, so let's back up to the date. January 9th, 2024 is, that's what it says on Exhibit 33, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know to do that date in particular for this case?
So for all of these maps, this was requested by the officer in charge.
That information is supplied to you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the details of other parts of this investigation, or are you just taking the information the OIC gives you?
I know the general information, but this is, they asked for a specific date and time, and this is what we placed on the map.
Okay. And then moving over to the next row for time, it says 16:09 and 24 seconds, correct?
That's, yes.
So that's my next question. You said that that's in UTC time. Can you describe or tell us what UTC time is?
No, this time that you have here is in our time, Eastern Standard Time. UTC time is Universal Time Coordinated, and that's going to have, that's like on the world clock. So you're going to have a -4 or a -5. The raw records come back to us in Universal Time Coordinated, and then we turn around and put it in our time so that, you know, you can read it and know that what time it happened here.
Oh. And so just to be clear, the 16:09 or 4:09 p.m. is what time it was in Detroit,
Yes,
where this phone was at 4:09 on January 9th.
yes.
And that's a conversion that you have to do based on whether it's -4 or -5.
Yes,
What does that depend on, -4 or -5?
it's the UTC time, Universal Time Coordinated. So it's on the world clock. So our Eastern Standard Time will change, you know, fall back or spring forward based on the summer and the winter. And so during the summertime, it's going to be -4 from UTC time. And then during the wintertime, it's going to be -5. So we just put it in so that the time that you have here is Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. And then the 2 rows over, one next to duration, start, lack/CID. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that information means and why it's important?
So that's going to be your location information. Your LAC is location area code, and then the SID or CID is your cell ID.
Okay. And that is what allows you to generate, or part of what allows you to generate the map that we see below?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about the map that we see below. First, you have those 2 lines going out in almost a incomplete triangle. Can you tell us what we're looking at there and what's in the middle?
Yes. So the middle part, you're actually looking at a V, and it's going to be about a mile long here in the Metro Detroit area. The cell coverage that you're looking at for any particular tower is usually about a mile. So that V is a representation of the intended area coverage of the cell phone company.
Okay. And then there's a little pie chart in the middle in a little shade. Can you tell us what that means?
Yes, that is the intended area coverage.
Okay, so that's the mile that you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And then you have a blue dot located to just above the top line there. Can you tell us what that is indicating?
That blue dot indicates 9,000 Connor, and that was requested to be placed on the map at this particular date and time.
Okay. And so what essentially is your conclusion about this map that we're looking at here? What does all of this mean?
in this particular date and time, so January 9th at around 4:09 PM, the.
Good afternoon,
device
Rockwell
that we're
Rex.
looking at
Welcome
in
back to the Lit Lane Jury
8719
Box, or
is
welcome.
consistent with being in the area of the 9,000 Connor.
And how precise is this location? I mean, you say in the area, there's no specific spot that you can say this was at this address. How precise can you get with this?
So we can only tell you what the address and location of the cell tower and their intended coverage. They actually give you that. So you're working with radio frequencies. So it's not going to be an exact V that you see here. You're going to be working with radio waves. So it can be a little bit outside of the V or a little bit inside of the V, but basically this is just to demonstrate, the intended area coverage of the cell phone company.
Okay. Going now to Exhibit 34, which is on the screen. First, is this the same information that we saw in Exhibit 33 across the top of the map in Exhibit 34?
Yes.
Okay. And you have 4 rows here instead of 1. Why do you have 4 rows instead of 1 in this map?
In this instance, the officer in charge requested to see a travel duration. So during the time between, I have 1838 and 1922, there are actually others in between, which you can actually see in the raw record. But to put that many records that happened in between is a lot. So basically we are showing the travel from, the blue dot indicates 9,000 Connor, and then the black dot indicates Ypsilanti. And they wanted to depict the travel from 9,000 Connor down to Ypsilanti during this time period.
And the first time period that you have for row number 1 is 1838 and 16 seconds.
Yes.
So that would be 6:38 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. And is there a corresponding number on the map that relates to each row?
Yes, and row, you can actually see the row column. So number 1 is going to coincide with number 1, which is just leaving the 9,000 Connor area. And then you see on row number 2, it's depicted on the map as number 2. And it's traveling down 94 west. And then number 3 coincides with line number 3, and then 4 and so on.
Okay. And so your conclusion, correct me if I'm wrong, would be that for number 4, at around 19:22 and 33 seconds, that phone was in the area of Ypsilanti.
Just west of it.
Just west of it?
I believe there's a little town there, but yes.
And 1923, that would be 7:22 p.m. Right.
Yep.
Going to Exhibit 35. And on Exhibit 35, which is on the screen now, you have, again, 4 rows, but there's different coloring for that information. Can you describe what we're looking at and what the coloring means?
Yes, so the blue dot indicates 9,000 Connor, again, and the purple dot indicates 13362 Wilshire. And those are the 2 locations that the officer in charge requested to be placed on the map. And they wanted to show that this device was in the area of either of these locations and at what time.
Okay, and so can you tell us about the lines closer to the 9,000 Connor location and what ones those correspond to in your records up top there?
So this is an RTT report or a time in advance report. And the row number 1 and 2, which one is a dark blue line, and the other is a light blue line, all indicate approximately around the area of 9,000 Connor during the time of 2028 and 2042, which is 8:28 p.m. and 8:42 p.m.
Okay. And so is it fair to say that this phone was in the area of 9,000 Connor at those times on January 9th?
It's consistent with being around the area.
Okay. And then the other 2, the purple and pink lines, can you tell us about those?
So there's a dark purple and a light purple, and that's around the area of 13362 Wilshire. And those are times of 2048 or 8:48 p.m. and then 2059 or 8:59 p.m. So the RTT information has moved from around 9,000 Connor to 13362 Wilshire during that particular time.
And so does that indicate that the phone was traveling towards the direction of the Wilshire address?
It could have been.
And you said RTT. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that means?
RTT is a real-time tool or time in advance. Basically, it's a report that T-Mobile will send out, and it's historical location information. It's not necessarily based off of any type of activity. So you're not going to have phone calls during this time. It's not going to be text messages, or as long as the phone is on and the cell tower basically, or the base is able to get in contact with the device and back. So basically it's the time that it takes for a base station to send out a signal and then have it received back from the device.
Is it fair to say that that's more of a passive interaction between the phone? There's no input on the phone that's required for this?
There's no input required at all. There's not, any type of cellular activity at that time. It's basically for, efficiency and performance by the network.
Going to exhibit 36 now, which is on the screen. On that first page, you have 8 lines. Can you tell us the reason you have 8 lines and what they're indicating here?
Number 36 is a cause report and tower map of the date and time of January 9th from 22:53 or 10:53 p.m. to January 10th of 2024 at 1:11 a.m.
Okay. And so that's the time you're analyzing here, is from closer to midnight on the 9th going into the next morning, early morning on the 10th, correct?
Yes.
All right, and going to the second page of this exhibit, can you tell us what we're looking at in this map on the second page of exhibit 36?
In this map, we're looking at rows 1, 2, and 3. So the red dot that you have right there smack dab in the middle indicates 2000 Harper, which is the Park Crest Motel. And then the next slide has a different address associated with it. But what we're looking at right here is the 2000 Harper Park Crest Motel.
And is that in Harper Woods? If you know.
That I don't know.
Oh. That highway that it's just off of, that's 94.
This is an area that was
Yes.
nearby to the
and
leggings
two
on the shoe.
towers, or the 2 lines that you have here, does that indicate the phone was interacting with those towers at the times in rows 1, 2, and 3?
Yes, you see the dark blue tower on the south side facing north. That's the area coverage, and then you have the light towers the light tower up top, the light blue, which is number 3, and that's facing downward, and they encompass the area. They overlap the area of the Park Crest Motel.
Okay. And the phone was interacting with both those towers at 12:37 in the morning on the 10th?
Between 10:53 and 12:37 a.m.
And then going to the third page of this map, what are we looking at here on the third page, and what rows do they correspond to?
This third page is going to have a purple dot that indicates 4 East Alexandrian. And that is another location that was significant for the officer in charge to place on the map.
And sorry, maybe I missed you saying this. What rows does it correspond to on this map?
And that corresponds with the purple row. So each color represents the call detail records, the color on the call detail record report. So that's going to be row number 8 at 1:11 a.m. on the 10th of January.
And this is all for that target number ending in 8917, correct?
8719.
8719, sorry, thank you. All for the same number.
Yeah, all of these reports are the same number.
And does that indicate to you that the phone moved from that Park Crest location down to where this is on Alexandrine?
Yes.
And then the last page of this exhibit, is this just an overview of both of those maps that we just looked at?
Yes, it is. So you'll see in the beginning, or I'm sorry, at the end of the 9th at around 10:53, it's up at the Parkcrest Motel up there on the northeast side. And then it travels down at around 1:11 in the morning on the 10th, down to the purple area.
And that's the Alexandrine.
It
address.
is.
Okay. Going now to exhibit 37, which is on the screen. And do you have that there?
I do.
First, can you tell us again what we're looking at in the 3 rows on the first page of this exhibit?
So this is a time in advance report. You've got the row, the target, the day, and these are going to be, these are all in the color black and on the map for the second page. And basically it's showing on January 10th, 2024 from 22:51, which is 10:51 p.m. to 22:53 or 10:53 p.m.
So
on the
later,
10th,
later in the day on the 10th.
on the second day, yes.
Okay. And so we moved almost 24 hours, or 20 hours up from the last map, correct?
Yes.
And if we could go to the second page. And where is this phone interacting with on, at the times that you just said, later in the day on the 10th?
The information received from the cell phone company is right around Greenfield and 7 Mile.
And is that in the city of Detroit, Wayne County?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
And going now to exhibit 38. We're looking at a lot more rows on exhibit 38. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, this is the time period right after we were looking at 7 Mile and Greenfield. That time was all the way up until 22:53. So here we have from 23:40, which is 11:40 p.m. to 23:59, 11:59 p.m. And this is all on the same night of the 10th.
Okay. And this is so just about 40 minutes after the previous map, correct?
Approximately.
Okay. And was there any information in the records, if you know, between those two times, that 40-minute gap there?
They gave us a time in advance records.
Okay. And going to the second page of this, on the map here, first, can you tell us what that red dot indicates on this map?
So that red dot indicates 7 Mile and Berg.
And in terms of the circles around that, what do those represent?
The time in advance distance from the cell tower. So that's all going to be around 7 Mile and Berg area.
And is it fair to say then that this phone was interacting with those towers at the times you indicated around the 7 Mile and Berg area?
Yes.
And can you go back up to the first page? Thank you. Sorry. In row 1, what is the time there?
Row 1 is going to be on January 10th of 2024, 23:40, which is 11:40 p.m.
And then the last row, what is the time on the last row?
January 10th of 2024 at 23:59. And that was just because the officer had asked for just that day. It actually indicates that it stays there for a little bit more in the morning.
Okay, how much more in the morning if you know?
We actually have it on the next exhibit.
Oh, perfect. And so that phone on this exhibit, was it there from 11:40 to, at the very least, midnight almost on the 10th, correct?
The time in advance records, yes.
And again, this is time in advance. This is the passive interaction, no input from the phone or the user, correct?
Yes, no calls, no text, no nothing. This is just the signals that the base station is getting to the device.
And going to exhibit 39. And can you tell us what we're looking at on the first page of 39?
So this is going to be essentially a combination of the last two exhibits that we just saw. So this is going to be from January 10th of 2024 at 9:49 PM or 21:49 to January 11th of 2024, the next day or the next morning at 1:34 AM.
And going to the second page of this exhibit now. First, on the far left side of the screen, what area is that again that we're looking at?
On the far left of the screen is going to be the red dot indicating 7 Mile and Berg.
And that's the same area that we saw in the last exhibit in 38, correct?
Yes.
And in terms of what rows correspond to that one, how long was that phone there in that area into the next morning on the 11th?
You have, let me see. Okay, so starting with row 1, it's down in the purple area, bottom right-hand screen. You see that the purple dot indicates 4 East Alexandria, which we looked at a map from earlier. And then it goes to it's actually still there around the area of 4 Alexandrine, which is the purple on line 2. Then you see it start to traveling up to number 3, which is in the light blue area, which is in the middle one, just above the dark red. And then you see it show to the dark blue after the light blue, which is going to be still traveling north. And then that 7 Mile in Greenfield, which is that blue dot, and then going over to the 7 Mile in Berg.
And the 7 Mile in Greenfield, we looked at that one, I believe it was
We
exhibit
did.
36.
Yes.
And so where does the phone end up and at what time is the last entry for the 7 Mile and Berg area?
So the 7 Mile and Berg area is at 134.13, number 8. And then you see that big kind of curved line, that's actually going to be line number 9. And that's when the device is essentially, moving away from the location.
Okay. And so that phone then was there in that area of 7 Mile and Berg from about 12:40 to 1:34?
12:40 with,
Sorry, 11:40.
11, yeah. Yes, 11:40 PM to around 1:34 AM on
And-
the 11th.
And on the 11th at 1:34 AM, it starts to move away, which is row number 9 on your first page there.
Yes.
Oh. And you had mentioned earlier that part of the search warrant return from T-Mobile includes subscriber information, correct?
Yes.
And did you get the subscriber information for this target phone number that we've been talking about?
Yes.
And do you remember what the name associated with this account was?
One of the subscribers didn't show any information. The other subscriber it was spelled wrong. It's like JARIS.
And what was the last name?
Butts.
BUTTS?
I believe so.
May I have one moment, George?
Yes.
We're on day 2 of the preliminary hearing, State of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts. They're holding
Can
this
you
hearing
go
to see if it's
back
going to go to
the
trial.
exhibit that we were talking about for the Park Crest Motel?
Yes.
We haven't heard testimony yet, but it is going to be
I believe that's
testified that
exhibit
he checked
36,
into a
right?
hotel.
And what's the
night she went
address
missing.
for the Park Crest Motel that's listed on there?
20,000 Harper.
Okay. Maybe I misheard you. I think you said 2,000 earlier. I just wanted to.
Oh, I apologize. It's 20,000.
20,000 Harper? Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
I have one question. Back on exhibit 38, the last 7 Mile and Berg, look at the top left corner.
Yes, sir.
Well, I guess this one works.
It's 38.
This is 38?
Did you get 39?
Yes. 39. So there's an image of a house in the bottom right in purple. You have blue is the car. The left in the 7 Mile Bird is shoes. What does that indicate? Or footprints?
I believe there was possibly some evidence there. That's
Okay,
why
I didn't know with the different images, if it was significant.
You know,
Thank you. I don't know if you have questions based off of what I asked.
Yes, that shoe meant
No,
that shoe is where they found
Yeah.
that shoe on that map is where they found a shoe in the Harbor Woods area. The border police just said that,
Okay, cross.
which in turn did test positive for both Naziah and the defendant Jarvis Butt's DNA. We have not heard that testimony yet, but we will be. Now, in real time, they just concluded the
Good
hearing
morning, Sergeant.
and they're making a decision. We don't know what they're going to do yet. Let's continue. Thank y'all for joining.
I'm not. So I just want to go through some things, okay?
problem.
So the cell phone data you have, you call it historical data, correct?
yes.
Okay. So there are 3 ways that you can find phone location, correct?
There's a lot of different ways you can find phone location.
Sure, fair enough. But the 3 primary GPS information from the phone, right? The phone has a GPS and you can get GPS information from the phone.
That's not what we deal with.
Right, but I'm just saying that is a way of
That could
locating
be
the
a way.
phone. And you can triangulate a phone call, correct?
We don't do triangulation. So
Okay.
the mapping that you're looking is not triangulation.
So what you're doing is what's called cell site location information?
No, we're doing, the calls report, they actually give you a physical lat and long for the tower. They also give you the azimuth, which is the central location of the area coverage.
It's called
So
a
we're
CDR.
actually putting all the information that they give to us and putting it on a map.
Right, it's called a CDR, correct?
Call detail records.
Call
yes.
detail record, okay? So the call detail record is basically a bunch of numbers that tell you this phone is communicating with a tower in a certain area, correct?
Yes,
And from that, you come up with the cell site location information, correct?
no, they give you the cell site location information. That's the lat and long of the cell tower. They give you that.
Who gives you that?
The cell phone company, that's the call detail records.
Okay. And I think you mentioned this is all historical information
Yes,
and it's an interpretation, so it's not 100% accurate, correct?
when you say 100% accurate, the cell towers are the lat and long, there's no interpretation there. If you're talking about the intended area coverage.
Right.
Okay, the intended area coverage, they give you an azimuth, okay? And then that intended area coverage is generally around 66 or so degrees area coverage.
Okay. So the cell phone, the information you get is the phone connecting with a tower, sending information that tells you this is the location of the phone.
For call detail records, they give you the tower, lat and long, the actual address of the tower. They also supply the intended area coverage, which is the beam width of how, how far or how big the intended area coverage is, along with the azimuth, which is why we do it in the shape of a V. So they're giving you the V-shaped and the azimuth, that smack dab in the middle. So they're telling us that's the intended area coverage.
That is the intended area.
Yes.
Okay. And Sergeant, it's true that the cell phone to get a signal from the tower that it gets the strongest signal from, right?
Generally speaking, yes.
That doesn't necessarily mean it's the closest, correct?
No, it doesn't have to be the closest.
Okay, and there are factors that will affect which tower or what sends out the strongest signal, correct?
Yes, there could be factors.
Okay. Things like the distance from the tower, obviously. The height of the tower, would that affect it?
What normally affect, I mean, it could, but what normally is going to affect anything regarding, connection to a tower, possibly weather, tall buildings, if you have a huge event where there's a ton of people trying to get on it, like, Ford Field or Comerica. Those are the types of things that can determine where the strongest tower is going to be. However, here in the Metro Detroit area, it's still going to be approximately a mile because we have so many towers that they can connect to. So you're not going to get one, that's 20 miles away. It's still going to be within a mile radius.
I think you've already answered that. Now, is it also true that the tower isn't actually owned by the cell phone company, generally?
So they can lease it out, but you have the person that actually makes it, and then you have, AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon. They can all utilize any of the towers that you see here.
Right. So your information is from T-Mobile, correct?
Yes.
And from that very same tower, let's say AT&T could have phone calls coming in, correct?
Possible.
So there's no way to tell how many phone calls AT&T has from the closest tower, correct? At the same time as T-Mobile.
They're not going to be on the same network.
They're not going to be in the same, but
No,
they're
so
using
you
the
have
same
the-
tower.
You have the cellular network, but you have AT&T that is going to utilize some towers. You have T-Mobile that's going to utilize some. You have Verizon that's going to utilize some. Some lease them out to other people, but I don't know exactly what it is that you're asking.
So you're saying that it doesn't matter how many users are utilizing the tower, it just matters whether or not they're on the same bandwidth?
You have a SIM card that goes into each and every single phone. And that's on their network. So you're not going to get onto an AT&T network from a T-Mobile phone or vice versa. That's how they do their billing. That's how they, ensure that they have all the information that you receive is accurate. You're not going to have an AT&T phone,
That's not my question. My question is, can a single tower be utilized by multiple companies at the same time?
It could, yes.
Would that weaken that signal, the capacity of that tower?
I'm not an engineer. I don't know how big this tower is, any specific tower. That's something you would have to ask the cell phone company.
Okay. And it's also true that a cell phone can attach to a tower up to 20 miles away, correct?
So it could in, let's just say, Alaska or, rural areas in Colorado in the mountains where you don't have that many people. And so they have bigger towers that, go further distances because they're not servicing as many people as you would, let's say, in Detroit. In Detroit, we have so many towers here that they're not going to utilize something that's 20 miles away and skip over, the hundreds of towers that you have right here. That's not going to, I'm not going to say never, but that doesn't generally happen here in Detroit. I haven't seen one at least.
Okay. And there's generally overlap, and I think even one of the slides you had, there's overlap in these towers, correct?
When you say overlap?
Meaning that a single area can be covered by multiple towers.
That's generally how it is. You have one tower. I mean, even in the ones that we were looking at, you have one tower with multiple cells on there. So this is for T-Mobile or any company to make sure that they have coverage, that you don't lose your service. You could have one cell facing this way, then here, then here, then here, then here. They're all going to overlap to ensure that the person has coverage, that they don't drop their service. So yes, you've had overlapping.
So basically, Dave, you said that you use a program called PinLink. What exactly is PinLink?
PenLink is a program that we're able to receive the call detail records, input it, and basically it just puts it in a readable format. So for example, all of the calls reports that you see come in Universal Time Coordinated or UTC time. PenLink will make the time adjustments so that we'll have it in Eastern Standard Time versus having everything that you see and you have to do it in your head, -4 on each or -5 on each of these lines.
So all PinLink does is convert the time. It doesn't.
It does a whole bunch of other stuff too. We can do many different reports. You can do a call frequency report, see how many times that a specific calls report, called a specific person. there's a lot of different things that you can do. We can do tower dumps on them. There's multiple things that Penley can do, but basically they're able to give us reports in a readable format that you would be able to understand versus looking at just raw records.
Okay, so you get raw records from the phone company, correct?
Yes.
Do you know if there's any error in the records that you get or in the data that you receive from the company?
Do I know if there's any errors
Right.
in the raw records?
Right.
I would have nothing to compare it to. That's the information that they give us.
Okay, so you don't know if the information that you receive is 100% accurate,
Well, that
correct?
information is certified by the cell phone company.
So we're in the Detroit area, and this is just hypothetical. We're in the Detroit area, right? We're across the border from Canada, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever gotten a message from Detroit that says you are roaming in Canada?
Yes.
Okay. But you're not in Canada, right?
Correct.
So that would be an error, right?
Yes.
So the cell phone can make an error, right?
That's not an error. They ask you if you want to utilize those towers and they charge you for it. You either say yes or no. And if you connect to them, you're being charged for that. And they notify you in call detail records when you're out of utilizing international, or Canadian towers.
Okay. You also mentioned that there were multiple subscribers on this phone.
Yes.
So there was more than one phone?
No. So you had the information from, I believe it was Sprint, who merged with T-Mobile.
Okay.
So now it's T-Mobile. But we received, I believe it was the Sprint subscriber information and the T-Mobile subscriber information.
Okay. So there's not, so when you said multiple subscribers, you did not mean multiple phones.
Multiple subscriber reports. There's not multiple phones, it's just one phone.
Okay. And then, of course, you obviously can't say who was using the phone or who was with the phone at the time this phone
No.
was being tracked, correct? Yeah, I have none further.
You redirect.
Very briefly, just thank you. Mr. Reagan's asked you about the timing. And you mentioned UTC time. Just to be clear, all of the times that we looked at in the exhibits are in Eastern Standard Time, so local time.
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned something earlier, azimuth.
Yes.
First, can you spell that? For the
AZMIUTH.
Okay. And what is that?
It's just the center of the width of the, basically it's gonna be the center of the width of the triangle that you're
Okay, or
looking
the
at.
V shape.
Yes, the V shape,
And that has to do with the intended area coverage, correct?
correct.
And you said that, well, Mr. Reagan's asked you about connecting to a tower 20 miles away. You remember that question?
Yes,
You said you had never seen that in Detroit, correct?
not in Detroit.
How many times have you done this analysis? How many times have you put these maps together for different cases?
Since 2016?
And is that like in the thousands then, or less than that?
Oh, yes.
More than 1,000?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And that's all been for the Detroit area or Metro Detroit area? For
Yes,
the most part?
the Metro Detroit area, yes.
And Sergeant, does the subscriber information that is received have a physical address associated with it?
That I don't know. You would have to actually look at the subscriber information.
Okay, would that refresh your memory as to
Yes.
this case? May I approach Judge?
Yes.
I'm approaching with the subscriber information. If you can just take that. Does that refresh your memory as to whether a physical address was associated with these CDRs or call detail records?
Yes.
And what was that address associated with the target phone in this case?
13362 Wilshire Drive.
I have another very interesting.
Okay, you are done testifying. Thank you.
Okay, so it's very easy to determine what was the important facts that we've heard in her testimony. For
Are
me,
you doing the next witness?
she definitely was able to show and align the defendant and his cell phone use or tracking to areas related to this case. No problem, Renee. They gonna be on the playlist, and it's just a preliminary hearing. And I am working on compiling facts of the face of what we learned so far. Today, I'm actually making sure I make the note. Okay, so one of the good deals about this trial watch and the fact that we do it a little bit behind is that we're able to fast forward. So let's do that. One moment, y'all. We're gonna skip to past the break.
I turned down the donut.
Ever turned down.
Yeah,
Well, they talk about donuts. Hold on.
Not me to turn them down.
Ooh, big bag. Big bag, big bag. Got a bunch of big bags. They talking about turning down donuts. Oh, who is this? Okay, so I do believe, but don't quote me as of yet. But, yesterday we started this and I mistakenly started it with the wrong stream, not a great angle. And so we heard testimony from the victim's maternal grandmother as well as the victim's maternal auntie. But we couldn't see them on the stand testifying. I wasn't very as familiar as I'm getting now with the case. So we found what we're watching now, a better channel to watch it on, and started it from the beginning. So if I'm not mistaken, I think this is the group now that's going to be on the stand. So we heard the testimony of you was here yesterday, but it wasn't good. It wasn't, and we're going to watch it again. Okay. And we're going to be able to see their faces, which make all the difference to me. Okay. So let's go ahead and continue. Thank you guys for joining the Trial Watch with Demetra channel. And this is the home of the Lit Lane Jury Box chat. Let's get this going. And I got time today. So, hey, I know you guys are at work and moving around. I'm glad y'all tuning in. I'm going to be here for a while today. And I was late this morning too. Ciao. We aim at being here each day, 11 a.m. Again, we aim.
Good afternoon. Do you swear
And hit the like if you forgot.
to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. Walk this way.
Watch yourself.
Yes, watch your step. Yes, watch your step. Take your time, get up the stairs. And once you're situated, that microphone.
If this is a granny, now that I can see her, I feel more sympathy for her. Yesterday, when I couldn't see her, I was giving her that business to work.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Could you state your name for the record, ma'am?
Valerie Louise Smith.
And Ms. Smith, I want to call your attention back to March 7th of 2024.
That's not the
At that
grandmother.
time, in what area did you live?
That's I live currently on 7 Mile Evergreen area.
Okay, and is that near Evergreen and St. Martin's?
Yes,
Okay, is that in the city of Detroit, Wayne County?
yes, sir.
And on March 7th, 2024, did you come into contact with the police?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the reason you came into contact with the Detroit Police Department?
I found a young lady's ID
And where did you find that ID?
directly across the street from my house.
And was it like a driver's license, school ID, or something else?
School ID, it looked like.
And when you found that, was that the first time you had seen it there?
No, I stepped over it for 2.5 weeks before I decided to pick it up.
Okay, and is there a reason after 2.5 weeks of noticing it there that you decided to
I
pick it
just
up?
decided to pick it up that day. I was going out shopping. I said, well, let me get it and send it back to whomever it belongs to.
Okay, and when you picked it up, did you read the name on that ID?
Yes,
And what was the name on the ID?
Zanaya Harris.
And did that raise any concerns in your mind?
It sure did.
And what's the reason it raised concerns?
I just heard it on the news before it came out.
You heard her name?
Her name, yes.
And when you picked it up, did you have gloves on or anything like that?
No, no.
And you used your bare hand then?
I took my thumb and flipped it. And when I saw the name, I just put my hands on the outside of it.
And what was the reason you just put your hands on the
I
outside?
didn't want any disturb any of the prints that were on there.
And when you picked it up, did you place it in anything?
Once I got to the next stop, I was on the bus line. I took it in the gas station and I put it in a lid.
Okay, so let's back up for a second. You picked it up and then got onto the bus?
But I still had it like this. I
And,
never put my fingerprints, any more prints on it.
and for the record, the witness indicated by holding her hands about
Yes.
3
like
inches
this.
apart,
Yes.
her fingers. And when you got to the gas station, did you go into the gas station?
Yes.
And did you tell the people in the gas station about what you found?
Yes, sir. I also told the bus driver what I had found.
And then after you told the gas station people, what happened next?
But I asked them to call the police for me.
And did they?
Yes.
And then did the police come to your location?
Yes.
And after the police got there, what happened next?
They took me back to my house so I could show them exactly where I found the ID at.
And did you show them that?
Yes.
And did you give them the ID as well?
Yes. I gave it to them when they initially pulled up.
And may I approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'm approaching with People's Proposed Exhibit 40. Ms. Smith, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And is that the ID that you found?
Yes, sir.
I move to admit People's Proposed 40.
No objection. It'll be a minute.
And permission to publish on the screen.
Yes.
And Ms. Smith, I don't know if you can see the screen from where you are. That's the picture I just showed you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is that the cup or the top of the
That's the lid I said.
lid that you
Yes,
put it
sir.
in? Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
And on the bottom left, it says grade 8, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Briefly. Good afternoon, Ms. Smith.
Hi.
You said that you picked up the ID, was it March the 6th? Or I'm sorry, the 7th?
Yes.
Yes. And you said you had been stepping over it for approximately 2 weeks?
2.5 weeks I stepped over it
Okay, so that puts you in February
when I initially saw it.
when you initially saw it. Okay. And you said you had been stepping over it?
Mm-hmm.
So does that mean that it was actually on the sidewalk,
No, it was in the grass.
in the grass?
Face down.
The grass next to the street?
Yes.
So there's like an, usually kind of like an easement between like the street and the sidewalk?
Yes.
And there's like a patch of grass there?
Yes.
And is that right in front of the bus stop or?
No, it was a little ways off from the bus stop.
Okay, from the bus stop, between the bus stop and what other landmark would you say?
Nothing else is there.
Nothing else there?
No.
How far to the corner of the block?
St. Martin's. It's not that far.
Okay, so a few
Few
steps?
steps, yes. A few steps.
Perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Can we redirect?
Yes, briefly.
Baby, she got a lot to talk about at the church meetings, her social groups, to her neighbors, on the phone. Okay.
Ms. Smith, just a couple of questions for you. Miss Quick asked you a couple of questions about specifically where you found it. You said it was in a patch of grass next to the sidewalk?
Yes,
Okay. And you said you had been stepping over it for about 2.5 weeks before you gave it to the police department.
before I decided to pick it up. Yes, sir.
The 2.5 weeks that you've been stepping over it at the beginning of that, is that the first time you noticed it?
Yes, sir.
And it could have been there before those 2.5 weeks, correct?
Yes, sir.
No, I think object, I think that causes speculation.
I don't think it's a yes or no question, but I don't think that calls for
She knows
speculation.
how long it's been there. She can only
Can you
testify.
stand up to the court reporter, please?
Yes, Your Honor. My objection is how can she testify to how long it could have been there prior?
Why she say
She
something?
can only testify to what she knows, and she testified that she knows it's been there for 2.5 weeks.
Did you see it being placed there on the grass?
I'm sorry.
Did you see it being
No,
placed on
ma'am.
the grass? Okay.
No, ma'am.
So I'm going to sustain the objection, because she wouldn't know, but she didn't see it dropped.
Okay. So the first time you noticed it was 2.5 weeks prior to March 7th.
Yes, sir.
And when you talked to the police officers, did you look at a photo, a Google Street View of your location?
Yes, sir.
And did you indicate on that photo where you found it?
Exactly. Yes. They took me, excuse me, they took me back to my house. So I can show them.
Not
exactly where I
excuse me.
found it.
May I approach Judge?
Yes.
I'm approaching with what's going to be marked as people's proposed 62. Do you recognize that, ma'am?
Yes.
And is that the photo that you signed and indicated where you found it?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I would move to admit people's proposed 62
No objection.
Will it be admitted?
and permission to publish.
Baby, she gonna get her testimony in, okay?
And on the screen, is that the photo I just showed you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there's a circle with a line going up from the bottom of the screen there. Is that circle where you indicated you found it?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
I have just a couple questions based on this picture. And then can we leave it up,
Go ahead.
please?
Ms. Smith, so as we look at the picture here, in which direction, left or right, is the bus stop?
To the right.
To the right, so closer to the church? Is that or that white building that's in the?
No, that's a person's house right there.
Okay,
It was like, okay, I come out of my driveway and it's like catty corner to the bus stop from my driveway.
well, the sign is where the bus stop is, right?
Yes, right there.
Okay, and so, okay, that's all I have, thank you.
Nothing further.
Okay, Ms. Smith, you are done testifying.
Thank you. You have with it.
Please watch your.
Okay, she was not for them objecting to her good testimony, okay? And can you imagine how much she thought about that ID on that ground? You know, I'm pretty sure, I'm just assuming that she probably was like, man, I wonder if that ID, or man, I should pick up that ID, or man, I don't know if I want to get involved, man. Before she went ahead and made the decision, the fateful decision to pick
At
it.
this time, we would call Detective Jason Mays.
Detective Mays is next. So on March 7th, almost 2 months after the last time she was seen, the victim, that's when her school identification was picked up, laying around on the ground. That's what we found out from her. I didn't drink so much coffee, you guys. I'm finna walk away, but I'll be right back. Thank y'all for joining. We're gonna be here for a while. Get y'all through y'all work day if y'all at work.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I swear.
I thought about that too, BA said. She came dressed for the occasion properly, right? All right, let's get into this is one of the main detectives here. Okay, this should be good, you guys.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Detective Jason Mays,
And how are you employed?
with the City of Detroit Police Department.
And how long have you been employed as in the city of Detroit?
A little over 21 years.
Is there a specific unit that you're assigned to?
Homicide.
And I'm going to take you back to February 15th of 2024. Were you working that day?
I was
Okay. When you're working alone or with a partner?
with a partner,
And who's your partner?
Detective Lisa Johnson.
And what is it that you were assigned to do that day?
I was tasked with interviewing the individual.
And do you remember the name of the individual that you were supposed to interview?
Yes,
Who was that?
Jarvis Butts.
And do you see the person that you interviewed in the courtroom today?
I do.
And can you point to them and tell me the color of the clothing that they're wearing?
The gentleman sitting behind the fence with the green shirt on, the mask.
Your Honor, would the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in this case?
So reflected.
Thank you, Judge. And where did this interview take place?
Detroit Police Department headquarters.
And who was all there in the interview?
Myself, Detective Johnson, and the defendant.
Okay. And how was it that Mr. Butts was there?
He was brought there by officers, I believe.
And was Mr. Butts in custody for your purposes at that time?
No,
Was he in custody for other purposes at that time?
I believe so, ma'am. Yes,
Did you ask Mr. Butts if he would talk to you?
I did.
All right. Did you offer him any food or drink, anything like that?
No,
Did you ask if he knew or understood English?
I don't recall that. No,
Okay.
but by speaking with him, I knew he understood English.
Did you ask him like his education level, things like that?
Yes,
Okay. Did you ask if he was under the influence of any narcotics or alcohol?
yes,
And did you advise him of his rights at that time?
I did.
Okay. And did you use anything to assist in providing him with his constitutional rights?
Yes, the constitutional right form. I also recited it to him verbally.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Any good Marcus Peoples proposed exhibit 20. And explain what it is I just handed you.
Certificate of notification of constitutional rights.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of the constitutional rights that you provided Mr. Butts on February 15th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
I move for the admission of People's proposed exhibit 20.
No objection. It will be admitted as People's Exhibit 20.
Thank you, Judge. And on this sheet, did Mr. Butts reflect that he understood and acknowledged his rights at that time?
Yes,
And how is it that he did that?
by attaching his signature and dating it.
Okay. And who all signs this form?
Myself as a witness and also anyone that's in the room.
Did Mr. Butts exhibit anything to you as an experienced officer with 21 years that would make you believe that him talking to you wasn't voluntary?
No,
And did he agree to speak with you?
he did.
About how long did you guys talk for, if you recall?
I would say the interview may have been a total of maybe a couple hours, 2 hours.
And were there any breaks in between that time?
Yes,
And was this interview recorded in any way?
yes.
How was it recorded?
Audio and visual in the interview room.
And I showed you previously in a video of the interview that took place. Do you remember me showing you that?
Yes,
Okay. And when I showed that to you, was that a fair and accurate depiction of the video interview that you took with Mr. Butts back on February 15th of 2024?
yes,
And John, I'd vote for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 21.
No objection. It would be admitted as People's Exhibit 21.
Thank you, Judge. And may I publish? I'm not going to play the
I
whole
was
video.
about to get
It's rather
the
lengthy,
interrogation,
but I
so it
will
may
have
be
parts
hard to
that I
hear.
would want to play.
I'm going to try to cut it up on my system. I'm going to try to turn the volume up on my end to try to get the best possible audio. This is a surprise. I didn't think this was happening today, but it is. Let's go.
Officer, detective, I'm sorry. Did Mr. Butts give you a phone number that he used?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall what phone number it is that he gave you?
I would have to review my report, but I believe it's 313-585, something or other.
Okay, when reviewing your report, refresh your memory.
He would.
Do you have your copy or?
Yeah, I have a copy.
Okay.
It's 313-585-8719.
Okay. Now I want to jump to 1 hour and 46 seconds in 1 hour, 46 minutes and 56 seconds.
Well, I've done all the adjusting I could do on my end, Rockwell.
I'm going to play at 1 hour, 46 minutes and 38 seconds.
Yeah, whoever you deal with, right? Okay. They know how each other's living their life, man. They know. You got them together. They know what's going on together, but they know about each other. Okay.
So, the reason I asked you that, I want to ask you no questions I wouldn't have answers to, so I'm just trying to understand something. So, this right here is a brief synopsis of Zaza's interaction with you, the phone number that you had since 2019. And so right here on the day that I'm concerned with, this is right here.
Don't forget to be there for. Yeah, that was what she said that I was supposed to pick them up that day.
Mm-hmm.
But I never responded.
Yeah.
Well,
So then, the next one, she responded.
if you send a message.
It's hard to delete my number, delete your number.
No, I don't, like I said, it's in the.
Before you explain this, for the time, say back to back. And we in school, and then right here, she tells you to respond, okay, that's received.
I did receive it.
So, and you said, okay.
Yeah.
All right, okay.
So, like I said, those are the numbers they were sending me.
And pausing at 1 hour, 48 minutes and 7 seconds. I want to go backwards in time. All right, to 1 hour, 13 minutes and 49 seconds.
So, okay, so yeah, that's what we saw. Okay, all right, so your original date was in what was your original date?
November the 20th, the day before my birthday of last year.
That's when it happened?
Oh, no, when the case happened?
No, when did you possibly get sentenced? Because we got 2 days. We got
Yeah,
January.
so what happened was, I was supposed to get sentenced last year, the day before my birthday.
Hmm.
We went to court, whatever the case may be, they adjourned it to January the 9th.
That's the day we have.
Right, so I had a legal issue pending. And I asked to get it extended before I could take care of my legal issue.
Mhm.
That was January the 25th.
Mhm.
So after that, then they scheduled it for February 7th.
To go.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm pausing at 1 minute, or 1 hour, 44 minutes and 44 seconds. And moving to. One hour, 15 minutes and 52 seconds.
Alright, so what's your relationship with on the day to day? Like, are y'all having any interactions? Just y'all got
So
like these relationship?
yeah, we kind of like this uncle, and I also get her and my daughter from time to time.
Your daughter,
Tonight,
how you spell it?
J.A. Hospital. And I, my age,
Your name?
but
Go ahead. How old are you?
16.
Like, 16? Okay.
No, 16.
I thought you said, okay, 10, okay, go ahead.
So I get them from time to time. I do cleanups.
Okay.
All the time. Sometimes I see what's going on. I work at my old job. Frank says to have them come and clean up my office and my bathroom and stuff, like pretty much twice a month, give or take.
Okay, and where's Frank's at?
That's this morning.
Did you pay him?
And pausing at 1 hour, 17 minutes and 3 seconds.
Look at how he grinning. You know, that's because that woman office up in there, he
Starting
think
at 1
he
hour,
cute.
22 minutes and 1 second.
What's your password to that?
That's the face.
It's a face recognition. So you wouldn't able to use your face, you have a pen, what's that?
04
04
1925.
1925. Okay, so let me know the last time you talked with her, okay, bro? Alright, so would you be willing to give me consent to do that real quick? Thank you. What type of phone do you have? iPhone?
Thank you, went to exactly.
Yeah, and that's what I she looked at me like, what kind of?
Zero.
J-I-V-I-S.
I'm sorry, man.
We have a Jarvis, we work with.
Yeah, I work with the
We keep trying to spell his name.
Alright, so iPhone, what color is it?
Last,
Okay, it's the last, you said it's 11. Name your phone, 313-585-8719. Password is 041925.
When was the last time you used that phone?
right before I got like,
Okay.
I think the morning before I turned myself in.
Okay, did you cut the phone off or is it still on?
I turned it off, it's still on this price, company wise.
Company wise, right, okay. Where did you need the phone?
It was actually with one of my girlfriends, man, because she took me, she brought me.
I heard you say baby mama, 13 kids, fiance. You live with your, who you live with? That's the fiance. And we got a girlfriend. Okay, player. You want to define hobbies? Okay.
I actually used it before I went to sentencing.
Okay, so she had her phone.
From my understanding, the police have my phone.
Now, who did they get it from?
Her.
We asked because we don't know
So,
that.
from my understanding, they conducted a raid on her house.
Okay,
Why they raiding her house?
I don't know, that's the same thing.
but she had the phone.
But the phone was in her possession.
Okay,
So,
and that's where you left it, and you got locked
And
in.
my jacket in the car.
Okay,
what type of car? What color?
And
Okay, I'm gonna go check.
is that your car or her car? Oh, okay.
Pausing at 1 hour, 24 minutes and 50 seconds. I'm playing at 1 hour, 32 minutes and 16 seconds.
to the sex and whatever the case may be. And I know she was getting older, so she was into certain things, like I come up, she had fingernails and shit on. And I'm, and I know grandma wasn't.
So why just not give it to her?
Earned it.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying, so the value is a mentor like that.
So earned it.
So you mentor her, would you talk to her, them about anything?
Depending on, certain other things, I would ask them how school is, nothing serious, like I say, I really got too much into family business. And, hey, like I said, everything is ready to do that to earn it. You know what I mean? So if you want something, earn it. You know, you appreciate it more. So that was my whole thing on that. So I used to just give it to them, they would take advantage. And every time I put and it's a lot of kids up there, so I can't keep giving
Yeah, not in that.
$55, and that looks real bad if I just give you money every time you have asked for it or not, or she asked for it and I can't give it to everybody else. So therefore, you guys want something, I got a job for you. If I have something for you to do, I'll call and let you know. Every time it come in $25 a piece, depending on.
Okay, so, ask you about this area real quick.
Come down there, hold on. Make sure we talk about the same person.
What's her girlfriend's name?
You know about when that picture might have been taken or where? Did she look like that last time you saw her? What she look like the last time you saw her?
Yeah. Small braids.
Any color in braid?
Matter of fact, she was in the last time.
Okay.
So it wasn't even done, so I don't even know what it was.
You talking about back and forth between the house?
That sounds very basic.
So she wasn't back and forth.
That anything. The last time I seen her, she was with her hair. Yes, she was. She was back and forth, because no sweet. It was staying next door. So she was going back and forth with him next door. They were in the basement at the grandmother's house in her hair.
And I'm pausing at 1 hour, 35 minutes and 6 seconds. And I'm playing at 1 hour, 44 minutes, 34 seconds.
Okay, but not on the night.
Not that I don't know, like I said, not that I can recall. But if it didn't, my phone, I'm over there quiet.
Okay, so, the people some these homes. What else?
No, I'm just trying to know.
Okay, so, when I was asking you about you had any contact or text message or anything with, driver, like you did, you don't have any contact with like that at all? Because, you can't think of the last time that you talked to them?
Top of my head was.
Okay. Were you supposed to meet her anywhere? No.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Not at all.
So if,
Pausing at 1 hour, 45 minutes and 37 seconds. I'm playing at 1 hour, 50 minutes and 44 seconds.
real learning, my girl is fast and things like that. So, not accusing you, nothing, but some of the stuff, we can't just. I gotta ask you. So I can do a lot. So where, so can you kind of help me out, like, what went on today, or point me in the right direction? I'm not saying, no, I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to say is what happened. Like,
I can't tell you.
why would she be texting me that if I wasn't moving? So if he's
I'm supposed to be in that house.
it's okay, I'm here.
Right, and that whole, her and my brother.
So that's
I'm
not.
supposed to pick them up at that house, at their grandma's house on Bedford. Okay, from time to time, I had Joshua, and I did tell them that they posted the location she had put at my grandma's house. Yeah, we're supposed to do that because they got out of school whatever time. I was waiting on my brother to get out of school. I don't pick them, I don't pick one of them out of them. I don't mind. I don't pick one of them out of them.
It wasn't.
Pausing at 1 hour, 51 minutes and 54 seconds. And I'm playing at 1 hour, 52 minutes and 47 seconds.
Okay, did she ever refer to you about like academic troubles with, with girls and boys?
I don't know about the situation she had with some girls. Supposing that jumped on something like that, I'm not sure anything about that situation. I'm still here, and I didn't even very glad that I got one.
So why did she say this in front of you that you know?
So what are you talking about when I she was talking about the number that she called me from. Like I said, they call from different numbers, the IT. Now she.
So right.
So my number.
So I can give your number.
I don't know why she was saying my number, because anything that we do, like I said, it's always like that. When they call me from text now numbers and all that bullshit. So I'm assuming she was seeing what she said. Like I said, I don't have no reason I had nothing. My phone is what it is, everybody's in my phone, y'all have possession of my phone, take a look at it, go through it. So I don't know what that's about, I don't know why she said you need my number.
So you're saying that you didn't need no right?
I promise to Jesus, I didn't even get it, anyway.
Promise to Jesus.
Like I said, she sent me a text message, I was supposed to pick them up, we never had a chance to get anything.
So you put it on this one.
Is that my number, we were going to talk next time.
On the night?
It might, yeah, we were going to talk. I don't know what it is.
I'm pausing at 1 hour, 54 minutes and 42 seconds. And I'm playing at 1 hour, 56 minutes, and 53 seconds.
Did you tell no one or anybody she was just, listen.
Tom's mother, that I had, that she had texted me.
That,
Yes.
to me,
So then she had texted me, and I asked what number was this, she's like, I don't know. I gave her the number, she said she didn't know what number that was.
so you see the daughter correspondence the day before, on the 8th?
Yeah, from the same number, what does it say?
So,
It said, what do you know?
right, that's you.
That was usually what I'm doing?
She saying that, she asked me you was at work and you was telling what you doing.
Yeah, what do you know?
So, y'all have back and forth conversation.
Like that, like I said, they called me when I had jobs, and I told you when they had my hat.
But I guess the way that the minute come in, I'm just trying to understand you.
So I can tell you.
No, you wait. Listen, I'm clean. At the beginning of the conversation, you asked if you were to speak with her on the phone or text message. And you said that, that you either speak with the grandmother or you speak with your child's mother.
Or they call me, they ask me and harass me, and I call the grandmother and let them know that they did that.
But here, we had a back and forth conversation.
Okay, what is the conversation?
This is
And I'm pausing at 1 hour, 58 minutes, and 23 seconds. Detective, it's fair to say that those were just clips of this interview.
correct.
Okay. And your conversation with Mr. Butts continued on into other kind of topics too.
Correct.
Okay. Did Mr. Butts say the last time that he saw Naziah before she went missing?
Yes, he stated to me that he had last seen her at the end of December or early January sometime at the grandmother's house in here.
Okay. And did he say anything about knowing where Naziah's bus stop was?
Yes,
Okay. What did he say about that?
he said that the bus stop was a 3 mile drive in Cornwall.
And when you guys are talking, and you mentioned the name Zaza, who is he referring to as Zaza?
The decedent. He's talking about Isaiah.
And you were showing Mr. Butts some text messages. What were the messages that you were showing him? Where were they from?
From his cell phone data, or I got that information from the officer in charge of the case. I don't know exactly where it was extracted from. I would have to review a document.
Okay. Were they from like a cell phone provider? Were they from an app, something like that?
I believe they were from an app.
Okay. And was it your understanding that those were messages between Mr. Butts, the defendant, and Naziah Harris?
Absolutely.
Okay. And the photo that you showed Mr. Butts, where he identified Naziah Harris, I want to show you people's, it's already admitted exhibit 12. Runaway approach.
Yes.
Is this similar to the photo that you showed Mr. Butts in your interview?
Yes.
What's the only difference, if there is any?
It appears to be the same. I feel like my picture was zoomed in a little bit.
Okay, so it's just a smaller version. Was yours in color also?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And is this the one where he identified as Naziah Harris?
Yes.
I think we got the time.
Good afternoon, Detective Mace.
Good afternoon.
So, let me ask you, first off, your role in this case, were you primarily just to interview Mr. Butts, or were you involved in the greater investigation?
Mainly for the interview. I assisted on a search.
Okay. So, you interviewed Mr. Butts on February 15th, correct?
Yes,
Okay. He was already in custody, correct?
yes.
And where did this interview take place at?
Detroit Police Headquarters.
Okay. Did you transport him, or was he already there when you got there?
He was already there.
Okay. So you don't know what conversation was had with him prior to getting there, correct?
No,
Okay. How long was he there prior to you seeing him? Do you know?
I can't recall, sir.
Okay. But it was you and your partner, Lisa Johnson?
Yes,
All right. You came into the room, correct? And he was already in the room when you came in?
yes,
And you said that you didn't offer him any food or drinks?
no.
Okay. Do you know if he had a chance to use the restroom?
No.
Okay.
Welcome back.
So you begin the interview with the reading of his constitutional rights.
Yes,
All right. And you said you believe he understood English. He understood everything you said, correct?
correct.
And you read the rights from him.
Yes,
Did he read them to you, or did you read them to him?
I recited them to him first,
Okay.
and then I asked him to go over it and read it himself.
Okay. You didn't have him read them out loud?
I can't recall.
Okay.
I can't recall. No.
All right. And he initialed behind each one of those, correct?
Yes,
You had him verify his phone number, correct?
correct.
All right. First of all, let me ask you, what was Mr. Butt's demeanor at this time?
His demeanor, initially it appeared to be forthcoming.
Okay, so he appeared to answer all your questions, correct?
Yes,
Didn't hesitate in answering any of your questions, did he?
no,
All right. And it was a conversation between the two, correct?
yes,
And you said this interview took place over 2 hours and 15 minutes. Is that what I have?
I feel it was about a couple hours. Yes, sir.
Okay. So you asked him about his cell phone, correct?
Yes,
He gave you the cell phone. He gave you his number, correct?
yes,
And he even signed off to say, yeah, go ahead and search my cell phone, right?
yes,
Okay. Now you asked him about January 9th, correct?
yes,
And he told you he did not he had a legal issue up in Clinton Township. I'm
yes.
sorry, he had a legal issue, excuse me.
Yeah, he said he had a legal issue. Yes,
All right. Did you check and verify whether or not that was true?
I did not.
Okay. And you asked him about Desire coming to his shop, correct? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, you asked him about his interaction with Desire, correct?
Yes,
And he told you that she would come to his shop from time to time, correct?
yes,
And he would have her do work in his shop, correct?
yes,
And he also told you he had his daughter do work as well, correct?
correct.
Did you verify whether or not that was true?
I did not.
Okay. You asked him about a bus stop, correct?
Correct.
And he said he told you where this bus stop was, correct?
Correct.
And did you find out how he knew where this bus stop was?
I did not.
I'm sorry?
I did not.
Did he tell you that anyone told him where this bus stop was?
I'm not sure, sir. I can't recall that, sir.
You can't recall? Maybe that's true.
I can't recall, sir.
Can't recall. Okay. Just one moment. Yeah, I have no further questions.
Can you redirect?
No, Judge.
Thank you. You're done.
All right, so the most significant part that we got from that, or gained from that, or garnered from that, whatever synonym you want to use,
Break for lunch?
is that they showed the interview. They showed the, like, I think Winter said it so perfectly. Let's see. I should have started. Because you said this so professionally. Hold on, let's see.
Okay.
They are bookmarking.
We need a break.
One moment.
Okay.
Okay, so what was gained from that is that we heard from the detective, our first detective that we heard from today in this trial, in this hearing. And the interrogation was introduced where they was bookmarking vital or important points in interrogation. So if it goes to trial, which I would be very hard pressed to believe that this not gonna go to trial, right? How can it not go to trial? I'm up to thinking, whereas hell, after this preliminary examination, all these witnesses and all the preponderance of the evidence we've seen just in this hearing, I don't understand why they don't just find him guilty and send him straight to jail. He ran off that stand. He was supposed to turn himself in because of a gun charge. Boom. So now we know on the day that Naziah went missing, the suspect, the defendant, was supposed to actually turn himself in, which they just talked about a little bit, and he was supposed to turn himself in on an unrelated gun charge. Thank y'all for that, and thank y'all for catching the parts I missed. Okay, I'm right here with you guys, but every once in a while I have to get up and go, go look over my son who homeschools. I have to go check on him, and I got a little puppy and everything, but I am here and we are each other's eyes and ears. So what we're going to do now is that I think I mentioned this earlier, but we went back to the testimony. I wanted to again go ahead and say this. This, what we're watching right now, is actually day 2 of this preliminary exam. Okay, in real time, today they actually did the closing statements for it. Okay, so I'm trying to get as much done as possible. And then it's gonna be a while before we're gonna do some like deep dive and look at some different things, the interrogation, some news reports, so we can get more familiar with the trial before the trial begins. I'm pretty sure they're gonna go to trial. Okay, unless he just do a plea deal or something. All right, so with the magic of fast forwarding, and you guys, I'm just letting you guys know I'm going to be here today for a couple more hours on this because I want to get to day 3 testimony, which was a lot. Okay, hold on, let's see. They was covering not Nixon, child. Hold on, let's see. Let's get it. Okay, court is back in session. Thank you. Y'all got my back. Thank you.
Right. Back on the record, People versus Jarvis Butts, 2459617. We just took a brief 5-minute break. Are the people ready to call their next witness?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, go right ahead.
At this time, people would call Erica Anderson.
I wouldn't be surprised if they asked for a change in venue on this. You know,
You swear to tell the truth, no truth, and nothing but the truth.
all the media has gotten.
Just watch your step.
Thank you, Sean P.
And you can pull that microphone off the ledge if you want, so you don't have to keep leaning into it. Hands ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
It's Erica Anderson, ERICAANDERSON.
And how are you employed?
I'm with the Michigan State Police Northville Crime Lab in the biology unit.
And how long have you been employed by Michigan State Police in the Northville Crime Lab?
For 15 years.
And what kind of education do you have for your job?
I have a bachelor's in biochemistry from Eastern Michigan University. I also have training with the National Forensic Science Technology Center and the Michigan State Police. That was approximately 1 year of testing in biology, forensic biology and DNA analysis.
Okay. So what kind of training, I guess, do you have to have for your role that you do, and do you do any continuously?
So I had approximately 1 year of training with, I previously mentioned, as well as continuous education, which includes at least 8 hours in DNA specific training, as well as up-to-date journal articles and current technology.
Okay. And do you have any certifications or any necessary licenses for this job?
No, we don't.
Okay. And have you testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Where at?
Washtenaw County, Wayne County, St. Clair, Oakland County, federal.
And approximate how many times have you testified as an expert?
About 40.
And what is it that you've testified as an expert in?
On DNA analysis.
Your Honor, I'd move to certify Erica Anderson as an expert in DNA analysis.
No objection.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. I want to talk about this case specifically, and when I say this case, I'm referring to lab number MD 24-691. Did you author reports as it relates to that case number?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what record numbers did you author?
Record 4, 6, 8. Oh, and 5, sorry.
Okay. So 4, 5, 6, and 8.
Correct.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Handing with marked people's proposed exhibits 22, 23, 24, and 25. You look at these and tell me if you recognize what I've handed you.
These are the reports I authored.
And we'll go through these one by one. Is People's Exhibit 23, is this a fair and accurate copy of the report you authored as it relates to record number 5?
Yes, it is.
I move for the admission of People's 23.
No objection.
It'll be amended as People's 23.
Okay, sorry, and I missed 22. In proposed exhibit 22, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the report that you authored in record number 4?
Yes, it is.
Move for the admission of People's 22.
No objection.
It'll be amended.
Thank you. And in proposed People's 24, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the report you authored as it relates to record number 6?
Yes, it is.
Move for the admission of People's 24.
No objection.
It'll be amended.
And 25, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the report you authored as it relates to record number 8?
Yes, it is.
Move to admit People's 25.
No objection.
It'll be amended.
Thank you. Now, may I publish, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, you turned off sharing, I'm sorry.
She want to share the screen. Oh, sorry.
Thank
I
you.
think she loved that.
Okay, so we're looking at People's 22 right now. Tell me, what is it that like these reports just generally start with at the top?
The information that is submitted by the agency with the evidence, which is their agency number, as well as the investigating officer, and then we assign a laboratory number to the case. It also has the date received for that evidence and the date the report was completed.
And who comes up with the nature of offense? Do you list that? Does the police list that?
The agency,
Okay. And what about the victims and suspects? Who lists those?
they also list those on the paperwork when they submit the evidence.
Okay. So in record number 4, what did you do in record number 4?
I interpreted and recorded 2 items of evidence that were submitted.
What were those items of evidence?
A buckle swab from Jarvis Butts and an ID, swabs of an ID card.
And what is it that you did to them? What's the process that you did?
So I'll give you a general overview of the process. When we receive this evidence in our laboratory, it's usually in a small tube, it's cuttings or swabs from evidence. We then extract the DNA, we see how much is present, and then we make many millions of copies of that DNA. We can then get a picture of that DNA profile from the evidence for the individual, and we can compare those. So in this case, I received the buccal swab, and for a reference sample, or a buccal swab or blood, known DNA from an individual, everyone has 1 or 2 what we call types at each of the locations within the DNA. So when I see 1 or 2 at one of these locations, I know that's only 1 person. If I'm seeing 3 or 4, 2 people in that sample. So for a reference sample, blood or buccal swab from the inside of someone's cheek, there would only be 1 individual present because that's directly from that individual.
Okay. And what you do, your process doesn't change or alter the DNA in any way, does it?
No, everyone has their own unique DNA profile. It is specific only to that person unless they have an identical twin. Every cell in your body has the same DNA profile that is unique to that individual.
So in record number 4, you came up with some interpretations. What does that mean?
So when I look at the kind of the picture of that DNA profile, I'll interpret how many people are there and then make comparisons to any known samples and the evidence.
Okay, so in interpretation number 1, you obtained a profile from the Jarvis Butts buccal swab.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and that was sufficient for comparison purposes.
Correct.
What does it mean to be sufficient for comparison purposes?
So the DNA must be above a certain threshold for evidence or references. And in this case, that DNA profile was all above that threshold, and it can then be compared to evidence.
Okay, and the interpretation number 2, you obtained a DNA profile from ID card swabs, but that was insufficient for comparison purposes.
Correct. The amount of DNA there was just too low and did not make it above that threshold, so I couldn't do anything with it or compare it to anything.
Okay, so you can say there's DNA there, but you can't compare it to anything.
Correct.
Okay. And that was the entire substance of record number 4. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. In record number 5, what evidence did you analyze in record number 5?
I received earbuds that were submitted as a possible alternate known. Fabric mattress pad cover cuttings, plastic mattress cover piece. That's it.
And these earbuds, alternate known. What does it mean? What does alternate known mean?
When there isn't a known sample from an individual, occasionally they can bring in, an agency could bring in an alternate known. Usually this would be a toothbrush or something that you knew belonged to them, a comb, or something along those lines. And then we could use that as an alternate known for that individual as their known sample.
Okay, so as opposed to there's a straight buccal swab from them or a hair strand from them.
Generally, buccal swabs or blood samples are used as references for known samples.
And in this case, do you know what alternate known you received?
This is an alternate reference known possibly for the victim in the case.
Okay. Would an alternate known, could that also be like a blood card from the birth?
Yes, that there are blood spot cards taken at birth that can be obtained from hospitals to be used as known samples.
Okay, so that'd be a known sample.
Correct.
Okay. And your results in this case, in your interpretations, you stated there was a DNA profile obtained from the earbud swabs that was not sufficient for comparison purposes. Is that the same thing as you were saying?
Okay, so it's let me see what's going on. That's not me, that's on their end. They had some type of technical, obviously, issue. Okay. Lost connection. But I was asking in the chat, I didn't know, is that a standard procedure now that they have blood spot records? So when you have a baby, they automatically take a blood sample and put it into a database? Has that been happening? Did anyone in the audience, did y'all know about that?
Very strong support the other way, or you could have just moderate
support. Let me know in the comments if you're able.
Support, which would be just a little bit of a tilt, or they can be fully excluded from the sample. So in this case, it was 4.6 thousand times more likely that it originated from those 4 unrelated individuals than Jarvis Butts and 3 other individuals, which is moderate support that he's not a contributor. So it's tilting that way, just not all the way.
And in record number 8, what evidence did you analyze here?
I received black hoodie stain swabs, another set of black hoodie stain swabs, black hoodie swabs, pink bodysuit stain swabs, pink bodysuit swabs, as well as Najai Harris blood card.
Now, what kind of testing did you do in record number 8?
The same as the previous records.
Okay, and that's autosomal DNA?
Yes.
Okay. Now, going through this, you were able to have a sufficient amount of DNA for comparison for Messiah Harris's blood card?
Correct.
And in your first or your second interpretation, this is as it relates to black hoodie stain swabs. This is the 5AD stain swabs. What were your hypotheses here?
So I determined that there were 2 individuals in that black hoodie stain swab, the first one, 5AD. And I would compare each of the known individuals to the sample. So initially it would be Jarvis Butts, and on one unrelated unknown contributor, and then on the other hypothesis would be 2 unrelated unknown contributors. So based on those results from the black hoodie stain swabs, it was approximately 460 times more likely if it originated from Jarvis Butts and an unknown contributor than if it was from 2 unrelated unknown contributors. And this provides moderate support that Jarvis Butts is a contributor to the black hoodie stain swabs.
Okay. And you can't say what that stain was, can you?
No.
Okay. And then you said you did one for Jarvis Butts and you did one for Messiah Harris.
Correct. So when comparing Messiah Harris, it's approximately 3.7 million times more likely if it originated from Messiah Harris and 1 unrelated contributor than if it were from 2 unrelated unknown contributors. And this provides very strong support that Messiah Harris is a contributor to the black hoodie stain swabs.
And in interpretation 3, this is the second of the black hoodie stain swabs, 5BD. When they're separated like that, when you have like 5BD and 5AD, does that tell you that they're different parts that are being swabbed, different areas?
Generally, it will be 2 different stains on the same item, but the person that actually took those swabs, they would best be able to describe where they were collected from.
Okay. So as it relates to 5BD, the black hoodie stain swabs, what did you find there?
That was 1 individual in that sample, and it genetically typed as female.
And so if that's the case, what was your hypothesis then?
So comparing Messiah Harris to that sample, it was 3.6 octillion times more likely if it originated from Messiah Harris than if it was from an unrelated unknown contributor. And this provides very strong support that Messiah Harris is the contributor to that black hoodie stain swab. And then I compare Jarvis Butts as well, and he's excluded from it to his single source samples.
Okay, and would that be because you found that it was only from 1 individual genetically typed as female?
Correct, yeah. When comparing him, he was excluded.
And when you say octillion, I'm not a math person, how many zeros is that?
That is 27 zeros.
Okay. And in interpretation number 4, we have just black hoodie swabs, and that's 5CD. And you have two analyses here, one with Jarvis and one with Messiah. What did you find as it relates to the comparison with Jarvis?
So the black hoodie swabs, generally these are taken to see who may have possibly worn it or skin cells opposed to stain swabs. So I determined that this was from 3 individuals. There were 3 individuals in that sample, and at least one of them genetically typed as male. And when comparing it to Jarvis Butts, it was approximately 2.1 million times more likely if it originated from Jarvis Butts and 2 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown contributors. And this provides very strong support that Jarvis Butts is a contributor to the black hoodie swabs.
And what about the comparison to Messiah?
When comparing Messiah Harris, it was 97 sextillion times more likely if it originated from Neziah Harris and 2 unrelated unknown contributors, than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated contributors. And this also is very strong support that Neziah Harris is a contributor to the Black Cookie swaps.
And how many zeros after the sextillion?
Sextillion is 21. And just for reference, anything over 1 million is considered very strong support.
And your next interpretation is to the pink bodysuit stem swabs. And you performed this assuming that there was 2 individuals. What was your comparison as it relates to Jarvis butts?
When comparing to Jarvis butts, it was 6.3 times more likely if it originated from Jarvis butts and 1 unrelated unknown contributor than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors. And this provides limited support that Jarvis butts is a contributor to the pink bodysuit stain swabs.
Okay. And as it relates to Neziah Harris?
It is approximately 60 septillion times more likely if it originated from Neziah Harris and 1 unrelated unknown contributor than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors. And this provides very strong support that Neziah Harris is a contributor to the pink bodysuit stain.
How many zeros in septillion?
Septillion is 24.
And then you interpreted the pink bodysuit, just regular swabs of it. And you determined that there was 2 individuals, at least 1 was typed as male.
Correct.
Tell me your comparison with Jarvis butts.
So it was 24 trillion times more likely if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from Jarvis butts and 1 unrelated unknown contributor. And this provides very strong support that Jarvis butts is not a contributor to the pink bodysuit swabs.
And you had said previously, just the swabs of items, you said they're more related to like a wearer ID type thing?
Generally, if it's a possible stain, blood stain, semen stain, it'll have the word stain. It's just swabs of, generally it is just swabs looking for who was possibly wearing that item. But I did not take the swab, so that person would be able to tell exactly.
And for the comparison with Neziah Harris, what did you find there?
It was 150 sextillion times more likely if it originated from Neziah Harris and 1 unrelated unknown contributor than if it was originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors, which is very strong support that Neziah Harris is a contributor to the pink bodysuit swabs.
And I think we said previously that was 21 zeros.
Sextillion, yes.
Okay. And what were your findings as it relates to interpretation number 7 of the fabric mattress pad stain cover?
So in the earlier report, we did not have a known sample from Neziah Harris, so I went back and compared her to those previously submitted evidence samples, one of which was the fabric mattress pad cover stain, which she was excluded as a contributor to that stain. Also to the plastic mattress cover piece swabs, which if you'll remember, that was 4 individuals. When comparing her, it was 430 million times more likely if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from Neziah Harris and 3 unrelated unknown contributors. And this was very strong support that Neziah Harris is not a contributor to that plastic mattress cover piece swabs. The final was the shower drain swabs. That was also 4 individuals. And that was 13,000 times more likely if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from Neziah Harris and 3 contributors. And that was strong support that Neziah Harris is not a contributor to those shower drain swabs.
Okay. And
Was it Was it the hotel shower drains that they tested? I missed that part. Did y'all hear that?
Nothing else at the time, Judge.
Okay, Ross.
Good afternoon. So when you received the swabs, you said in separate tubes, each swab or cutting or whatever you would be testing comes in a separate tube,
Correct.
and it's all labeled with a number that corresponds with the file that you're working on. Is that correct?
Correct. Each one has its own ID, yes.
Okay. And what other communication do you receive with those swabs?
We have submission paperwork, and that is in our system loaded, as well as all of the worksheets from the analysis that we go through. There's chain of custody. I mean, all this is within our system, but we only receive that initial information when we submit it, that paperwork. Occasionally we'll have a police report or something, but in this case, I didn't see one.
You didn't have one in this case?
I did not have one in my case file.
Did you have any communication with Sergeant Shannon Jones before you did the testing?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Did you know, was there a name associated with this file that you knew of before you did the testing?
There are, like I said, names within the case file. Generally, we process samples in batches and we don't really look at all that before we get started until we sit down to actually write the case, and those profiles are already complete.
Okay, and I'm gonna try to get some information from you just on how that process works, because I have a limited understanding of DNA, so correct me when I mess up. But as I understand it, when you're running these samples, essentially you come up with, ultimately for interpretation, kind of a line that shows peaks, and that is those are the things that you're comparing. Is that fair to say?
We look at 24 different areas within the DNA, and 2 of those will just give me the sex of the individual, if they're male or female, if there's a male included. On the other 22, it will be 2 like peaks basically at each location, and you'll have either 1 or 2 each individual.
And there could also be other peaks. So typically you have some that are taller than others, but you could also have shorter peaks. Is that fair to say?
If there's multiple people in that sample, I'll see maybe several peaks, and that's how I would determine how many individuals are in that sample.
Or things that you might interpret as, like, I think they call it stutter.
We possibly, it's a kind of a normal part of this system. There are these peaks that are expected, and they generally are filtered out. Occasionally they get a little high, but we know what they are.
And I was going to say, so then when you see this chart, is that part of your interpretation to kind of exclude that as something of significance?
The stutter peaks?
Yes.
Yes. I would evaluate if any of those peaks could possibly be stutter or not.
Okay. And I think you answered this, but I just want to make sure. How many loci did you test?
There's 24 total loci.
And that's what you tested?
Correct.
Okay. And that's of like the 3 million base pairs that exist, fair to say? And there's 150,000 loci in the human genome, correct? Is that right?
Yeah, this is the standard for forensics testing, yes.
It's 24. And so I think you indicated in almost all the things that you tested, they were mixed samples, except for the 2 initial, the buccal swab and the ID card. Is that fair to say? More than 1 contributor?
Yes. Except for the mattress stain swabs, I believe was a single contributor. Otherwise, yes,
okay.
More than 1 individual.
On the black hoodie swab,
Sorry about the technical. I don't know. I think it's on, I don't know if it's on my end or not, but it'll clear stuff up. We do have rain here. But then again, they had their own. Yeah, I think that's them. Because they did that earlier. I think it's on their end. I'm not sure. But we'll be patient. This is the lab, the state lab, crime lab agent is on the stand right now, going through the forensic evidence, the DNA. Okay, I'm going to be patient because, okay, there it goes. See, I've learned some patience, you guys.
On the black hoodie swab, the non-stain swab, I think your report indicates, or your testimony was that there were 3 contributors. Is that correct?
Just wanted to kind of double check to be
Of
sure.
course. Yep. Are you going to refer to your report to do that?
Yes, my report.
Okay.
So the second, the 5BD?
Yes.
Oh, 5BD was only one individual female.
I think we can kind of pretty much sit it out, Tweety, because it's not too much more this one, and we're almost at the end of this day. Is one more witness, so I'm gonna let it kind of ride out, and they on cross-examination.
Yes, I determined to be 3 individuals present.
Okay. And I think your report says that at least one was male.
Correct. I can't determine how many males, just male, because there was a variety in the sample.
Okay. So fair to say there could have been 2 contributors and 1 non-male, 1 female contributor.
Yeah, all I know is at least one in those 3.
Okay. Now, is it the program that determines the statistical number, the probability, or how is that determined?
I determine how many individuals are in the sample, and then the software determines that likelihood ratio.
Okay. Because you're only receiving swabs or cuttings, you don't actually see pictures of what the items are that the stains came from or the swabs came from. Is that fair to say? Or do you?
They are in the case file. I did see them in this case. So sometimes I'll look at them, and sometimes I'll just write the report unless there's a need to see them. They're not always provided, but.
Do those pictures indicate to you where the different samples might have been taken from, or the swabs may have been taken from?
Yes, the pictures in this case were taken by the previous analyst that provided the samples to me. So she would have actually examined the evidence itself, took the pictures, as well as where any swabs or cuttings were taken.
So the previous analyst would be testing for genetic material in general. Is that fair to say, like saliva, blood, semen, stuff like that? She's the one that's making that determination.
Yes, she would do any body fluid testing, such as blood, semen, saliva, and then any swabs that just for skin cells.
Okay. DNA can degrade over time, fair to say?
Over time and in certain conditions, sure.
Weather, stuff like that.
Potentially as sunlight can degrade DNA.
The elements in general, bacteria.
Yes.
Okay. And so when it degrades, does that mean that the DNA molecule itself is breaking down?
Yes, it's degrading, yeah.
And what is the impact of that on a DNA test?
It could just be lower than it would have been. So there's still a profile, it's just lower. We also see
Okay, so let me go ahead and let me go ahead and try to refresh this window real quickly, because it's doing it a lot, and I don't know whether it's the weather or what, but we're gonna check it out. Give me one moment. This is where I need to get me a pre-recorded little intermission thing or commercial thing or something like that, you know. So I'm gonna work on that too. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff to do, but that's normal. One moment. So let me go on mute real quickly. Okay, I got it. Let me reshare. Here we go. Sorry about that. I need to take some extensions off my Chrome. Hold on, let me get it shared. Boom, there we go. Oh, it's not on the screen. Oh my God. Okay. Child.
So sometimes I'll.
Let me go pick some more coffee.
And sometimes I'll just
Oh my
write a
God.
report unless there's a need to see them. They're not always provided, but.
My
Do those
bad.
pictures indicate to you where the different samples might have been taken from, or the swabs may have been taken from?
Yes, the pictures in this case were taken by the previous analysts that provided the samples to me. So she would have actually examined the evidence itself, took the pictures, as well as where any swabs or cuttings were taken.
So the previous analyst would be testing for genetic material in general. Is that fair to say, like saliva, blood, semen, stuff like that? She's the one
Yes.
that's making that determination.
Yes, she would do any body fluid testing, such as blood, semen, saliva, and then any swabs of just for skin cells.
Okay. DNA can degrade over time, fair to say?
Over time and in certain conditions, sure.
Weather, stuff like that.
Potentially as sunlight can degrade DNA.
The elements in general, bacteria.
Yes.
Okay. And so when it degrades, does that mean that the DNA molecule itself is breaking down?
Yes, it's degrading, yeah.
And what is the impact of that on a DNA test?
It could just be lower than it would have been. So there's still a profile, it's just lower. We also see a very specific pattern when something is degraded, where it, instead of peaks kind of being nice and straight, they kind of ski slope off. So we can identify it.
Okay. Could it mean that you get an incomplete or a partial profile?
Sure, yeah.
Was that a factor at all in any of the swabs that you tested in this case?
I didn't see any very specific, that pattern that I was talking about. I didn't see that. Some of the samples are lower, so they may have been possibly, if they were in the elements, degraded or diluted.
Okay. So you mentioned that when you're looking at a profile, if you see a Y chromosome, that indicates to you that there's a male contributor to that sample.
Correct.
And try to say this in the least amount of words possible. And so if you have a mixed sample, you can do, or one of the ways to determine the male profile would be to use a Y-STR analysis. Is that correct?
Yes, we do offer testing that specifically looks at only that Y chromosome in our lab, and I don't perform that testing personally.
Somebody else would perform that?
Yeah, so when we need it, they will perform it, yes.
And what would indicate, or what would determine when that would be needed?
Generally, it's in samples where it's a mixture usually from a female, let's say a body swab, and there's so much of her DNA, it's overwhelming the small amount of male DNA present. So they can do this testing to only look at that Y chromosome, so that that large amount of female DNA kind of isn't in the way.
And so this would be done for something like skin cells or saliva, or some DNA, some genetic material that's not specific to males. Is that correct? Like you wouldn't need to do that kind of a test on semen, or something that's only going to come from a male.
It's any sample where there's just an over, a large amount of female DNA but a very small amount of male DNA is generally when we use the testing.
Okay. Would you use it if there were multiple suspected
Child, I'm about to fast forward.
contributors?
I don't want to speak to that test, like when we use it. Since
Drop a 1 in the chat if you got
Would
a
it be-
problem with me fast forwarding right
Is it
now.
possible to use that, or would that be helpful?
Drop a 2 if
in
you
general?
don't have a problem with me
I have no
fast
idea.
forwarding
Okay.
right now.
You're not familiar with?
No, I mean, I have the basic understanding, but since I don't actually perform it and I'm not trained in it, I
But-
don't want to speak to it.
When we do a real trial,
If the
like
Y chromosome DNA.
now, okay, we gonna fast forward, okay? However, if go, okay, y'all, Lit Lane Jury Box. In this sector, the trial war sector that we didn't officially launched ourselves into, right? For the actual trials, we're gonna have to be committed, right? If we're watching a current trial that's actually happening in real time, we have to commit to just sticking it through, right? But this is a hearing, and we also behind in it because we're not on real daytime, okay? But when we get to watching the trial, boom, as it's happening live, we we have to. However, how about we take a jury poll when, okay, we're gonna have to decide, right? We're gonna have to decide, right? But hey, we're not trying to be like all the other the trial watch channels. We're trying to be the Lit Lane Jury Box trial watch, right? If we wanted to be all stuffy and all like that, then we would be over at the Court TV channel, or we would be at Law and Crime Network, right? But we don't want to be just like too loose, right? These are the things that we will figure out, a happy balance, right? All right, so we fast forwarded through that because we will hear that testimony again for the trial. Okay. Do we really? Right, we lit lane, not boring lane, right? Right? I mean, once she said we found his DNA and her DNA on her stuff, that, hey, that did it for me. But at this moment in time, we also is fry them and hang them up high lane. At this moment, 90% of us is like, okay, go ahead and just send them to prison. See, what it is I have to make a commercial or like some type of intro that say, hey, this is the home of. Y'all don't worry about Winter and her eyeballs, okay? Exactly, Living. And I need to be also make sure that I drop the link that we're following, like the stream channel we following. I need to make sure I drop that. Hey, Sassy, everything turned out okay for you? Welcome back to the Nigeria Box.
George Harris.
Okay, we are back into the thick of it. Let me go on mute.
You can just take it off the list too. It's easy.
And what do you do currently for a living, sir?
I'm a school safety liaison.
Okay. And going back to January of 2024, where were you employed at that time?
Detroit Public Schools Police.
And what did you do for the Detroit Public Schools Police Department at that time?
I was a lieutenant.
And assigned to an investigative division or something else?
I was in charge of the Western Patrol Division and our intelligence unit.
Okay. And did that include, at least on the intelligence unit side, some investigatory roles?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And were you involved in the disappearance and homicide investigation into Ms. Harris?
Yes, I was.
And how did you become involved in that, sir?
The initial report came in that she was missing. A detective was assigned to it. She liaisoned back to me that Zaya had a social media account and had communicated through text now. So anytime there was a cyber-related nexus or anything having to do with cell phones or digital communications, I was the person who had handled with the district for years.
And what is the reason you would handle the sort of cyber or internet portions of investigations?
I had the training and experience.
And as part of the investigation, did you do an initial search warrant to TextNow?
Yes.
Okay, and did you get an initial return for that?
Yes.
Okay, and were those from the dates of January 8th, 2024 to January 26th, 2024, if you remember?
That sounds
about right?
Yes.
Okay. It didn't go back before January 8th at that time, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I will come back to that in a second, but the initial agency investigating Nazia's case, was that Detroit Public Schools Police Department?
That's correct.
Okay, and when did that investigation begin?
January 9th, her grandmother reported her missing. One of our officers, Officer Wolf, I believe it was, went out to the school, took the report. Canvas was done. Detective Gardner was assigned to the case. And then from there, she liaisoned with me, and I started making my notifications and started working on it from the.
You said January 9th the report was made?
The 10th, I'm sorry.
The 10th, okay. So that's when the investigation began, and that's when you became notified of this case, correct?
Correct.
And did the investigation stay with the Detroit Public Schools Police Department for the entirety of until today?
No.
When was it transferred and to who was it transferred?
It was transferred to Sergeant Shannon Jones sometime I don't remember the exact date, but it was later in January, maybe early February.
Okay. So
Were we getting closer to that 30-day mark?
around a month?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the reason it was transferred to DPD?
There have been no sightings, nothing had been heard from her. At that point, the other agencies that I brought in, we ended up shipping it over once. We received some more calls from DPD. The commander of the 5th Precinct had called me, and we just got together with Detroit, my chief and I, and the deputy chief, and then they decided they were going to take it over because it appeared that she was not going to be recovered alive.
Okay, and in the course, to your knowledge of the initial investigation by the Detroit Public Schools Department, was there any activity from Nazia on social media after January 9th?
Not from Nazia, no.
Now, you said earlier that after it was transferred to the Detroit Police Department, did you receive a call regarding, from Sergeant Jones regarding a request to confirm an ID that was found, a school ID?
Yes.
Okay, and did you receive a copy of that picture of the ID to confirm it?
Yes.
Okay. And the picture that was sent to you, did you confirm that as Nazia Harris' grade 8 identification card? If you don't remember.
I'm not sure
Okay.
what grade she was in, but yeah, it was her identification card.
All right. May I approach her?
Yes.
Approaching with what's already been admitted as Exhibit 40. Does that look similar to what you were asked to confirm?
Yes.
And that one you went into, did you go into the school system to confirm that that was Nazia's ID?
Through an intermediary, but yes.
Okay. And in the bottom corner of one of that, it says grade 8, correct?
Yes, it does.
And you had said earlier that you did an initial search warrant to TextNow to receive some messages, correct?
It started out as exigent circumstance request, but yes.
Okay. And may I approach again?
Yes.
Just the last page of the ones that- I'm approaching with what's already been admitted as Exhibit 16. And if you could take a look at that, I'm handing you the last page of Exhibit 16. Does that look familiar to you, sir?
Yes,
And are those some of the messages that you got from the search warrant that you did to text now?
yes,
And are there on that page that you're holding 3 highlighted ones on the bottom of that message or of that page?
yes,
And the first highlighted one, is there a number associated with whether that it was sent or received from or to?
yes.
And can you read that number for the court, please?
313-585-8719.
And was the first message that's highlighted there, was that a sent or received message?
It was a sent message.
Indicating that it came from the owner of the TextNow account, correct?
Correct.
And what does that message say?
Don't forget to be there before 3. I will let you know when I'm leaving school. If you're not there, I will wait.
And to be clear, the owner of the account that you did a search warrant on, you believe to be Neziah Harris, correct?
That is correct.
And then the second message down from that, second to last message on that page, is that a sent or received message?
It's a sent message.
And who is it sent to, the number?
313-585-8719.
And what does that message say?
Send okay if you send the message so I can delete your number.
And then the last message on that page first, is that a sent or received message to that account?
Received.
So the owner of the account would have received that message from someone else?
Yes.
And what's the number that sent the message to that TextNow account?
313-585-8719.
And what is that message?
Okay.
And what are the dates of those messages?
January 9th, 2024.
And when the owner of that account received that last message of okay, what date and time did she receive that on?
January 9th, 2024 at 14:23:10 UTC.
And the UTC would be 4 hours ahead at that time from the local time?
Correct.
Okay. And so that would have been at 10 a.m. or so?
That would have been 9:23
a.m.
Yes.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Okay, Ross?
Is it, Sergeant Harris? I'm sorry.
It was Lieutenant
It was
Harris.
Lieutenant, I'm sorry. I want to get that right. So did you learn about this case through Detective Gardner? Did you learn about it from somewhere from the school, or how did it land on your desk? Can you?
So the grandmother went to the school called Officer Wolf, who works that area. And then whenever we have a missing student, we always dispatch a detective.
Okay, so it was Officer Wolf who was initially dispatched to the school
Correct.
to do kind of an initial intake or interview,
Yes.
so to speak. Okay. And you're familiar that he did that?
Yes, he generated a report and did that. And then Detective Adele Gardner took over from there.
So when Officer Harris,
Wolf.
Wolf came back with his report, he passed, essentially, the report indicated what he did on the case and then handed it off to Detective Gardner.
No, Detective Gardner responded to the scene before he even came back and did the report.
Okay, so Detective Gardner is also involved in some of the things that Officer Wolf did.
Yes,
In
the
terms of
canvassing and
canvassing.
talking to people, yes.
Okay, that's what I was going to get to next. So you're familiar that at least Detective Gardner and Officer Wolf went out to the 3 Mile Drive location at Cornwall where the bus stop was and canvassed that area.
Not just them, but other officers, yes.
Others too, okay. Did any of the officers in DPS interview the teacher that was in Neziah's class that day?
Yes, I believe so.
Yes, do you know who it was?
It would have been Detective Gardner.
And do you know if Detective Gardner has authored a report?
She would have case notes and interview statements of everybody she interviewed.
Okay. Did you follow up on anything that Officer Wolf did or that he left open in his report to do?
Not personally, I was just directing the efforts of Detective Gardner as whatever guidance she needed or help.
Okay, and one of the things that she requested of you was to do the search warrant for the text now?
The text now, Instagram.
Okay, and did you receive anything back from Instagram?
Yes, I received back to her Nazia's Instagram account
Okay.
information.
Okay. Now, ultimately, you came into possession of Nazia's laptop. Is that correct?
You talking about the one she uses at school?
Correct.
Yes.
And how did you become? How did you take possession of that?
I sent Detective Gardner over to the school to pick it up.
It was at the school.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where at the school?
With all the rest of the laptops the kids use.
Okay, so they leave the laptops there every day at the end of the day.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if anybody from your unit or searched anywhere in the classroom, like lockers or areas where like coats and other things, bags, backpacks, lunch boxes, that kind of thing are stored?
That would have been standard to have to search where her locker was, her classroom, any of that stuff.
It would have been.
We would search the whole school to make sure that we found kids hiding in the school before they were going missing. So we would search the entire school, surrounding area, that route to and from school, things of that nature.
Can you say for sure that that was done here, or just that should have been done because
That should have been done.
Okay, but you can't say for sure that you didn't do it.
I didn't go to the scene.
Okay. And you haven't read a report that indicated somebody else did it. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Okay. Now you also were shown a picture of Nazia's 8th grade ID card from the school.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when that ID card was issued to Nazia?
It should have been the beginning of the school year.
Okay. So then it would have been end of August?
Yes. Or yeah, because we started before Labor Day again last year.
Okay. Other than the warrant and giving the laptop over to DPD, did you do anything else yourself in this case?
Yes.
What else?
Went back out to the school, interviewed some students, got some more information from some of Nazia's friends, different from what they had given earlier. Spoke with her little sister, spoke with the grandmother, got the release for her dental records, picked up the toothbrush. Went out on a couple more canvases, things of that nature.
Okay. Now you mentioned that you passed this case off, or your department passed this case off to DPD at about the 30-day mark.
Somewhere around there. It may have been a little after, because right around the 30-day mark is when I would have went and got the toothbrush, so we still had it then. Because you have to make that update in the system when you get close to the 30-day mark.
So the case was opened on January 10th, correct?
Correct.
And was it the 13th of February that you gave the laptop to the Detroit police? Do you recall?
That sounds about right, around Valentine's Day.
Okay. And that would have been about the last thing that you did at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And that's right around a 30-day window, fair
Yeah,
to say?
a little bit past at that point.
Okay. Now is that 30-day window, is that kind of a standard protocol, or is there something that kind of where your jurisdiction kind of expires and you pass it on to a different agency?
I would say no, because I had been with the school police since 2011, and this was the first missing we hadn't recovered within a couple of days. So normally we would, continue on with our cases. But once it got to that point, once we suspect, it could be a possible homicide, then the jurisdiction goes back to Detroit. So that's kind of how we went.
Would it be fair to say that once you had kind of exhausted your tools,
I guess, yeah, that's one way to look at it.
could you hand it off to a different agency before 30 days? Could you decide within 2 weeks, we aren't coming up with any leads, we should give this to a different agency for more assistance?
We could, yes.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Very briefly, Judge. Ms. Quick asked you about recovering a laptop. That was done in this case. Nazia's laptop was recovered, correct?
Yes.
And did you Did you
I
or
bet
did
the
someone
school
else
police gonna tighten
or
up now.
DPS recover a tablet that belonged to Ms. Zayat as well?
Yes,
Okay, and where was that recovered from? The school or somewhere else?
from the grandmother.
From the grandmother?
Yes,
And that would be Annette Harris?
yes.
Nothing further, trustee.
Okay, you are done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see how fast he run up that stand. All right, so we coming to the conclusion almost of this day here. We're gonna get into day 3.
Correct.
In day 3, I hate to say it because of the nature, right? Because of the nature of this crime, I hate to say like the good part and we get into the good part, the juicy part. That's so, I don't want to, we might have a family member or somebody that come watch this, but let's just say this. Day 3, which we're gonna get to, is quite telling. Okay, that's when some of the cousins, some of the children witnesses gonna testify. So let's see who this last guy is of the day. We're gonna see some video footage.
I want to take you back to January 20th, 2024. Did you receive a request or a dispatch to go to a location?
Not on that date, but yes,
So
I
there's
did
some
receive
member of law
a
enforcement.
request
Let's
back
get into
in February 20th of 24 to make 4803 Bedford to recover some video.
Okay, and you said 4803?
Correct.
And did you write a report about this?
Correct.
Is there an error or a typo in your report regarding the injury?
Yes, I have 3803.
And in preparation for your testimony, did you realize that that was a typo?
Correct.
And what was the reason you were dispatched to that location on Bedford?
At that time, to recover video from a surveillance unit that's showing a girl walking down the street.
Okay. And are you familiar with the area that address is in, or what the corner and cross streets are?
Yes.
And what are the corner and cross streets right next to that address?
That is Bedford and Cornwall.
Okay. And then is the street 3 Mile Drive nearby this location?
That's 1 block east of Bedford.
And did you have a chance to observe the videos or some of the videos that you recovered earlier today?
Yes.
And do those fairly and accurately depict the videos that you extracted from this system?
Yeah, that was a ring system. Yes, sir.
Okay. And at this time, Judge, I would move to admit people's proposed exhibits 49, 50, and 51.
Any objection?
No, thank you.
It will be admitted.
And permission to publish.
Yes.
And playing exhibit. Playing exhibit 49 from the beginning. And stopping the video at 9 seconds in. I'm not going to ask you to narrate what we're seeing in the video. I just want to lay some groundwork as to what we're looking at. Did you see that bus go by on the right side of the screen?
Correct.
And where is that bus approximately stopping right now on the screen?
That's stopping right approximately at 3 Mile Drive.
And Cornwall?
Cornwall.
Okay. And we're looking at Bedford from this view.
Yeah, we're looking eastbound from the house of 4803 towards down Cornwall towards 3 Mile Drive.
Okay. Continuing playing from 9 seconds. And moving to exhibit 50 and playing from the beginning. And moving now to exhibit 51. And stopping at 6 seconds into the video. Detective, is there a timestamp on this video that you can see or that you know of?
There is a timestamp.
Can you see it on the screen right now?
No, sir.
And is it being obscured by the zoom thing in the bottom right corner?
Correct.
Is there anyone-
Are you okay if I just read what I
Yeah, and that's where I'm Detective, when you went to extract this, is there something you do or a process that you follow to calibrate the time system?
Yeah.
On the system you're extracting the video from?
Correct. We do a time calibration to the world clock.
Okay, and what is the world clock?
So basically, the world clock is the anatomical clock that we go by from the Navy clock. So looking at the anatomical.
Now, I try not to do this that much, but I have to say this. I have to say this. I have to say this. Again, it's nothing womanish about this little girl. But that doesn't make it okay. Not to say that if a young girl have a curvaceous figure, if a young girl is dressed provocative, if a young girl look womanish or grown, as we would say in our community, that don't make it okay. But I'm saying this because if none of that can be said in the instance of Naziah. None of that. I just had to say that. Look at this little girl.
Or the world clock to the video system. We calibrate how if it's zero, which this one was, or if it was short or fast.
Okay. So you would be able to tell if the video, the time system that is on the video is 10 seconds fast, 2 hours fast, or slow?
Slow, correct.
And what was the result again for this video?
Again, this was zero to the world clock, so it was on time.
Okay. And
Just go full screen. Are you good? Okay. Move like. And you have to see the bottom.
And I'm not going to take out that part. May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yeah.
Detective, can you read, it might be easier on the laptop, what the time is in the bottom right corner on the screen right now?
Thank you, Sean, for the $10 super chat.
So that
Thank
time
you.
is, and I don't have my glasses.
Thank you very much.
It is January 9th, 2024. I believe it's 14:54 and some seconds.
And 14:54 would be around
2:54 p.m. on the 9th of January.
And all of these videos have that timestamp?
Correct.
and playing the video now from 33 seconds. I have nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Real quick. So in that video, are you familiar with that area that's depicted in the video?
Correct.
Okay, so you said that that was a view from the camera on a house viewing Bedford going east. Is that correct?
Bedford runs north and south. Cornwall runs east and west. So it's shooting eastbound down Cornwall, basically.
Okay, but your view is is looking towards the east.
Correct.
Okay, and so in Bedford, you said is a north-south street.
Correct.
So she rode us home.
The person walking
but then
down
had plans already
Bedford would be going towards
to
north.
meet him
Yes, ma'am. Towards
somewhere close to
East
home.
Warren.
Or is it Warren or is it Harper?
That's Warren.
Warren. Okay.
Well, Warren, then Harper, that's all going in that direction.
Okay.
Nothing else, thanks.
All right, so this concludes. Okay, let me go ahead and take this off the screen. And boom, we got through the second day of the preliminary hearing. I did give you guys an update, a breaking news update that as of 25 minutes ago, when I look at my YouTube, the judge decided to go ahead and go with trial. And according to the title, because I haven't watched it, she calls him a monster. Okay, I didn't know they could do that. Thank you for the super chat again, and thank you for the Cash App. I appreciate that. We don't do a lot of asking around here. Just coming and helping the channel by watching and hitting like and sharing is great, and participating in the chat. However, I do need to take care of some household stuff, like take care of the StreamYard and all that. So thank you. Let me go ahead and get this up to day 3, where we determined that it's going to be some pivotal testimonies in day 3. Okay, some pivotal testimony from day 3, and that is why I am in it to win it today, because I want to hear this testimony, and I can't promise y'all if I end the live that I won't go listen to it without y'all. So let's go ahead and get to that. Let's see. And of course, if you guys want to follow this, I'm going to put the to Detroit, who we're watching and streaming. We're going to drop the link. Let's see. This is day 3, which was yesterday. Is it showing? No, it's not showing. Okay.
To the courtroom this morning that former DPS officer Derek Wolf, who is now working at 36, was in the courtroom. He stated he would not be in the courtroom, but just because we'll be facing this way, you can keep, or your staff can keep an eye on that. I don't think it's going to be an issue. I think he's fully aware, just so that the court is aware of that.
Okay, let me clear this up. Let me clean this up.
He's not in.
I can see the door, so I will make sure that he's not.
Thank you, Judge. And then the second preliminary matter is that the people would move to admit people's proposed exhibit 61. Subscriber information for the phone number ending in 871.
Okay, I'm gonna make an executive decision to fast forward this part.
The ledger for January.
Now who is this? Oh, that's the detective. That's the one we saw her. Okay, we saw this lady in the interrogation.
26 years.
And are you assigned to a specific unit or division?
Right now, homicide cold case.
Homicide detective. I missed her name,
Can you pull that microphone down?
but we'll live.
And were you working back in February of 2024 in homicide cold case?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get the chance to assist in the investigation of, at that time, missing Messiah Harris?
I did.
Okay. And I want to take you to the location of 20,000 Harper. Okay. Do you, did your assisting in the investigation take you to that location?
Yes.
And what is that location?
Park Crest Hotel.
Okay. And do you recall when about you went there?
Sometime in February.
Okay. And it's in 2004, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. And when you went there, what is it that you did?
We spoke to the clerk that was on duty at the time, and we requested the ledger for January.
And did you receive anything from the ledger from January?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And what is it that you received?
There was a sign-in sheet filled out by Mr. Butts.
Okay. And did you take a copy of that sign-in sheet?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach with people's proposed exhibit 19?
Yes.
Thank you. Handing you its marked as people's proposed exhibit 19. Can you tell me, do you recognize what it is I just handed you?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the receipt that you received from the Park Crest Inn as it relates to Mr. Butts?
Yes, it is.
And I move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit 19.
No objection. Okay, we admit it as people's 19.
Thank you, Judge. And looking at that receipt, who is it that checked out a room?
Jarvis R. Butts.
And is there a address associated with that?
Yes, there is.
Without reading the numbers of the address, what street is that on?
Wilshire Drive.
Okay, so that's not on my end of them. When you see that live view deal, that means they're having some type of technical issue actually with the station. Okay. I see a couple of y'all getting off work. We done made it through the day. Welcome back, Rockwell. Let me fast forward. Oh, I think they cut in with some wildfire information. Looks like.
Dedicated space or into the trash can where the user can't see it, but it could still be in that trash can or in the deleted files on the phone that the user doesn't necessarily see.
Okay, so I don't know exactly what happened. But however,
back to the money.
This is not on my side, it's on the side of the streaming channel. So hey, what can I say? They must have had a problem with the camera because now they're from a different angle.
At gmail.com.
And
okay, so apparently they had some type of camera angle problem. This is the Fox 2 News, Detroit News, but it looks like when I kind of red ball it up, it looks like they're going to get it fixed. So you guys, let's just be patient and let's just pick up where they picked up right here. And it looks like it's the same detective up there, just a different angle. Okay, let's see.
going to line just a couple down on 24. Is there an account listed on line 24 of the user account section?
Yes.
And what is that for?
This is an Instagram ID account.
And is there a user ID or a username associated with that Instagram account?
There is.
And can you read that?
J-O back to the money.
And is that all one word?
It is.
And then is each Instagram account associated with a unique identifying number?
Yes.
And is that number, that unique identifying number, listed on line 24 that you're looking at right now?
Yes, in the second column, there it says user ID.
And just read those numbers for the record.
2628544051.
And it, just in general, the preliminary device reports are some contacts that was in the phone listed as well. Maybe not in all of them, but just that happened in some preliminary device reports. Okay.
Not in the preliminary device report is just specific to the device information. So in other sections of the phone extraction, there would be other information.
Contacts that the person entered into the phone.
Okay, we're gonna
Yes,
fast forward to
yes,
this
that would
part.
just be in different areas, not in the preliminary device.
Hold on, we're gonna fast forward through that part. Okay, let's see what he's talking about. This is why I keep missing their names. They giving the name to the court reporter instead of getting on the stand and saying it. Welcome back to the Lit Lane Jury Box, Miss Catherine Powell. We just started day 3. Watching the day 3 yesterday's preliminary hearing. So you're right on time for the second half. Thank you for joining, y'all. Please hit the like.
Thank you. You state your name for the record?
My name is Omar Reyes.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I am currently the interim deputy chief medical examiner for Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office.
And how long have you worked at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office?
About 6 years.
And what is your role at that office?
I perform autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death.
And do you have certain education that allows you to do that job?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that education?
I'm a physician by occupation and forensic pathology by specialty.
Okay, so this is just a
I attended
preliminary
medical
hearing, you
school.
guys, and we are arbitrarily deciding what we're gonna skip. It's no body recovered at this time. So yeah, we're gonna skip that. We'll watch all that during the real trial. Let me drop the link for anyone who want to see it word for word.
Also, you can pull that whole microphone off.
This is day 3 of the preliminary.
Testify so we can hear you better.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Could you state your name for the record?
My name is Rian, is my first name, Green is my last name.
And what do you do for a living, Ms. Green?
I am a forensic scientist with the Michigan State Police.
How long have you been a forensic scientist with the Michigan State Police?
I've been a forensic scientist for almost 4 years now.
4 years?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any, well, first, what is your primary role in, what division do you work in within the Michigan State Police lab?
I'm in the forensic laboratory and I am in the biology unit, also known as BFI, which is body fluid identification.
And is that what you've done for the 4 years that you've been at MSP?
No, I've actually been at MSP longer than the 4 years. I'm sorry, it's been almost 4 years.
Okay.
But I've been with MSP for a little over 15. CD, which just says black hoodie swabs are for wearer ID.
Okay, we skip past the
That would be
qualification.
swabbing the.
I'm not skipping no more
Wet
right
swabs,
now.
the neck area, anywhere that would contact where the wearer of the potential wearer of the garment may have contacted, like the neck or sleeve, cuffs. Yeah.
And those are the swab, so just swab that you sent forward was to identify who was likely wearing that sweater, correct?
Correct.
And then the stain swabs, were those swabs from areas that were tested positive for the pheno test and the Demetra test?
Correct.
Oh. Now, going back to the exhibit that's on the screen, you did a test for a pink bodysuit as well, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell us the first test that's listed in your report and what that means?
The first test for the pink bodysuit, item 6, is acid phosphatase again.
And that's for semen, correct?
Correct.
And what was the result of that test?
Negative.
And then going down to the next test, I believe it's the pheno test.
Mm-hmm.
What was the result of the pheno test on the pink bodysuit?
There were areas that were negative for pheno, and then there was an area that was positive.
Okay. And did you do any further testing on the area that was positive?
This one, I did not do any further testing on the positive area. I just swabbed that and I sent that forward.
And what was the reason you didn't go further into the hemotrace or hemostix test?
Because it was such a small area, I was worried about sample consumption in my testing. And so I just sent, in this case, I did send the tested swab as well as an additional sterile swab of that same area to DNA.
And just to get that out of the way, are those listed on record number 8 that you have as well?
Yes, they are.
And which ones are listed there?
The pink bodysuit stain swabs will be MD 24-691-6, capital A, lower D. And the pink bodysuit swabs will be MD 24-691-6, capital B, lower D.
And those were sent forward for further analysis by someone else, correct?
Correct.
Going back, sorry, the regular swab, not the stain swab for item or container 6 that you sent forward, that was the same thing as the wearer ID that you talked about earlier?
For the wearer ID, it was the same process as the hoodie. I used 2 sterile swabs, swabbed the neck area, and because it was like a sleeveless item, I swabbed around where the arms would be in constant contact and the ankle cuffs. I think I said all the neck area as well, the collar area.
And going down a little bit more quickly to item 7 now. First, what was that item that you processed?
This was, item 7 was a blood card that was submitted as a reference sample for Naziah Harris.
Okay, and what did you do with that swab in terms of processing and passing it, or sending it forward for further testing?
So no testing was done on this as it is a known sample. It was a blood card, so I cut a portion of one of the blood circles on there and sent it forward to DNA.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And may I approach us to retrieve those exhibits?
Yes.
And in terms of those 2 items, the pink bodysuit and the black hoodie, did you take photos of your testing as it proceeded?
Yes.
And did you provide those to the OIC of this case as well as the prosecutor's office?
They were provided, not by me.
Okay. And referencing the pink bodysuit specifically, the photos you took, do those fairly and accurately depict what you were doing and what you saw as your testing proceeded?
Yes, I take pictures before, as I receive the item fresh out of the package. I lay it out to get a full picture of the item, and I take photos after I mark it up with like my testing results and, at the end.
And that's all put into a PowerPoint, correct?
Correct.
And that PowerPoint would fairly and accurately depict your observations as you move forward in testing?
Yes.
I would, at this time, move to admit People's proposed 64, the PowerPoint for the pink bodysuit.
No objection. It'll be a minute. People 64.
And permission to publish.
Yes.
And just on the first slide here, first photo, is this just a cover sheet for the item that you did?
Yes.
Okay. Going to the second slide or second photo, can you just tell us what we're looking at here on this slide?
So this slide in particular, I take pictures of the front and back of the exterior. If it's a clothing item, front and back of the exterior. And in this case, front and back of the interior, which is on a further slide. But this here, the top left picture is the front exterior as if it was worn. So that would be, if you were looking at the person wearing it, that would be the front. And the bottom right picture is a close-up of the top half.
And if we could go to slide 10. And we're looking at the 10th slide, starting with the top left. Can you tell us what we're looking at there and what is listed underneath that top left photo?
The top left is the front exterior again, as if worn, and this was after testing, after pheno testing. And the one on the bottom right is a closer look at the top portion, I guess from like shoulder to torso of the garment.
And you have some words included on the top right indicating that there was pheno negative testing on this portion of it.
Yes, that was the key to, so when the viewers such as yourself would look at this photo and see the pH-N, that's our way of saying this was a negative stain and keeping track of the stains that I did test. So the pH-N means phenol-neg.
Okay. And can we go to slide 20? Okay. Sorry, one back. And I want to focus on the bottom right photo here. What are we looking at in the bottom right of the 19th slide in the PowerPoint?
The bottom right photo is where the positive phenol stain was located. This would be the interior back portion of the item. So like inside here, I don't know if you can see, but like it will be interior inside I flipped it inside out to test those stains.
Okay, so what we're looking at here in the bottom right, that's inside out. So that's why we can see what would be the tag.
The tag, correct, yes.
And now could we go to slide 20? And this says on here, pH-POS, does that stand for positive?
Positive, yes.
Okay. And so that area on the inside of if it was inside out, that area tested positive for the possible presence of blood.
Correct.
Okay. And did you do the same sort of PowerPoint for the black hoodie that we tested or that we talked about earlier as well?
Yes, I did.
And do those pictures that you took, were they put into a PowerPoint similar to this one?
Yes.
And do those pictures in the PowerPoint fairly and accurately depict your observations as you're testing move forward of the black hoodie?
Yes.
Move to admit people's proposed people's proposed 44, so we got a little mixed up with the numbers.
No objection.
It'll be a minute.
And permission to publish. And looking at the first slide.
Too much
44
evidence,
that's on the
too
screen,
much.
Can you tell us this is just the same cover page?
Correct.
And going to the second slide here, what are we looking at here in this photo?
This will be the front of the black hoodie if worn.
And this is this before any testing had been done?
Yes.
I want to go forward to slide 7. And
Did she have this black sweater on in that video of her walking from the bus? I can't remember.
This is the hood area of the external portion, the external hood portion of the hoodie. I was trying to get accurate angles. That's why so many pictures, but.
Okay. And is this again just standard overview before any testing had been done?
Yes.
And if we can go to slide 8. And what are we looking at here?
This is the interior portion that would be in contact. Like if you pulled the hood over your head, it would be the area up here.
So you're looking at the inside of the hood that would touch the person's head that bore
Yes.
it.
Yep.
And slide 9. What in this photo are we looking here, and has any testing been done at this point?
This is after testing. This is back to the front of the hoodie, plus obviously the sleeves. This is after ALS screening, which is alternate light source, which is used for screening for body fluids such as semen and saliva. I ALS the hoodie, and I marked those areas that had fluorescence to them with a silver Sharpie, so I could further test after done screening. And IR, which is the infrared, is similar to, it's also an alternate light source, but it's more so for blood on dark items where the dark fabric would become lighter, and if there's blood or possible blood present, it would appear darker. That anything that I saw, I marked with a yellow paint pen with IR next to it, so I can distinguish between the ALS samples, the ALS areas that I saw and the IR areas that I saw.
Okay, and we see a lot of markings on the front of this hoodie.
Yes.
are you able to tell us, and I know you said the color, but what portion of this is the IR versus the ALS? And it may be easier for you to step down, although there's not really room over there.
Yeah. So the ones that I observed with IR, I actually wrote IR next to them. I don't know if that's visible on there, given how small the picture is, but other photos, I took pictures of
Closer
certain
up.
areas, yeah.
And if we could just go to the next, or if you could zoom in. Then. And so, for example, that on the front, as we're looking at it, left side of the zipper, that's where IR illuminated?
Correct, where there's like where the icon, the hand, oh, it moved. Right there, and there's an arrow pointing to that large area, like those were areas that dropped out under IR, so I put IR next to it so I'll know what to follow up and how to follow up.
And that IR is to indicate blood, correct? It's not a test for blood, but
it's a screening tool used to locate dark stains that may be possible blood.
Okay. And if we could go to slide 20. And this is a closer view. Is this after you've done any other testing other than the light screenings?
Yes.
Okay, what testing was done at this point based on this photo?
This is after the pheno testing was done. This particular picture is reflecting a phenopositive area. And it was also screened with IR. As you can see right over the swabs there, it says IR. And that's what led me to follow up with pheno, was because I saw it under IR and it was phenopositive.
And where is this, if you're able to say, on that hoodie?
So this would be, if I was wearing it, it would be in this area, the upper shoulder, bicep area. Yes.
For the record, the witness indicated to her right upper shoulder. Yep, right. Yeah. You said shoulder. Are you saying that this picture was taken from the right shoulder area of the hoodie?
Correct. Like I had to move the sleeve a little bit to get it in the picture with the ruler and the swabs. And it's like this area here.
Okay.
I call it the shoulder area.
Next slide. We're going to look at slide 21. And again, can you tell us what we're looking at here? Then I'm going to ask you a couple follow-up questions.
So this is another phenopositive stain. This one is located on the rear of the sweatshirt, on the bottom right exterior of the sweatshirt.
And you had, in the last photo that we looked at, it said stain 20, and then this one says stain 28 in the text area of the slide. What is it? How do those stain numbers get assigned?
That is for my purposes, so I can keep track of how many stains I tested and what stains I tested. I know if I give it a number, it's just I start from number one and I just go. It's a tracking system for me, so I won't double test the stain, and because we report out the number of stains tested in our system, so that's for me to keep track of how many stains I tested.
And if you know, how many stains were identified on the black hoodie?
I can't recall offhand.
And going to slide 22. And what are we looking at here for this photo?
Those are the cartridges used in the HemaTrace test. As you can see, you read them per line. The first two only have the one line, that's the control line, which because there's no visible line in the testing area, it is a negative result. And the third through fifth cartridge have the double line, so those are considered positive results.
And that's for stains, the stain numbers are listed there, correct?
Correct.
And that's stain 20, 28, and 38 that were positive on the HemaTrace test?
Yes.
Going to slide 23. And what are we looking at here in this photo? And at what point in your testing was this photo taken?
This was after pheno testing and the AP testing, which was the semen testing. And I put the key there because these are for the results that I wrote on the sweatshirt. So my tech reviewer and whoever's reviewing the photo would know what those meant when they saw them on the sweatshirt.
And you would agree with me that the majority of this sweatshirt is covered in your markings, correct?
Yes.
And going to slide 32 now. What are we looking at here in this photo in the 32nd slide?
This is the exterior of the hood towards the back of the hood. If you were wearing it, it would be like the back right of the hood.
And what testing is indicated on the back of the hood?
This was viewed with IR, and it was screened with IR first, and then I followed up with pheno testing in this instance.
And what was the result of your pheno testing on this area of the sweater?
Child, we know that this stuff. I'm about to y'all gotta bear with me, okay? I'm trying to get to the pivotal evidence. We know what's this? Oh, we know already that that's her jacket, okay? And they're showing the fires. Prayers up for everybody in California affected by those fires. Good to know that the folks in Lit Lane that we know of fared well in that situation. Let me see. But it might be a lot of Lit Laners that we don't know anything about. So prayers still up, of course, for everybody, people we don't know. Okay, so due to the magic of television, I was able to fast forward to a new witness, new testimony. Hold on. I think I went too far. I did. Hold on.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Okay, they had somebody before this lady. Let's see who it is. Again, this is just a preliminary hearing to determine whether this is they have enough evidence to go take it to actual trial. Okay, during the actual trial, we will be more thorough in watching the trial. Okay. Okay, so we got a fact check in the comments. So Rockwell said, "You're correct. She had a pink leopard print with fur on the collar jacket." I went back to look at the video. I last saw her. They had her last outfit. It was black. Oh, okay. Okay, that's the sweatshirt because it appeared when the grandmother was on the stand, it did kind of indicate that she had a sweatshirt type jacket on and another one, which may have been pink or a colorful one. Okay. Let me fast forward. See people talking all over me.
Person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older, with the habitual offender fourth offense notice with a mandatory 25-year sentence. I do not.
Don't cry now.
We are continuing from a lunch break with all parties present, and are the people ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Don't cry now.
Judge, at this time, people would call Officer Christopher James.
Yes, how rude. He just talking all over me. You know, but this guy here, he has a real mental problem, right? You know, that pedo stuff is a mental sickness. But hey, even if it's a sickness, even though it's a mental sickness, it don't okay it, you know?
Go ahead and take a seat. Watch your step. Going to the box.
They did not have any positive tests for semen. They did have some positive tests for DNA for both of them, the victim and the defendant, and also I think blood.
Christopher James.
And how were you employed?
Detroit Police Department, police officer.
And how long have you been employed as such?
10 years.
All right. Now I want to take you back to January 30th of 2024. Were you employed as a police officer with the Detroit Police at that time?
Yes.
And were you in a different unit than you are now?
Yes.
Okay, what unit were you in?
Cybercrimes unit.
And were you working back on January 30th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get a chance to perform, well, I guess in your role in cybercrimes, what is it that you did?
For cell phone forensics.
Okay.
Or
Would that include like extractions from phones, extractions from tablets, computers?
yes.
Okay. And did you get the chance to perform an extraction on a tablet?
Oh,
back
so we might
on
get to see some messages and
January
stuff
30th,
now, y'all.
2024?
Yes.
Okay. And who was this you got that tablet from, if you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you know if it was from Detroit Police or Detroit Public Schools or something else?
Detroit Public Schools.
Okay. And when you perform an extraction from a tablet, what is it doing? What do you do?
It's pulling the data from the phone.
Okay. And is it like making a complete copy of what's on that device?
Yes.
Okay. And when you perform that extraction, what do you do once you perform it?
Place it on the disk and turn it over to the officer in charge of the case.
Okay. And that disk that you place on evidence, would that be a fair and accurate copy of the phone extract or the tablet extraction that you performed on the tablet for this case?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of just the phone or the tablet extraction. And I believe it's.
I saw it, Lady Steph. Did you hear?
59.
They didn't find semen.
Any objection? No objection. It'll be a minute. People 59.
Thank you. And when you perform an extraction, can you generate what's called extraction reports?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, the Annie said she found messages or 2 messages on the tablet. The tablet was at the house, and apparently a lot of people used it at the house.
Exhibit 60. Can you tell me if this is a document that you recognize?
Yes.
And what is it that you recognize it as?
Extraction summary.
I'm sorry, the door open. What did you say?
An extraction summary. A report, a summary of the extraction.
Okay. And is that the report that was generated for the tablet extraction that you did?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the extraction that you performed as it relates to this tablet device in which contains contact?
Yes.
And I move the admission of people to vote exhibit 60.
Any objection? No objection. Okay, Officer James, can you please pull that microphone off the ledge and testify to the microphone because it's hard to hear. You can pull the whole thing off. Thank you.
And Officer, first, Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
So I can follow along with you. Fair to say that you are.
Thank you, Connie. I like you too.
That would be you.
Yes.
And your organization is the Cyber Crimes Unit,
Yes.
and the investigator is listed as a Detective Gardner. Are you familiar with that person?
Yes.
Okay. Who is that person?
Investigator with the Detroit Public Schools.
Okay. And what type of tablet is it that you extracted?
Amazon tablet.
Okay. And in this report, going on to page 2, when you do an extraction, you're able to, I guess, select parts of a device that you want to extract. Is that fair?
Can you ask that again?
When you run a report, are you able to select parts that you want to run a report for?
Yes.
Okay. And so in this case, as it relates to contacts, on page 2, tell me what type of contact is number 1?
Instagram.
Okay. And what is the name associated with that?
J-Ball.
And what's an interaction status?
A chat participant.
Okay. And do you know what that means?
That they would be involved in a chat.
Okay. And in box number 1, where it says, let's go to box number 2, where it says user ID. Is that the user ID that would be associated with that Instagram account?
Yes.
Okay. And can you read that user ID for me?
It's going to be 119-202-339-467-400.
talking about for row number 1?
Row number 1,
Yes.
262-854-051.
Okay. And what's the username associated with that?
J-Bo back to the money.
Okay. And there is a contact number 2. Is that fair to say? Number 2 in the box.
You mean phone number?
No, the second account.
Number 2,
Yes, number 2. What kind of interaction status is that?
friend.
Okay. And what's
Friend,
okay? And what's the name associated with that?
J-Bo.
Okay. And what kind of user in box number 2 under entries? There's a user ID. What kind of user ID is that?
Facebook.
Okay. And going back up to contact number 1, where it says photos, it's fair to say there's like a kind of a hyperlink there.
Yes.
Okay. And would that indicate that there is something attached to this contact?
Yes.
Okay. And it says photos. Would it be fair to say that would be a photo that was attached?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe that's going to be page 3 of that report. When you click photos, this is the photo that would come up under that Instagram account.
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, he gonna get off the stand real quick. No questions. He done.
Thanks.
Who is she? Next witness. Way too much. You know, some words is just actual facts. You know what I'm saying? Of life. It's crazy how YT censors like that.
Judge. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Shannon Jones.
And how are you employed?
I'm a sergeant with the City of Detroit Police Department.
And are you assigned to a special unit or division?
Yes.
And what is that?
I'm assigned to homicide, missing persons unit.
And how long have you been employed in that role?
I've been at missing persons since 2013.
And before that, where were you at?
Patrol.
Okay. And how long were you there?
I've been on the department for a total of 24 years.
Okay.
So throughout the prior years to missing persons, I had various assignments.
And what is your role in this case?
I'm the officer in charge.
What does it mean to be an officer in charge?
So I'm in charge of reviewing all the evidence and spearheading the investigations, looking into all the facts and possible suspects and information that's brought to the case and to compile it together.
Okay. And what would be some common duties that you would do in partaking in those roles?
When it comes to missing persons, specifically those type of cases?
Yes.
So a missing person case, when someone's reported missing, we always go out to the home, search the home, talk to family and try to get a good timeline of when that person was last seen, their common habits, where they are supposed to be, has any patterns changed, are they not going to school and not going to work? If the investigation leads us to believe that that person may be in danger or that there's something more to just not coming home, then we start pulling different video and try to look into cell phone data or friends or associates of that specific missing.
And in particular, have you investigated what would be known as a no body case before?
Yes.
Okay. And what does it mean to be a no body case?
That would be a missing person that we have come to the conclusion is a victim of a homicide. However, we were unable to locate or recover the body.
Okay. And how does that kind of investigation differ, if at all, from another investigation that you would do?
It's a little tougher. You need to go through and kind of be able to show and establish that this person is no longer with us today. When you have a body, it's obvious, then you can come to the conclusion and work your case that way. So on a no-body case, you're trying to find any signs of life, any evidence to show that there might have been some possible danger or some assault that may have happened to this person.
Now, I'm sorry, when did you get the case of Messiah Harris?
So it was first requested to me on February 12th. I received the email, which just kind of asked me to look into the case. It wasn't at our building yet or at our department. I looked into the case when I saw that DPS was initially assigned the case, and I had reached out to Lieutenant Harris from DPS to kind of ask for an update on where they were, kind of see how the case was progressing and any evidence that they may have had.
Okay. So after that, how did it come about that you got this case?
So after meeting and discussing with Lieutenant Harris and reviewing the different things, it was determined that there had been enough suspicious possible things connected to her being gone. Number one, she's never been missing before. There's been no updates on any of her social media, which is very uncommon for a young child or juvenile. They're addicted to those. There had been a last known contact that she had possibly met somebody, is what we were informed, that there was a text message for her to be picked up, and that would have been the same day that she went missing.
So when you first officially received this case, I mean, what is it that you do right off the bat?
So this case was a little different because we kind of had to go back. We were already a month behind. She went missing January 9th, and now it's February 12th. We start kind of looking into what has already been done and then what steps I would normally take moving forward.
Okay. So what kind of steps do you take moving forward?
So once I reviewed the case, and it was determined that the last person that had contact with Naziah was Jarvis Buds, I then started to look into his phone records, his activity, places that he had been. On the 12th, we had determined there was already an analyst that had looked at different records and given us a location out in Ypsilanti. So I coordinated a search for the very next day on February 13th. We went out to Ypsilanti. We conducted the search. It's a large area, and it wasn't pinpointed down to a specific house. There was a lot of wooded area over there. We had multiple teams out there. There was probably over 60 people at one point. We then started going into different businesses to look for different video that we may be able to recover close to the intersection that we believed would be a good starting point in that search area.
And did you recover, or were you able to recover anything or find anything from the Ypsilanti area?
We did find some video that was eventually pulled from a gas station.
And what was, I guess, the condition of that video?
So the video is from a gas station. It shows the intersection, I believe it's Michigan and Carpenter, which is actually, I think that is like a Springfield township. It's kind of like a little small city just outside of County. At that point, we didn't know exactly what we're looking for, so we just kind of pulled like the window that we knew the devices were out there, specifically Jarvis Butt's device that was out there. So we kind of just pull all of that video before we lose it. And then as we gather more information, we can kind of go back and look at the video to see if there's something now that we can focus in on what we should look for.
Okay. Now that brings up a good point. You said you're a month behind on this investigation.
Yes.
So that, fair to say, being a month behind would cause you to potentially lose critical pieces of evidence.
Yes.
Okay, and some of those pieces of evidence, fair to say, could be videos.
Correct.
Okay. Why would it be that you would be losing those videos?
So most video systems and every business is different. You got green light, you have businesses and people that have their own residential cameras or property cameras. And it'll vary. Some of them start overwriting in 48 hours. Some of them is a week. Some may last up to a month. It just depends on how large their system is and how much data it can hold.
And is that a struggle that you encountered in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And where is it that you encountered that?
So there's several cameras and videos throughout the entire route of travel that later in the investigation we were able to identify. But as we identified those locations and went to see if video was still able to be there, it had already been overwritten or was not available.
Now I want to take you back. You did the search in Ypsilanti. Did you do any other searches kind of immediately at that time?
Yes.
Tell me about one of them. We're going to go through them, but start with one of them.
Okay. So after we didn't find anything in Ypsilanti, I kind of got to go backwards a little bit and go back to who we had known was the last contact with her, which was Mr. Butts. So we did a search warrant for his home. Later, I believe it was like later that night, 13th into the 14th, we had kind of worked all the way through.
Okay.
We did a search warrant to obtain his cell phone so we could try to do an extraction. We contacted the jail to look through his property. There was no cell phone in the property. We then ordered the jail calls to see if there was any conversations, anybody that he had talked to. We knew that he had turned himself in on February 7th. As we started to listen to those jail calls, there was a call where he had asked his shop partner, Cordell Wright, to retrieve a phone out of a vehicle. We then went and picked up Mr. Wright and brought him down to our headquarters to talk to him about the cell phone. He did confirm and he acknowledged the phone call. He said that vehicle came up there, was a Tahoe, Tashi's vehicle, Tashiana, and that he had looked in the back seat and tried to find where the phone was that Mr. Butts kind of described where he had hid it in this vehicle. He said that he was unable to locate it. So at that point, we then did a workup on Tashiana to find out where she lived, what type of vehicle she had. It matched the description that he kind of described. We did a search warrant for her home in an attempt to locate the cellular device and any other possible evidence that may help us and direct us to where Nizaya is.
Okay. So I'm going to backtrack a little bit. You started off with you went to do a search warrant at Mr. Butts' home.
Yes.
And would that be the one on Wilshire?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find anything at his house?
Yes.
And what is it that you found?
So from his home, we had recovered, there were some electronic devices. We recovered some phones, maybe a tablet, and we recovered his ID, wallet, and a firearm that was with his wallet. I believe there was 2 actual firearms, and then there was a long gun, a rifle that was in the closet.
Okay. And did that search warrant include a vehicle?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle did it include?
It included all vehicles that we believe may be associated. At that time, we impounded a Cadillac Escalade.
Now, you said at that point you knew that Mr. Butts had turned himself in is it the Wayne County Jail?
Yes.
And that was back on February 7th of 2024?
Correct.
And at that time, did you know how long he was serving a sentence for?
We had got information that he was possibly going to be there till December.
Okay. And that would be completely unrelated to that sentence is completely unrelated to your investigation.
Yes.
Okay. And then you said that you had pulled some jail calls, and that's what led you to Cordell Wright.
Correct.
And that that jail call that you had listened to, that was previously admitted as People's Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Vehicle there that matched the description that Cordell Wright had given you?
Yes.
Okay, and would that have been a Chevy Suburban?
Yes.
Okay, and then you subsequently searched that vehicle?
Yes.
And what is it that you found in that vehicle?
I found in that vehicle a iPhone 11, and it was in the exact area that Mr. Butts had described to his shop partner Cordell, where it would be located.
Okay, so I did a pause, right? Because at this moment in time, let's do like an unofficial rough count or tally of victims. It's confirmed, right, according to the news and all that type of stuff, it's confirmed that it's 2 unrelated pending SA cases with 2 different victims. One victim, and that one is 20, one of them is 11, but both of the pending charges for those 2 unrelated cases, the charges are stating that they was violated under the age of 13. That's 1, 2. We got our victim, 3. If I'm not mistaken, one of the jurors said that he already had the charges for 2 more victims that was previous charges. That's 5. So are y'all saying it's 2 more? He is habitual and a serial. He is what you call a super predator. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's more than 5, he is a super predator. Let's continue. Wow.
Okay. And that phone, okay, so ultimately after you do that, what's the next step that you took?
Well, we had to identify that was the actual correct phone. It was in the right place, but we still needed to get it to our headquarters and download it. We had the phone there. We made a call to 911 from that phone in order to see what the identification number was to try to verify, so we weren't just taking random phones. It did come back to
Read the screen,
the phone number that we were looking for. The phone was then placed on evidence and taken to our base.
And what's the next thing that you did after that?
So after that, the phone now is getting processed under the search warrant.
Okay.
It is given to, Detective Marble.
Welcome back in my name.
Where she processed that. We then continued, we had searched the residence on Wilshire. We had searched Neff. We also executed a search warrant at 9000 Connor.
And what's 9000 Connor?
9000 Connor is the location that was identified that Jarvis Butts worked at with his shop partner.
Okay. And did you find anything or anything at 9000 Connor?
We did take some things as evidence. There was a lot of activity going on. So I had multiple different units from within our homicide squad assisting me with different search warrants that we were executing. I believe it was the Northeast squad actually executed the Connor location search warrant. They were advised of some items to look for, obviously children's clothing. We had been given a description of a Rugrats jacket with a fur hood. We were given the clothing description. At that time, we were told that the shoes were possibly blue and white Nike shoes that we had been looking for. There was an area in the shop, as I reviewed the evidence, photos where there's like children's coloring books and maybe things that when the children are there that they're using.
Were any interviews besides the one with Cordell Wright taking place at this time?
So at that time, I had interviewed, when we went to Wilshire, we had interviewed the woman that he lives with. I don't know if that's a fiance or girlfriend, but that was Miss Angel. We interviewed her there. Tashiana was in the hospital when we had executed the search warrant at her house. I had had a conversation with her on the phone while we were there. Her children were there. I scheduled an interview for her later. I believe it might have been like the next day or two later that she came down to headquarters. We had interviewed Cordell at that time. And now we're just kind of going through everything that we had at that moment to try to take the next steps.
Okay. When about is Mr. Butts interviewed for the first time?
So he was interviewed, we got it, looked at it on the 12th, the 13th, we executed all the search warrants. On the 14th, Mr. Butts, I believe it was the 14th, he was brought down to headquarters, or the 15th. I would have to look.
Okay, and that's okay. So it'd be just a couple days after you get the case.
Yes.
Okay. Now, based on Mr. Butts' first interview, which your Detective Mays here testify about, did you do anything based off of that interview?
So based on that interview, we had obtained the text now, which was turned over to us from DPS, which was the initial, I believe it was like maybe 1 week's worth of text now. So like the very end of December into the 1st of January. So during that interview was when it was asked by Detective Mays and Detective Johnson regarding the text message about meeting to be picked up.
Okay. Now, if you know, can you estimate about how many search warrants did you execute?
Probably over 20. And throughout the entire, it has to be over 20.
And what kind of searches were done in this case in general?
So we searched as far as like land searches.
All kinds.
All kinds. Well, we searched Ypsilanti as we did our workup, and we're looking at different locations that Mr. Butts had been to. We identified an area out in Clinton Township that he had gone out to back and forth before. And that was an area that Shannon Harris, his child's mother, had lived at. So this was kind of like a route out there, and we located, there was like a big retention pond out there. So that was another place that we had dive teams come out. We had the helicopter, the cadaver dogs, and we searched out in Clinton Township. As we start breaking down the phone, mapping a little bit more on Mr. Butts' phone, it kind of led us to 7 Mile and Berg.
And what's out in 7 Mile and Berg?
So 7 Mile and Berg, there is a vacant parking lot on the southwest corner. It used to be a golf course. So the entire south side of 7 Mile from Berg and then heading back east used to be a golf course, which is now shut down. And then on the other side of Berg, there's a parking lot where it has like a vacant building, which used to be the clubhouse for the golf club. And then right behind that parking lot is the Rouge River.
And when's the first time that you get out to 7 Mile and Berg?
We went out once. It was probably maybe a couple weeks later that we went out there. We went out there once, and I remember it had snowed. So when we went out there, it wasn't as easy to search. We're kind of looking if somebody was just placed out there or if something was easily identifiable, but because of the snow, we knew that we were going to have to come back again once that melted because it'd be easier to see underneath.
Okay. And so do you go out there again?
Yeah, we've been out there multiple times. I've probably been out there 7, 8 times, all with various dive teams. We searched the complete river from 8 Mile all the way down past 96 on foot with cadaver dogs, in boats, in the water. There's several log jams. We had state police actually had their helicopter fly the entire route so we could GPS all the log jams. We had coordinated with specialized teams to come in to help cut these log jams apart, which go throughout the river. And then throughout the season, obviously we had some rain, so the water goes up and down, which now brings the debris onto the land. So you have to actually search the land a couple hundred feet. And some places that the water has pulled debris. We searched the homes, as I said, searched the vehicles.
All right. So when you're out there at 7 Mile and Bird, do you have an idea of what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the idea of what you're looking for?
So initially when we were out there, again, we had the clothing description. We had the picture of her that she had sent that night or that day that she went missing on the 9th. So we were looking for the black hoodie. We were looking for, again, initially we were told blue and white gym shoes.
Now, is there a time where that changes?
Yes.
Okay. And what is it that makes that change?
So as we go out to areas and search, when we leave, a lot of times large community groups may go out there, right? And they saw that we were at 7 Berg, and I know people come out there to help. There was a group that had been out there and they were recording, and they saw a pair of Nike shoes, which were the red and black. We were alerted of those on our initial search. It's documented in our river search report. But because we weren't focused on the red and black and we were looking for blue and white Nike shoes, we left them there, but we did GPS the coordinates.
Stop you right there. That would have been Border Patrol Agent Wyatt Barnes.
Yes.
Okay, you heard his testimony.
Yes.
All right, continue.
Yeah. So on our initial search, we knew they were out there. The pink hoodie was identified, but we didn't collect them because, again, we didn't have anything about a pink hoodie or a pink onesie, and the shoes weren't matching. And there's a lot of clothing out there. There's a lot of shoes out there. There's people's clothes. There's all type of debris. So I can't collect every single piece of clothing and article that we find. Later, I get the information that as the search team is out there, they had called 911 because they saw these shoes. And they posted a picture of these shoes somewhere or sent it to Naziah's brother. Naziah's brother then reached out to me and he sent me a picture of Naziah wearing the black and white Nike shoes.
Okay.
Once I saw she had the exact same shoes on that are depicted, that were described out there, I knew immediately where to go. I gathered a couple members of my team and we immediately went back out to where the shoes were GPS located and recovered the shoes. As we were there, that's when we found the black hoodie and then the pink jumpsuit that had been laid out by Agent Wyatt.
Okay. Now, as it relates to those red and black Nike shoes, you had a photo that they were associated with Naziah in some way. Did you ever end up asking Annette to see if those shoes were still in Naziah's possessions?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever end up recovering those pairs from Annette?
No.
So after you recover the pink jumpsuit, the black hoodie, the shoes, what do you do with them?
Those are all, well, the evidence techs collect them. They're placed on evidence. Those items were wet, so I had to wait, obviously, for them to dry. Once they're ready to be processed and they're finished drying, then I create a lab report. And items are selected and turned over to the state police lab for processing to look for any type of DNA evidence.
Okay, so once those are placed on evidence by the lab tech, you're the one who then submits them to Michigan State Police?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm about ready to fast forward, huh?
Reports where I had gathered.
Drop a 2 if you object to me for it, fast forwarding, huh?
Took the items to the lab, which is all in the same building.
Okay. Now, I believe you said at least one time when you were out at 7 Mile and Bury that it had been snowing. Were you at all, I guess, familiar with kind of the weather? And she believed she stated that you had given her some of those locations to map.
Yes, November 21st, 1982.
And moving on to the searches, what dates do those searches encompass?
These searches are the same site.
Constitutional rights, and you did
I
not
think
give
it's
him
good
water,
for us to
correct?
fast forward all the tedious stuff
Correct.
right now
You
during
don't
the
know what time
preliminary
of day this
hearing.
was?
That way we can have the patience, right, when it comes down to the trial where we're not going to be fast forwarding like that, right? That's what I'm thinking. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. And here we go.
Video.
Child, maybe I throw the notifications away when I go check the mail as junk
And
mail.
for the record, this is from Exhibit 26, and it's clip 1.
Now, look at this. Check this out. No excuses necessary, right? This is a different interview time. Just to let y'all know.
And this is clip 2. He is very quiet.
We can't hear either. I got it cut up
I don't know if it's
loud.
my volume that has to go up.
Let me try turning it down on TV. I can't hear one word.
Would you like me to try now? This is starting it for clip 2.
The history.
Now, in that clip, Mr. Butts was talking about him keeping his distance given his history.
Yes.
And that he tried to help as best as he could with flyers.
That he was trying to help with flyers regarding his eye being missing, yes.
Okay. Now I'm gonna play clip 3.
One of the applications, they said that I was supposed to be in the area, she was here with the veterans, and I was in the area at the time. Did they say why they came to you, or you just contact you? I was having this series of texts, something about, and I'm gonna meet them, and I explained to the team that anytime we start text messaging, they said to see text me, and I'm gonna hit that straight, and text me, and what's the best to say, from time to time, I have jobs, and I don't mind, so I said, I made my, then I probably go the next day, I always have to ground this house. I started in there, ground this house, so once the ground this house, I got over to get in the money. That's how I'm saying. So that was a lot of taxes, she really texted me. Like this, I don't want people ready my money. You had to work for us, you understand? And that was really nice, that was really good, sometimes I don't know where they're at house. So they're late, so I have to come in the office space. Have that, clean it up, or stuff like that. Organize this for, baby.
Now in that clip, he talks mostly about that there was some text messages. He would have the girls come and clean, be at the shop, and he would have work for them.
Yeah, he was talking about, he would pick up the kids, he would give them a little bit of money, and they would come clean up and tidy up the shop.
Okay. And that he believes that it's normal for her to text him for work.
Yes.
Okay. Now clip 4.
Do you remember that? This that he tried to talk like this for the money, he's not listening. I remember that context because they were busy. And I never, I said it. But that's how that.
Now he's referring to seeing a text message but being busy.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me what was that about?
When I believe that when she was texting him, he's referring back to when he was interviewed with Detective Mays and Johnson about the messages that she had texted him, and that he had assumed.
Okay, I paused it because guess what? Bingo, right? She's saying now what I just caught. Remember, I told y'all this is a different interviewing time. And when we just saw earlier with Detective, what was his name? That guy, Jason, whatever his name. In that interview, when they were showing interrogation, when they were showing it, they specifically asked him, had he received any messages, text messages from the victim? He said no. No. They specifically said, okay, so you didn't receive a text message from the victim saying to pick her up? He said, no, I never got a message like that. So now when they interviewing him at a different time, now he's saying, because they told him that they found that, he said, now to cover his tracks, he's saying that he was busy at the shop and he didn't see it. He is like such a liar. Anywho, but we already know that, right? Yeah, we can't really understand. It's kind of hard to hear. Since they adjusted theirs in the court, let me adjust the sound thing because I got to way up. No, I think I need to keep it right there because otherwise y'all not going to be able to hear nothing. let's continue. But that's why, because the judge said something about the audio, that's why they breaking down what he's saying more now. Okay.
That he was going to be picking them up by the grandma's house, and he hadn't replied because he was busy working. And then he finally replied with, okay.
Now, you also interviewed Mr. Butts the next day. You came back the next day.
Yes.
What's the reason you came back the next day?
We had some more questions.
Okay. And was he once again I guess, was he still constrained by that advice of rights?
We had him sign another one. He read another one that day, and he signed it that day as well. I'm pretty sure, or we showed him this and he agreed to it. That's what it was. This was the paper. We showed him, he agreed to it, he understood it, and he continued to talk.
Okay. So you were using that same form?
Yes.
Okay. And once again, sorry. Okay, and once again, he acknowledged his rights.
Yes.
And he did continue to speak with you.
Yes.
Okay, and he didn't mention anything about not wanting to speak with you.
Correct.
And did he give you any reason in your experience to think that him speaking with you wasn't voluntary?
No.
And just what's that? You know, I passed for voir dire to voluntariness for the June 1st statement.
Sergeant, do you recall on June 1st, you were with your partner, Sullivan? You didn't have him sign the form.
Well, we had presented this back to him. We had this form, advised him that this was still, if he understood his rights, and he agreed.
So your words, I believe, were, you remember the form you signed yesterday. You still understand that?
Did I say that, or did
No.
Sergeant Sullivan?
We're not throwing out this evidence, sir. Sit down. Oh, I'm getting out of pocket. Okay, let me be
You
quiet.
went with your partner and you understand that nobody had him sign anything.
On the stand right now, good question, Emma, for you guys who may be joining us for the second half. On the stand right now is the lead detective in this case. She's over all the investigation work, and I have her name here somewhere. Let's see. I'll find it. Okay.
That he was re-advised of the rights from the form that he had signed the first day, and he was shown the form, and he agreed to continue to talk.
Are you sure he was re-advised, or do you remember signing a form yesterday?
You would have to play to hear the exact, I can't tell you the exact words that Sergeant Sullivan said. I don't recall his exact words.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. As I recall hearing this tape, there was no reading of rights for the second date. The only thing that happened on the second date was he was advised, do you recall signing a form yesterday? Yeah, that still applies. That's not.
Do you want to play it so I can hear it?
Sure. You want to play June 1st beginning, probably the first 5 minutes.
She's also the lead detective. She was over everything. And Renee, and anyone else who may have been missed it, at this point in time, we also determined, and it was found out that it was a month or two that went without the Detroit Police Department actually even working the case, because she was initially reported missing to the Detroit School Police Department. in January. The actual Detroit Police Department didn't take over the investigation until March.
Sorry, hold on. This is 5:31.
Rooms. Okay, it's 2025.
Ms. Ridley, it might be best to play that to show that he, or I want to see that as well, to show on the 31st what he understood it to be.
Oh, okay, yes, sure.
Drop the ball, Renee.
As we move along, this is not like we got like 2 minutes to get out of here, right? This is, I'd like to talk to you, right? I'd like to get a little, know your point for sure. If there's things that we don't want, we don't want to talk about, specifically, like, let's get that and talk about this. Is that fair? Honestly, there's no, I'm not gonna flip the script, again, I'm not gonna flip the script, or, there's just a lot of things going on. We're involved in some of it, we're just trying to do like our line grab process. Is that fair? Okay, you permit us to right? Do me a favor, actually, if you read this to me, you can read your hand. Cover the most of it. Okay, all right. Where? Oh, okay, nice. If you could look at yours, you read those, and then initially, so you can understand. Right to the left side of the national questions, which we can say. Instead of my name or anything I say, we can use this of the law. On the right to the second, present for, and then time I ask any questions or any statements. I cannot afford attorney, I will be applying for the question or answer any question. And said at any time to exercise my rights, not answer any question or any statements. I understand that these are the rights of the law, and I will not agree or promise anything that I will now desire for these kinds of process, which me for their sake. Any questions about those? Do me a favor, this is the initial license tonight, and others also. My purpose saying, so ready to get done, I'll explain exactly what I'm doing. Yes. Then sign, signature and date sign. Yeah, I just jump sign there, you sign right there. I'd say May 31st already.
And for the record, that was from People's Exhibit 27, and it was paused at 4 minutes and 9 seconds. And let me find the other one. And this is playing from Exhibit 29 at 1 minute, 20 seconds. Oh, I didn't share it, I'm sorry. Playing at 1 minute and 22 seconds.
Here's my thing. We saw that when we left, right? And my thinking was, I'm literally leaving tomorrow morning, studying like the Boston for 2 weeks training. And I'm thinking like, how did it look like? You talk to you, I thought you're talking to me, certainly, stuff that we went back and looked at, And I'm thinking like, if I come back 3 weeks from now, they're probably like, perfect. I don't know that kind of thing. I just thought if we could, if I could talk to you this morning or today, and then we don't want you to be gone for 2 weeks, right? So if you want to talk to me after, if you want to, and just to give me an idea. Does that make sense? Okay, so I just thought, and just say that, turn the table, right? You guys don't talk to me, and 2 weeks, you're back to the third week, like this, right? So if I'd like to ask you if you continue our talk, we talk more. Okay, all right, so, but yeah, same rules apply, nothing's changed. We don't want to talk about something, I'll talk about something. There's no training on it, so whenever you're ready to test now, I'll just have to sign to the form, right? Just your representative or representatives, or if you want to just continue with this one. So, okay, you're still familiar with the rulings, correct? Right? Okay, nothing's changed, right? Alright, so,
Again, I paused Exhibit 29 at 3 minutes and 3 seconds. Judge, I would just say that it's Mr. Butts who agrees to continue with just that form. And I would also argue that another form is not actually needed. He did have that form in front of him. And in fact, because there was not even an invocation of a right, or there was nothing that would be, ambiguous or unequivocal, that there doesn't need to be another form signed. And Mr. Butts is clearly aware of his rights, as he stated. And he is the one who agreed to be okay with not signing another form and not going through with that.
And Your Honor, I would argue that just because he may know his right does not dispose the government of their duty to make sure that he is read, understands his right each and every time they interview him. So the fact that they may think he knows his right does not mean that they aren't supposed to read him his right, make sure he understands and make sure that they're accurate before he waives them. That's not a knowing, intelligent, voluntary waiver.
And Judge, I would just say that Mr. Butts was not even under arrest for this case. There was no rights even needed.
Yeah, they testified.
He was in County Green for something else.
He was in County Green for somewhere else, but he was not in his cell. He was not on his floor. They took him to another place where he was not free to go.
Well, he wasn't free to go because of another reason, Judge, not because of anything to do with this case.
So I also learned, I heard him saying there that he went to Wayne State for college. So that's
correct, Judge.
Question of whether or not you understand is out the window for me. The male detective did offer and said that he might as well do a different form, a new form for today. And the defendant, Mr. Butts, stated it wasn't necessary, not those exact words. And he said it's the same rules. If you don't want to talk, you don't have to. And are you familiar with your rights? And asked him that, and he said yes. I don't think there was anything that was not voluntary about that interaction. So I'm going to find, or I'm going to deny the objection and find it to be voluntary.
Thank you, Judge. And Sergeant Jones, that June 1st interview was audio recorded?
Yes.
And it was also video recorded?
Yes.
Just like the day before?
Correct.
And that video, we've just seen a clip here. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the video statement that you took back on June 1st?
Yes.
What for the People's Exhibit 29?
Any objection outside of the one already?
Outside of my standing objection?
Yes, it'll be admitted.
And it was also audio recorded?
Yes.
And you had a chance to review that audio?
Yes.
And that was a fair and accurate depiction of the audio recording of the interview back on June 1st.
Yes, ma'am.
And I would move for the admission of Exhibit 30.
With the same standing objection,
For the record, please note that the bailiff is out of pocket on today.
I would admit it.
Thank you, Judge. And now I also have clips for this.
Okay.
And Judge, do you mind if I sit while I?
No, I don't mind.
Thank you. And publishing clip 1. Sorry. Yes, from Exhibit 29.
I'm not telling you, I'm asking you, did you see her? Okay, so.
And you were, Mr. Butts asked if he saw her.
Correct.
Who was he referring to?
Neziah,
Okay, and when were we talking about? Deny seeing her when?
on the 9th of January, 2024.
And I'm playing clip 2.
And yeah, I think I'm going to object to the form question. Yeah, all we heard was, did you see her? I don't think there's enough context for her to make that statement. This is what they were talking about. If that's the question that was asked, I just actually go back a little bit further and play the exact question and answer.
I'm sure, Ms. Ruth, you have the full interview.
I do, Judge, but it's 3 hours long.
I don't need to hear the full interview, but if she's going to answer from the simple question, did you see her? The answer is no, that all this other information applies. I'd at least like to hear that. That's all I'm saying.
Judge, I would say that this entire interview is admitted. If the court wants to review
Baby, the
that,
lawyers
go back
are
and look
lawyering,
further.
okay? This what they get paid the big bucks for.
And this will be playing from just a couple of seconds back at 35:58.
I'm not telling you, I'm asking you, did you see her? Okay, so,
Judge, I would just say for context, the officer can talk about who they are talking about in general.
Just ask the question.
Who are you guys talking? Who are you and Mr. Butts and Sergeant Sullivan talking about in this interview?
Neziah Harris.
Okay. And if there's someone else that you're talking about, do you mention them by name?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, overruled.
And then going to continue with clip 2.
She told us before, so if you know, or when was the last time you saw her before that? Right, when did she tell that? What's that? 2 days before. 2 days before. Okay. So when I say you were at the house, because you're getting out of the
And playing clip 3.
he said something like he was on time. Okay, so the commission for correction sent us some stuff, and he said, hey, this is where I was. And he had it in my yeah, but he had talked about a day. I don't remember which day it was, but he had talked about oil slamming to drop the car. That was repaired. And I didn't mention you were there, and he mentioned Zion was there. But I didn't know, that's why I'm asking, I'm not telling you. He mentioned what he's saying, I'm not saying that, right?
And playing clip 4.
Was anyone with you? I don't know, like I said, was there a little girl with you? A younger lady with you? You were by yourself? Did he drag over also? Where did he do that? Oh, okay, no, I'm just wondering if it was a his car or it was like, oh, okay.
And clip 5.
Alright, so like that night, like after you dropped off and all that stuff, did you hotel or did you stay at home that night?
And clip 6.
She texted you on the phone. But it seems she didn't have a phone, it was a phone. So she texted you from a phone number, or from an app, or from an app. She would text directly to your phone.
Couldn't come in on the phone, he said, I didn't, technology stuff, where it was coming in at the phone. Alright, okay.
I would get a call from the number.
Okay, same number?
Yes.
Okay, did you lock in that server? Okay.
So he.
And playing clip 7.
Like that's your phone and that's her number, she's texting you from right?
She's texting this is,
I'm gonna pause at 7 seconds. What is it that you are showing Mr. Buss at this time?
We had a printed out copy of the text now messages.
Okay. And would those be the ones from people 16 to the 231 number?
Yes.
Okay. I'm continuing from 7 seconds.
And then it's sent, that means that she sent it. It's received, that means that he replied something that you received that account. So this is from a text now back. So like I said, I don't know that on the phone.
Yeah, that's your text.
Yeah, so
it converts to a phone number.
Okay, so.
And in clip 8.
Yeah, that's what I explained to them. But this is so weird when I hear like from her, like saying, okay, you just seen this message, sorry, you just need to know that something I don't understand what that meant. But she's leaving the message. I don't understand what that meant. I was like you said, it was so much time. I said, okay, okay, I'll meet you. I'll be at his house. I'll be there. I'll be over there to see your advice. I'll be there. I said, we'll pay them maybe that day or so.
Okay.
Or I'll pay them
the next day or
how much would you do with it?
And clip 9.
But I mean, she saw her like 2 days before she went missing. Did she look back to you? She didn't look bigger, like she went to show me, was she wearing baggy clothes? Do you notice anything different, like your face being rounder? No, I mean, you saw her. I mean, when you see somebody every day, you don't recognize the change. When you see somebody and you don't see them for a month, you're going to notice. You never heard about her being pregnant or anything like that? That's something. But it was like, I don't see what's okay. Because I see how to get it. Because this is regular. So I was like, we're not going to do it. I said, okay. And I was going to say, I was like, $200 the best.
And clip 10.
So,
Go back and play that one more time.
Yes. Replaying clip 9.
and she saw her that she didn't went back to she didn't look at her, that she might be showing, but she were getting her clothes. You didn't notice anything different, like tasting around her? No, you just saw her. I mean, when you see somebody every day, you don't recognize the change. When you see somebody and you don't see them for a month, you're gonna notice. You notice, you never worry about her being pregnant or anything like that? Like, so that's, she said something. But it was like, she said, I don't see what's okay. It was like, she wanted to get it. Because this is regular, so I was like, we're not going to do that, I started that. And I was going to say, $200 is the best.
Proceeding to clip 10.
So, even though it's deleted, right, this is all from the same app. And I want to make it clear though, I read through them and I see a lot of them where she's kind of an initiator on a lot of things. And I think she's young and she's an initiator. And I also gave, there's history, you guys have a relationship with each other. Right? You know, when I say we're coming to a full window, what I'm trying to say to you is, stay on the same path, okay? Because there's you're hurting, so you are hurting with all these people coming forward. Your daughter coming forward is hurting you, yes? Don't separate, stay on the path with me because your children that are out there are hurting because they're seeing all this stuff, right? Don't let this be the next thing that they're going to see. And this is, we can go over this together, and if you have any questions, we can talk about it. So this starts here in March. First, yes, 2023. And this is where she identifies who she is. Right? And this number here, it's all your number. It's all your number throughout all the pages. Okay? And over here is the column that says whether the person deleted the message or not. But when we talk about the nerves, once you put something out there on the internet, it's there forever. And it's on a device, and it's in your email, and it's on your account. It's on jarvisgoogle.com. And everything that you search is on there. All this stuff is leading to this. And I think that there has to be a way to break the pattern. And I'm trying to get you to see if we break this pattern. Because this pattern has been going since when this got locked up. And we have started before that. But I think you have a lot of heavy on you. There's a lot of heavy right here that you're holding in. And it's here.
I'm back and I'm gonna fast forward to something.
And
Okay, y'all, if y'all need to stretch, this is a good time. I'm finna get into the other half of this day 3 with the other people, the actual family members in them testifying. That's why we went this long call. Hold on, let's see. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm gonna go on mute. One moment. Yeah, I think I might have to go to a different. I think I might have to go to a different channel because for some reason on Fox 2 Detroit, they not they don't have it. Let me go to this other channel that I was watching because I know I heard. Huh, let me see. Let me try something else here. What's his name? Jarvis, but preliminary. Preliminary hearing day 3. Mm, Oh, wait. Today is the 1 day anniversary. I didn't even notice that. Today is the 1 year anniversary of her coming up missing. I think somebody said that earlier and I didn't make the correlation. Oh yeah. Okay, let me put y'all on mute real quick. Oh yeah. I it's some things I want us to watch with some family members and stuff like that talking on this thing, but we're gonna watch it at a different time in between. Okay, anywho, let me look at it. I'm starting to wonder if they didn't televise that because I read about that testimony on the website. And um Let me go to Law and Crime Network. You know, they're not covering this. Fox 2 has been doing not missing a beat. Let me see. Oh man. Yeah, if anybody know where I can find it at, let me know. See, when I was looking at the preliminary thing on the website, I was looking at I read about it. Maybe they didn't show it because it was minors. But you know, like the law and crime station and court TV, when it's minors, you can still hear them. They just don't put them on camera. You see what I'm saying? So I thought it would be the same in this instance, but it looks like I may be wrong. Okay, hold on. And then I'm also trying to see when they had the grandmother understand, and we're going to see how that ties. And we didn't see it because of the angle. I'm also trying to find their testimony so I can see those folks. You know? Hold on, let's see. Essentially a combination of the last two things that we just saw. See, I'm not understanding why I'm not finding those testimonies. And what's the who got called up? The cousin. It's a 9-year-old cousin that testified that she saw testified to the fact that he was in the bedroom next door to her having sex with the victim. You know what I'm saying? And that she saw him zipping up his pants. That's literally testimony that was given. And so I thought it was on day 3. And now, do those indicate what? Hold on, this is a different day with some different people. Somebody with the blue shirt. We ain't never seen her before. This is the same detective, but she got on a blue shirt on day 4. But it was definitely on day 3 because I read it. Let me read it to y'all. No, I'm not talking about closing arguments. Hold on, I'm finna read it. I'm finna go to their website. Hold on. Right here. Okay. On right here. Hold on, I'm going to the website. This from Fox 2 Detroit, what we were actually watching. Okay, witnesses called to testify Monday morning. That's day 1. Monday morning testimony. What day was Monday morning, y'all? I need to find that too. Okay. Hold on. Let's get this one. Let me say read more. Okay, so it says here, right here, it says, and this is from CBS News, y'all. So from CBS News, they say, from CBS, they say, during Tuesday's testimony, one of Nazia's younger cousins testified that she was in a room with another cousin while Butts took advantage and had sex with Nazia. The cousin said it wasn't the first time she saw Butts coercing sex on her cousins. cousins. She testified that he tried to make advances toward her at one point, but she was able to say no after recognizing what he was trying to do. Nazia's adult cousin, Roxy, described, see, where is day 2? What day was Tuesday? What day was Tuesday? All this happened on Tuesday. Today, Thursday. Today is the 9th. Yesterday was the 8th. The 7th. Let me find this testimony from the 7th. I looked on, let me try court TV. But I don't think, they don't too much, they cover some stuff, but they might not be trying doing this brown crime. Let me not just assume. Yeah, I'm assuming and making racist, I'm racially profiling. Oh, hold on. Okay, wait a minute. Wait. I'm on the court TV. No, I'm on WXYZ.com.
It's the 5-Star Math Solutions New Year's Saving. Celebrate with us and get 0% interest for 5 years.
Okay, let's get past the commercial. Somebody check for court TV for me while I'm checking on my phone on this one right here. Okay, let's see. No, this is just a news report. Okay, but I need to find that whole the 6th. I need the 6th. Okay, so let me look on the Fox 2 Detroit. Which is who we've been watching it stuff on. They've been live streaming every day. But it would have been day 2. It was Tuesday that this happened. So let me... Okay. I'm back on the Fox Detroit channel, YouTube channel. That's what I'm doing now. And let me let y'all see what I'm doing. Just so y'all can see too. Okay. All right, so. Be nice. Hold on. I got some sibling rivalry going on. Okay, let's see. Okay, so latest headlines. No, let's go to live. Well, I could go to the live tab. That makes sense, right? Okay, live. Rock, you need to go sit on the bed. Okay. Okay, and Tuesday would have been how many days ago? Today, Thursday. Yesterday is 1 day ago, 2 days ago. Okay. So, just going down to make sure. Okay, that's 3 months ago. So the first day was here, and I don't have no watch time on it. So, oh, this is just the this is his this is the testimony when I start watching it on this dude here, his co-worker, not co-worker, his business partner. Hold on. Okay. Let's see. This testimony was real good too because, but anyway.
Okay, we are on the record. This is case 2459617.
Okay, this is all him, which we can come back to that. I was supposed to come back to that anyway, but where is the full day Tuesday? Okay, so that's that. Let me go up a little bit. Okay. 2 months ago, 3 weeks ago, 7 days ago, 3 days ago. 3 days ago would have been Monday. 2 days ago was right here. Okay. See, we won't have a problem if I would have just started it from the day, but I didn't know. I caught it. I wasn't even planning on doing this trial.
Do you think anything of this at the time?
No, I just thought that was his sunglasses.
So we saw that. We saw her, that we ended on her yesterday.
Now, the second time that Jarvis asked to use your car, you said that was either the next
Wait,
day after or
the
the
grandmother and everybody testimony that we saw
Tell me about how
on Fox 2 Detroit.
Well, he comes.
See, we saw all them yesterday. We saw them yesterday. So this not it. 2 hours 38. That's what that is right here. Two days ago. Let me look over back at the StreamYard and see if y'all found it. I'm coming back over here to you guys. No, I wasn't reading the chat. Okay.
What we're going to see here in the next couple of hours in DC.
Absolutely. Even that will be played. I know we expect to hear with me, which is a very popular gospel hymn right there at Joint Base Andrews. We hear some of the traditional ceremonial music following that. And I was reading some of the lyrics of it. And the end of it is, where is death's sting?
Right, community advocate.
Victory.
That's what I started watching it, and they got the bad angle.
He took his all the way from the pride of plains to the presidency. You can't think of a more ordinary person to have lived such an extraordinary life as Jimmy Carter. And that's across the political spectrum.
His dog, please. Okay, so let me do this. Sorry, y'all, for all this. Sorry. I'm still up. So okay, let's go to community advocate. What's the full channel name, team? Community advocate. Let me say Detroit. I know that's not it though. Detroit community advocate. Let me put my phone on the chat. That way I can see what y'all saying. Okay. Yeah. Okay, it's the community advocate network. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. To my live so I can see what y'all saying in the chat. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about that right now because I'm having a hard time. Oh, maybe I can find it on the wall. See, they skipped day 3. Even on the wall, they skipped day 3. Maybe because of that. Okay, but anywho. Okay. Let's see. Live. Okay. Now. What determined? It would have been 3 days ago. Is that what we determined? Tuesday was how many days ago? Allah. Yesterday. So this would have been Tuesday. Right here. I think they just didn't. I don't even put the camera off them or nothing. I think they just didn't show that part because it was a minor. And with that being the case, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm checking my last place here. Oh, okay. I'm finally able to pull my chat up.
About 4 years ago.
It was the same day as the fiance.
And said you kind of never left. We met him. Is that fair to say? Yes. You guys got along really well. Yes. And you just kind of started a relationship from there. Yes. Would you go up to the garage after that relationship started? Yes.
Okay, well, this is Frank's fiance. I got it on right now. So let me see.
At any point in time while you were at Frank's garage, did you ever see any children there?
No. One moment.
Is it fair to say that Mr. Butts was very protective of his phone around you? Yes.
Yeah, this is okay. I'm on the ex-fiance testimony.
Give you access. Certainly didn't give you his passcode or anything. In fact, you've actually actively tried to get into his phone, right? Yes. I think you had mentioned that when he was sleeping, you tried to kind of wave it in front of him. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. And then that person. Okay, then it's the phone people. You gotta tell. No, put there. This okay, that's the little Asian lady, the telephone person. Okay. Let's see. They on break. Or is they on break or is they cutting out the monitor? So let me cut the volume. Let me see. No, they seem to be on recess. That's the detective. So we saw this. Another break. Yeah.
I could take place in the corporate crime.
Search a word. What? Y'all want to see? Okay, still y'all. Do y'all want to see what they interviewing? They got the family members on right now talking about it. You know what I'm saying? Let's do another hour. Let's see what the family say. Let's do that. And then I'm gonna find tonight. I'm gonna find them time. I'm gonna find what I'm looking for. Let me see. This called the 1 year anniversary. The family speaks. Okay, so let's do that. But Living, why you tell me to go to that? You see me up here struggling. Oh my God. Okay, thank you, Lady T. And see, if I was networking in community, I should have been up in there under this channel name and say, oh, we covering this too. But baby, we got to get the kinks worked out, okay? That's why I'm going 9 minutes to the advocate.
Before and after school programs, summer camp, and all of this.
Okay, y'all. Thank y'all for your patience. Thank y'all for y'all understanding this is a new channel, new content, a new genre for us. And everybody that's here, you are in at the ground level, okay? This is my, what they call that? This is the flagship Lit Lane Jury. When we start having 500, 600 people in the chat, all y'all gonna be the moderators. Okay. You eating peanuts pretending they, girl, my tacos sitting right here, they didn't got cold. I'm committed to y'all. I'm gonna tear them up when I get this live start, this thing started, this replay. I was gonna say something, but I'm not gonna be judgmental. We are all also detectives in the streets, okay? We jurors, the detectives, advocates. I'm just gonna refresh the whole page because baby got me. Yes, speak it into existence, right? But there ain't no time but nothing to it but to do it. If I would have kept sitting over there saying, I gotta wait till I figure it all out. I gotta wait till I figure it all out. You know, I would have kept saying that and never just went ahead and just started over here on this channel. You have to start somewhere. Okay, you have to start somewhere. And here we go. I probably should have stopped sharing it while I was trying to do this. Oh, Lord. The whole screen just went black. Well, at least I'm doing much, much better now with not clicking a million buttons and making the whole system freeze up. Because y'all know I was notorious for that. Okay, let me stop screen. Hold on. Let me put myself on mute. Finally, I got it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, I went on mute so y'all wouldn't hear me having a whole. Y'all know how I get down over here when I'm starting to get frustrated. But finally, I got it. Boom. Okay. Huh.
Co-host tonight. So upon welcoming
All right.
all of you guys, I would like for Janelle and Kawana to come in and introduce themselves about Nigel. What type of person was she? What is some of her background? Just kind of fill us in on the truth of Nigel.
You want to go first, Kiwana, or you want me to go? Or
you can go. It's fine.
Naziah was sweet. She was quiet, affectionate. She was an innocent child. She loved to dance. Ever since she was small, 6 months old, she could dance better than most grown people. Really good in school, well behaved. She was isolated, so she didn't get the opportunity to even achieve her full potential.
Why she was isolated?
Okay, Kawana, do you want to share?
Yeah, she was, like she said, she was a really loving young lady. She loved attention. She loved being around family. She was the typical little girl. She really was. And as she said, she just didn't have, the proper support.
Okay, and I like to let the audience know, Nigeria, that name is kind of like a little different name for me, Nigeria. She was a 13-year-old, a young 13-year-old, coming home from school on the school bus, as any other child would have. And for what all we know for right now, that she never made it home. Nigeria was really just basically in the limelight that she was about to just go. Am I correct? Was she was going home, or was she going to visit? Can you kind of tell us something about her getting off the bus and what came next?
Oh my God, is she not familiar?
We understand she was supposed to get off the bus and go home. We've been isolated from the family because of our feelings towards situations going on in the household. But basically what we got information from family members who have spoken to us, she was supposed to come home and she didn't.
Okay. She was supposed to come home and she didn't, and she's 13 years old. So how do you have any idea, Kawana, how long it was before anyone realized that she was not home, she did not come home or get off the bus to come home, to go home?
Honestly, I think it was too long before anyone in the house realized that she didn't get off the bus and come home, because I would have realized right away that my child wasn't walking in the door at the normal time that they usually walk through the door.
Okay, what was that time frame? Could you share with the audience the time frame before they really realized that she wasn't home?
Well, from what I read in like news reports and things like that, and the police that I talked to, she should have been arriving home a little bit after 3 o'clock. I even went over there and sat on the corner of Cornwall and Outer Drive and watched the buses come. I wasn't exactly sure which bus she was on, but all the buses came within 2 to 3 minutes of each other and were gone by 3:10. So she should have been home between 3 and 3:15, because the house is right around the corner from the bus stop. Not even a 5-minute walk.
Literally.
So again, has anyone figured out the amount of time what was the time frame that she actually became missing?
We know they said that she went missing after getting off of the bus. That's all we know. We just learned recently that they didn't.
There's always some family that don't know nothing. They be signing up for the interviews, child. But living
And that's
make it
when
living
was
gonna
the
get
police
better, right?
called? Did the mother, the
No, when
guardian
we
notify the police?
no, all the information we received is that they claimed that they went to look for her, but no neighbors on that block. We went and asked when we passed out flyers. The neighbors on that block said they didn't even know a little girl was missing, especially not the little girl from that house because they were familiar with that house.
Right.
They were familiar with the house.
Yeah.
Were there any other children, young children, older children in the house that you know of?
Multiple children frequent.
Sweetie, we watching the 1 year anniversary live that's going
At
on.
least, let me see.
With some family
5,
members
6,
on
7,
this other channel.
8, 9, 10, at least 11 children.
Wow.
Have lived in that house.
So we can get some inside
recently.
a family business.
And
okay.
Currently, there are
they don't know nothing about the case.
7 that live there and 2 others that may possibly still frequent that household.
One of the things, Lori, if I can interject for a second,
Yes.
one of the questions that is commonly asked in terms of the family, I want to, get through this and go on to some other things, but not only were there a lot of small children in the house, it has become public knowledge in terms of, number one, everybody knows Jarvis Butts, who is been identified as the suspect in this crime, and of course, as of today, has been bound over to trial to face all of those charges.
Yes, they live. We're about 40 minutes behind. We at the very beginning.
The prosecutor added, or it upgraded, I think it's the better term, a charge today. So we are grateful for that. But one of the questions that I get a lot in the comments is asking about the grandmother's history in terms of her having her own children and how she was able to get foster children. And then was Jarvis Butts living in the home or not? Things like that. If you guys could clarify for us any, whatever information you can share. Because of course, this is still an ongoing investigation. So we don't want to say anything that's going to interfere.
Well, that's weird because we know for a fact that there's 5 kids living there at the grandmother's house along with their mother, Shannon. So they're not foster kids. And then the 6th child was Nazaria.
Here with that process, but anything that you guys can share in terms of the dynamics of the home, as far as the access maybe that Jarvis had to the children. You said how many children were in the house, but again, like I said, with the public already being aware that there was issues with the grandmother, would you either one of you know how she was able to bring in foster children in the home?
You want to answer that, Kiwana? You want me to answer it?
It don't matter. You can answer.
Lies. She lied. And I'm assuming that foster care didn't do a very good check on her when she was able to even get custody of Nazaria and her brother, as well as when she was able to get the other foster children she has cared for, as well as the 2 children that she fostered and has adopted.
And also, I would like to add, we found that she had only made them aware that she had 2 children, and she has more than 2 children. So I don't know if cases were missed from that. I'm not sure, but
she has 7 children, and from what I understand, I have people I know who work in foster care and things like that. They ask you about your children. They want to interview your children, see how your children are, how they turned out, where they life with, what type of upbringing they had. Well, unfortunately, Out of her 7 children, the first one ran away at a very young age. The second one, he stayed home to 18 and went to school. Then Zaya's mother, she has had some difficulties in life and ran away at 13. Then the next child ran away at 16. Then the next child left at 17 or 18. And they just all have been going through some triumphs in their life that we feel they would have never had to go through if they had had better parenting. This is one reason why my father, you know, like my father and my grandmother tried to help Annette when she was young. And she wasn't receptive to the help that she received. My grandmother and father got her 11 years old. She was pregnant. My grandmother helped her get a HUD home, pay for attorneys to help her get her baby because he ended up becoming a ward of the state because she was so young. And Annette just continued to be promiscuous and things like that. But she was a victim of a lot of trauma herself.
Yeah.
So her children, they have some issues too. You know, everybody got their problems, but it's to the extreme.
If I may ask, Deborah, I'd like to ask this question. How did the alleged accuser, how did he even come into contact? I'm trying to figure out, how did she get in contact with him? She lived in one residence and he lived in another. What was the connection of the contact?
As far as Nazaya?
Yes.
Her aunt, my niece, her aunt Shannon, that was her boyfriend, the father of her children. Wherever Shannon was, he was.
Okay. So I guess a lot of the people, I'm getting some people are dinging me on the other end, but they're trying to understand. They thought that the child lived with the aunt.
No, Nazaya was living with her grandmother, Annette. But Shannon was always over Annette's house prior to moving back in with her. I think she moved back in maybe August or something of 2023. She was living in a townhome that I let her go live in. She was living in a townhome. It's a Section 8 townhome. I incomed out of it when I graduated from nursing school. I signed it over to her thinking it would be a stepping stone to help her and her children. And we would keep it in the family, and maybe the next person who needed a stepping stone to go finish school or whatever could use it. Well, Shannon got evicted from that townhome because of her and her shenanigans with Jarvis. So she ended up having to move back in with Annette sometime in August or September of 2023. That's how she got back in the home with Annette. But prior to that, Nazaya was with Shannon all the time at her home. And Jarvis was where Shannon was when he was with Shannon and not the others that he was with.
Does anybody know how he was able to stay in the house with minors, being that he had been a sex offender, even imprisoned?
We were told that he was no longer on parole and that he could be around children. But I thought the law was that you can't even live in the vicinity of school. So how is it that you can live in a house with children that are not yours, which it really didn't matter if they was his or not. He violated them. So, but that's what we were told. Most recently, when all this stuff happened, they said that's why.
Yeah.
So, yeah, go ahead, Kiwana.
We were told that most recently, and also I was told that upon me calling Protective Services while Shannon was living in Clinton Township, my question to them was just that: why and how is he allowed to be around the children? Because we kept constantly being told that they're not finding any signs of abuse. And so that was one of my questions. Well, there's a pedophile in and out the home, basically living there, on a regular basis. Isn't that enough? And that's what they told me, that it wasn't.
I want to get off into that too, in terms of the CPS cases. I want to cover that. But now I think I remember correctly, and you all correct me if I'm wrong, that there was something, or at some point, Jarvis was not on the registry, sex offender registry. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, when I initially found out that Jarvis was a sex offender, it's almost 12 years ago.
Wow.
And I asked Shannon about it. She didn't tell me. I stumbled over it because of a situation where he had got arrested and had her daughter in his custody at that time. He had the child, and we had to go get the baby because he got arrested. So I was looking him up to see what he got arrested for. Then it popped up his Otis information saying that he was a sex offender and had sexually assaulted a child under the age of 13. And I looked at Shannon and I was like, Shannon, he's a sex offender. Yeah, he said the girl lied. I'm like, it says the girl was 13, and then I did the math on his age. I said he was 24. So it ain't no lie there. Yeah, but he did his time. And I'm like, nah, nope. I was like, you need to leave him alone. Over the course of the years, I would tell her, you need to leave him alone. He was not good to her. He did not treat her well. He did not teach the children well at all. He fathered them. He created them, but he was not a father figure that I would have tried to hang on to for the kids. But anyways, I looked on the sex offender registry and saw that he was not on there. So I called, and that's when they went after him. And eventually, maybe about 6 months later, he had to report. They register him, and he ended up on the sex offender registry.
So he was supposed to be on the registry the whole time.
The whole time. And this was like 12 years ago. But get this, his last report is 2019. He hasn't reported for his sex offender registry since 2019. So he probably wasn't reporting it very often in between those times either.
Yeah. So you said he fathered some children. So you're saying that in the time frame that he was with your stepsister?
No, he was with my niece, Shannon.
Your niece, Shannon, that he actually fathered some children in the home or outside the home?
He has 5 children with Shannon. It was almost 6.
Oh, okay. And okay.
Yeah. There's a question though that popped up as well in the comment section about him having 13 children.
He has more than 13.
I've listened to other podcasts covering the story, and I heard the number 20.
He has more than 20 children.
He has more than 20 children.
He has adult children that are almost the age of Shannon.
Oh, wow. What is she, in her early 30s, right?
Shannon's 31, I believe.
Yeah.
And I think his oldest daughter is around the age of 26, 27. He's my age. He's 42.
Yeah. Because even the judge said it in her ruling that he had 13 children. And I think it came from that interrogation he did with the detectives. And I guess maybe he only claims 13 of them.
That's his lucky number. He says that all the time.
Oh, yeah. I thought I remember hearing the number 20. But as far as that is concerned, he has other children with underage girls.
From what I understand,
with the children he already has, right?
Yeah, from what I understand, his older children were all with girls in their teens, and he was in his 20s.
Yeah.
And then along the time when Shannon was dating him, they was going back and forth with each other. There was a young lady who was like 18 who said that her child was his. I don't know whatever came along with that, but yeah, it's possibly she's one of the young ladies that's listed on the friend of the court registry.
So do you think, Deborah, please don't let me get ahead of myself, but I have to ask this question. Did Nazia, did she ever show or talk or say anything to anybody. I mean, any hints, I mean,
Yes, she
the
did.
world wants to know. I mean, this
Yes,
is a
she did.
young 13-year-old child. And from my understanding, this took place a year ago. A year
She
ago
told.
today,
She told.
correct?
No,
She
she
did
told.
tell.
It all
Yes,
started,
right.
my issue, me and Shannon were thick as thieves. I love the children. I would go around, went to Disney World. We traveled together. Then she called me and told me that it was a birthday party in February of 2022 for her second daughter's birthday. And most of the children, pretty much all the children were at the house, the grandchildren. There was one little girl who was another, Annette's other sister's daughter was there. Now, this child had never been around Jarvis alone before. Or I think she might have been at the birthday party or something, adult birthday party, but it was at a hall. But she was at Shannon's home, and this young lady was so afraid. Shannon's telling me this. She ran upstairs, frantic and afraid and scared, and wanting to go home and wanted to call her mother because Jarvis touched her inappropriately while she was in the basement playing with the puppy. While this little group, now Jarvis was on the game, he wasn't thinking about going up there with Shannon or nothing. Shannon says all of a sudden, while she's up there and she's trying to calm this little girl down and talk to her, Jarvis comes and knocks on the door and said, "What's wrong with her?" And I said, "Shannon, why are you calling me? Is he dead or is he in jail?"
Mm-hmm.
No, he left. What you mean he left? Call the police. Let them know where he's going, what car he's in.
Right.
Well, I'm about to take her home, then I'm going to call my mama. What? So I called her back like maybe 30 minutes later. Like, did you call the police? No, my mama said bring the kids home tomorrow morning. She going to talk to them. I'm like, no, y'all don't need to talk to them. You need to contact the police. She did not contact the police. I found out later the police were never contacted. The next day when I called Shannon, I talked to her. She said, my mama talked to them and said the kids ended up telling us they lied. They was mad because he wouldn't give them no money. So I called Annette and I said, Annette, are you guys going to call the police? She said, yes, we're handling. I'm going to call the police. So I left it alone. Like, she going to call the police. Shannon assured me that the police had been called. They were involved. There was an investigation going on, all of this. This was in February 22. Well, in April of 22, I called Shannon in a lie. The police were never called. The children were not receiving counseling. Nothing had happened. So I went to the Clinton Township Police and I told them that I wanted to make a report. They told me I couldn't make a report because I didn't have enough information about the child who actually accused him of the sexual abuse. I said, but the other children also accused him of sexual abuse. They said, well, they didn't happen that night. And I'm like, she said it would probably be best for you to call CPS. So I called CPS and I told Shannon I called CPS. I said, if y'all didn't call, I told you to call the police. I told you to get the kids help. You didn't do it. So I'm calling CPS. I'm not only you, but I'm calling them on your mama too. Because it happens, whatever's happening at your house is most likely happening at your mother's house. They never called. And then that's when Kiwana got involved. I didn't, my husband knew what was going on. And a few other people who knew Shannon because she had told them stories. Mm-hmm. But this is how Kiwana got involved. So I'll let Kiwana tell what happened on her end.
So then I end up going over there to drop off Neziah some clothing. And once I got there, Shannon pulled me to the side and said, I got to tell you something. And I go, okay, what's going on, little cuz? And she said, that Janelle and called protective services on me and lied and said that Jarvis was doing something to the kids. I said, what do you mean she called protective services to say Jarvis was doing something to the kids? How would that come about? So that's when she went to tell me, it was a party, and she explained that what happened at the party, and that they ended up questioning the children and her daughter, along with Neziah, along with my other little cousin, which I've never met, had expressed to her that Jarvis offered them monies to do things inappropriately. She said, however, she found later on that her daughter was lying. And I said, Shannon, kids don't lie about stuff like that. But a child not gonna come and tell that something like that happened and just be lying. You need to further investigate. No, that Janelle just trying to start some stuff. I said, no, I don't feel like she trying to start no stuff. I feel like she care and concerned about what's going on in the household as far as the children. This is outside of you and her relationship. This is about looking out for the children. And so we began to go back and forth. And I became, what she like to call it, the op, being as though now I'm taking up for the kids. So I contacted Janelle and said, what's going on? Because we hadn't talked for a little while. And I said, explain to her what I had heard and what Shannon had said. And she told me what happened and what transpired. So that's when I called Protective Services.
Could you tell me the length of time it was before either one of you called? Because it seemed like it was a long stretch before the police and Child Protective Services was notified.
The initial incident happened in February of 2022. I was told that the authorities were involved. When I found out that the authorities were not involved, Shannon was lying to me.
22 or 24?
22.
22. Okay.
So in April of 22, I figured out another incident happened where a child was doing some sexually inappropriate things. And I said, well, what's going on with the case? And isn't she in counseling? And you need to go to the police and take the phone. She sending pictures to somebody on Instagram. She had told somebody else. She tell people this stuff like it's nothing. Like it's the normal everyday thing. She told somebody who wouldn't even related her to this story, and they called me to tell me what she said. And then I called her to ask her about it. So that's when I called CPS in April when I found out she had lied to me.
April which year?
2022.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So then Kiwana called me. I don't even think it was like maybe 3-4 weeks later. Kiwana called. Other family members had already called and were calling when all of this was going on because I wasn't getting any response from CPS. The CPS worker that I talked to told me the children denied it. I said, so look at the adults. If the children are not going to tell you I said, would you take the children out of the household and question them? No. I'm like, because they're afraid to say anything because they're in the Shannon in the net looking right in their face. Then I said, if the children are not going to tell it because they're afraid, then start looking into the adults. Well, we haven't found any credibility of the complaint.
Even with him in the house, been in prison.
She told me that he was not on parole and he could be in the house around children.
But he had been to prison for the same accusation. No, not accusation. He was convicted and imprisoned for the same thing.
This is what troubles me. I made this complaint in April of 2022. And there were several other complaints by myself, Kiwana, and other family members after that. This man had a CPS case basically stating the same thing in 2015 and 2018 from completely different families.
Yeah, sure did. And
also girlfriends.
Sure did. Sure did. And after I end up calling Protective Services, one of the children had begun to contact me and express things that were going on in the house, right? Because, I talked regularly with the children, even when they tried to isolate me, I'm not going to say names of the children, but one of the eldest children would try to contact me or contact me outside of their knowledge. It began them having to sneak and call me now because, they don't want us around. We getting in their business. We're calling Protective Services. And so, I went on to, talk to workers, try to get custody, continue to call. I made calls not just in Wayne County, but again in Clinton Township. So there was calls, Clinton Township, Wayne County. The Clinton Township calls was against Shannon. Wayne County was against Auntie Annette household. And then both stories were being told to both protective services, that city and that city. And
yep.
if
We did get a
told the
little
same
bit of
thing.
action. A little bit. Action when it was another young man who was much older than Isaiah that she was acquainted with. And that's the reason why Annette had to move, is what I was told. She had to move away from that young man because Isaiah was having an inappropriate relationship with him. And that's the reason why.
Is this the autistic guy?
Yes. And then I also was told that they told Shannon at this point that Jarvis could not come around the children.
Who told her that?
CPS.
Okay.
This is what I was told by someone. I don't know for sure, but this is what I was told by someone at CPS, that Shannon, that he was not supposed to be around the children at that point, because I guess we had called so many times.
Right. Oh, yeah. I want to go back to something real quick when Lori was asking about if Naziah had said anything or that it would gave any type of inclination that anything was wrong. And I want to mention this from the court proceedings that have been going on this week, when the teacher or substitute teacher testified that the last day was, I presume it was the last day that Naziah was in school. She came in her room. Apparently this particular sub had a rapport with Naziah. She would give her candy every day or something like that, and she would come in her room and talk to her. And the lady said that Naziah laid on the floor and said she needs to see a counselor. But it so happened that the counselor never came in that day. And so, and of course, we didn't see her anymore. So that was one thing. And then I wanted to ask you guys about this, if you were aware of this that I heard on one of the videos from another podcast. It said, okay, that Naziah was telling her classmates that she was planning to run away because she was pregnant. Had you guys heard anything about that?
Yeah, we heard so much. That was after she went missing. So yeah, we've heard that. We have heard every accusation, scam. Yeah, we heard that.
Okay. I wanted to clear that up. And then also now I believe, Kiwana, you pretty much grew up around Naziah's mom and being close to in the unit, and being in Naziah's life actively. Well, I guess both of you were in her life actively up until the cases being filed and whatever rift caused the family that broke down the family. So can you talk about, Kiwana, how well, first of all, let's clarify for the public how long Jarvis has been around, because the information that is out there, only indicates that he started abusing Naziah back in as far back as 2022, but there's a question that it may have probably more than likely had gone on much longer. So let's establish for them, exactly how long, when did you all become aware that he was around, like when Shannon was dating him and all of that, those types of things? To give, to clarify. Basically, I want to get rid of some misinformation that's out there.
So
go ahead.
No, good. Yeah, Kiwana.
So Jarvis have been around since Shannon was 16, right?
Yeah, we didn't know about it until later, but
yeah,
after she had her daughter, he had been.
Right.
We found out during this whole ordeal that she had been acquainted with him since she was about 16.
Right. And we had no clue, not just that he was the age that he was, but no clue that he had a record, you know?
right. Yeah, but you know, and I think that's
a record of being a pedophile. Let me say that.
right, right. Yeah, because that's a lot of the thing is, you know, where was the family? Oh, and the other thing is, you know, let's clarify. And we don't have to go into extensive details about her mom, but can we please clarify? You know, just a general idea of her mother and the father. We know that the father did pass away last year, but if you guys can share with us just a little bit, just to put that to rest so that people understand what the dynamics are.
I'll speak on her mother because I really didn't have a relationship with her father. Kiwana knows him better than I do. Her mother loved her. She loved her children. She just had, like I said, she grew up with Annette in a household, and she went through the same thing at 13 as Naziah. So, you know, she had a lot on her, you know, and no one ever got her help. So, and she loved her children. She just couldn't fight those demons that were chasing her. When all this stuff was going on with Naziah, we finally caught up with her because people were lying, and specifically Annette and people in the family were saying that she just left. She never left. She said, I'm staying here until y'all find out what happened to my baby. But she just staying out the way because Annette was trying to say she had something to do with it. Other people were trying to say, when actually she was the first person to give the police the information that they needed to try to figure out what happened to Naziah.
Oh, wow.
But when we found her just talking to her, she said, this stuff just keep on falling, this sex stuff. She said, it's just keep on chasing me. It's chasing me. Now it's got my baby.
Oh my God.
So
this is really sad. This is, I mean, something not to, I hate to, I'm not trying to cut you off, but it's just a whole lot going on in my head right now because working in early childhood development and I'm thinking 10, 12-year-old girl. I mean, I have 10 and 12-year-old children in my after school, before and after school program, summer camp, and all of this. So I'm saying to myself, where was the indication at school that something was going on with Naziah?
There were several indications in school, but the school would call Annette instead of going through the proper channels. If you tell me this, if a child is on a playground and a car pulls up to a vicinity where the child can talk to them through a fence, and the child is talking to them, and the teacher goes over and say, hey, who are you talking to? And the guy says, I'm her dad. And the child agrees, yes, that's my dad. Do you call the grandmother or do you make a report as well as calling the grandmother?
No, in that case, no, until I get the child information card and verify who that father is with the identification, he would leave until he's ID'd.
Well, he pulled off once the teacher started questioning him. And then when they talked to Annette, she referred that Naziah did not have a relationship with her father. So what did they do after that? Like, for the safety of not only Naziah, I feel like some type of report or police report should have been made for the safety of any other child he may have came back and tried to talk to. Because they didn't know who he was.
Yeah, I would think that it would have at least been documented that an adult male was spotted, observed, interacting with the child in the schoolyard or whatever, you know, blah, blah, blah. You know, I think that the school, well, it's clear that the school just
didn't follow proper protocol.
No, they weren't paying attention at all.
It's unbelievable the
if that happened,
amount of callousness between these social institutions, CPS, the police department, and the CPS, the police department, and the school as well, to the point, callousness to the point of liability, as far as I can see. I don't think that, and I don't anticipate there being any type of lawsuits or anything like that filed, but you know, they certainly, you know, everybody, you know, dropped the ball on this one. So
There's
yeah,
Deborah,
go
there's
ahead,
a
Laura.
lot of
Go ahead,
accountability.
Kiwana.
A
Yeah,
lot of accountability. I mean, there's a lot of people that need to be held, from me listening to this, accountable. And you know,
oh
even
yeah,
to the point where cell phone messages on cell phone. Who don't check a 13-year-old cell phone?
Messages
Because
on the
first of all,
school
who's paying
laptop.
for the cell phone?
Right.
Messages on the school laptop.
yeah,
Mm.
Go ahead, Kiwana. The
yeah. Go
second
ahead,
half is
Kiwana. I'm
about
sorry.
her dad.
Well, you know, he is deceased. I want to respect that, but I can say that, you know, this started out a working relationship with him and my cousin. We met him together, actually. He spoke to me and we were having a conversation. And I went on to my vehicle and him and my cousin continued to converse and they exchanged numbers. You know, they were talking about, you know, business. My lady works on houses. Kenyetta, her nickname is Lady. She works on houses and she's really good at it. And so he needed some help as far as, you know, his business. And that's how they met. And so they met a business relationship. She was with him regularly, like every day. And you know, I wasn't with them on a daily basis, but I do know when she became pregnant with Naziah. At first, her, you know, being a mother and, you know, dealing with a man in which, you know, he has a family and so on, she was torn between, was she gonna, you know, keep her child or not keep her child? And so she made a decision of keeping her child, with the expectation that they would parent her together. And some things happened along the lines, you know, he had a family at home and things got really ugly with them as far as that was concerned. And so Naziah, from my understanding and from what my cousin was telling me, Naziah wasn't seeing him regularly. However, from my understanding and what he told me is that he was trying to see her, and my aunt was making it hard for him to see her because at the time she was trying to get custody of the children. And so not even so much making it hard, but you know, telling him that it's best for her to be her guardian because she can do the things for her that he can't do. Again, he had a situation, and at that time his wife wasn't aware that Naziah was born, you know. And that went on like that. She convinced him to let her, they came to an agreement that she would parent Naziah, so to say, and they end up moving. He lost contact, and so many things happened in between when they lost contact. He was consistently paying child support, from my understanding. He told me that personally, that he was consistent with paying his child support, whether that child support was being spent on Naziah or not. You know, there were many times where she needed things, which was one of the reasons why I would take her clothes. You know, some new, some, you know, I have two daughters, and my daughters, you know, they like, you know, nice things like any young person. And so Naziah is smaller than them, and we will pass it down. And not just me, they have two other cousins. I won't say their name. And you know, the mother of one of my aunt's children, she same thing, her daughters. So, you know, we were looking out for Naziah as far as clothing and such. You know, so yeah, that's that story. And then once this came about, with Naziah missing, he found out about it, and you know, he was out there, you know, like we were, as far as the organized searches is concerned. And passing out flyers. I met up with them a few times and we were passing out flyers and so on. So there's that. They both made a mistake. But Naziah was none other than the blessing. And it's unfortunate that all this had to happen like this. It's really sad that not just, her father and the situation, her mother, and she's no longer here,
Can I ask a question? Did anyone know she was pregnant? I mean, at 13, I'm going to keep saying a young girl at 13. You are a mother, you're an auntie, you're a grandmother, whatever. You're going to notice somebody has to buy supplies.
I believe that they did know that she was pregnant. We did not know that she was pregnant until all of this happened. And then we saw the videos and we started kind of like looking and assuming like,
Right.
wait a minute, it look like she's pregnant. And I personally feel strongly that they knew that she was pregnant.
Because mind you, we were no longer allowed to see them. So it was phone calls now. It was, I'm sneaking to call you to say hi because they weren't allowed to talk to us, so that's how I was in communication and that's how she was in communication. It was phone calls. We couldn't see them. So we weren't seeing them visually, aside from the oldest child. I won't say his name, but yeah.
We weren't
seeing
Naziah would text every now and then if she can get a hold of a phone, or she would. I think one time she reached out to me on social media. The last time I saw Naziah was June of 2022 because I saw CPS in April, and I saw her June of 2022, and I was taking one of the other children with me because I have a son that's close in age with one of the other children. They're very close, and I was taking them on a trip. It was like a Father's Day football trip or something. And I saw her that day and she wanted to go. And I'm like, I'm going to come back when I get back in town. We're going to make plans. I'm going to come and get you. Well, I tried to get her like a week and a half later, take her to lunch, let her spend the night, get her nails done, do something fun with her. And they told me that she could not go. Continuously tried to, to do things for the children, reach out to the children, spend time with the children, be around the children. And they wouldn't let us be around. I showed, Deborah the text message where I tried to offer to pay for cheer, like the boys, 2 of the older boys in the household were allowed to go and play football. And I'm like, well, all these years, these boys get to go play football. Well, they got a scholarship. I'm like, they got cheerleading scholarships too. And if they don't, I'll be willing to pay for her to go to cheer. Why she always got to sit in the house? Why she can't never go and do anything? They declined my offer for that.
And what really puzzled me was when Naziah said that I need the medicine or whatever it was that she was saying she needed
her sanitary napkins. Yeah.
No, this was she needed something because gym was getting very, very difficult for her.
For her to do.
So that tells me that she had to be further along for it to start being a challenge for her to do activities in gym. So it tells me that somebody in the household, an adult somewhere, had to notice something. And I'm not just saying this to be ugly towards anybody out there, but this is real. This is a young 13-year-old girl that is pregnant, that cannot buy her own sanitary napkins. I haven't heard anybody say she had a job. Mm-hmm. So I mean,
cleaning the shop.
Sam's Club stocks of this, or did you look at her? Did you, what? Because
I wouldn't put it past the things they knew. Somebody knew that was around her, whether it was one of the other children. But I really believe that the adults knew. I grew up. I was a teenage girl. I was raised by my grandmother. And she kept the pad so she would know if I was coming to get them.
Absolutely.
And even if I came and got them, she said, let me see. She came in the bathroom to check me when I was 13, 14
I got 2 girls, and they're never without their personals, you know?
Right.
And not only that, but I pay too much attention to my daughters for them to walk
exactly.
around.
Do you touch your child? Do your child lay in a bed with you? Do you? Yeah. I remember at 13 climbing in the bed with my grandmother, laying on her, hugging on her always hugging on me. Her coming in my room while I was undressed to see what I was putting on going to school that day. Because you know, at that age 13, you want to wear the belly shirts, and she wasn't having that. But she stayed on top of me. She knew what I was doing, like what I was wearing. And if she saw me wearing sweatshirts and stuff all the time, she would have. I was 20 years old when I got pregnant with my first child. And she was like, she figured it out because I didn't tell nobody until I was further along. And she figured it out. She was like, "You pregnant?" I was like,
"Listen, let me tell you something. We don't have to even go to pregnancy. How about when you start having sex?
Yep.
And they can look in your eyes and tell you
the way you walk, the way you
not
smell,
a
the way
virgin
you act,
anymore.
everything.
Come on.
How about your neck turning black? Why?
Yes.
What's going on with you? Yep.
Listen, it's the generation. The people. I don't know what's going on with folks now.
But no, let's remember, Annette runs a tight ship. But all this was going on, and one of the babies was able to get taken off in the car to the store, and then nobody knows she was being taken.
Right.
And multiple children in the households being violated.
But she
for one thing, with child protective services in their defense, or even an adoption agency, my sister works in that field. And I know, and she's had in the past, Deborah, as you know, she had foster children. They're going to come out to your house, and you have to have bedrooms according to the amount of children that's in the household.
Yeah,
so
she had all that. She made sure she
might have been
her
11 children.
Bedrooms. Yes,
she made sure she dot her I's across her T's if it was affecting her check.
Bunk beds. Oh, that was so tight in that area.
Well, for 11 children, she would have had to have at least 7 bedrooms.
They weren't all in the house at the same time. Well, the one house they live in, I believe, was a 2-family flat. They all initially it was just Naziah, her brother, her other daughter, and her 2 children. And then she had like 1 foster child. Well, then that foster child went away, and then the 2 came. And then they went away for a while because actually those 2 were supposed to be in respite care or something because they were with another family, but something happened with the family and needed respite.
Temporary care, like on the weekend.
So she had them for a while, but then I guess the family, whatever they was going through, they couldn't no longer keep the children. So she ended up taking the children and keeping them permanently. And then the children went back to their parent, their abuser, and she abused them again. And then they brung them back to Annette. So she always made sure they was on top of her about that, like making sure there was enough bedrooms and the boys was separate from the girls and all this different stuff.
Most just come back with 2 out of those siblings. It was even another child, which was a baby. That was their brother. But
the young lady, it's just a mess.
But his father got custody of his child.
Ended up getting custody of him because she was trying to adopt all 3 of them. But she crossed her eyes and crossed her T's and dotted her I's for all that type of stuff. But other than that, no.
Yeah. I want to get to a couple of things, guys. And when Kiwana was talking, I want to make sure that we say this publicly. There are other family members who cared about Naziah and are basically kind of behind the scenes that was trying to intervene in the situation. This was not a situation where this child was completely abandoned by her entire family. The people, maybe did not know what was going on for a time or whatever. Can you all briefly address that, just to let people know there was other people in the family that loved Naziah, was willing to take her in and all of that? Can we deal with that really quickly?
Right, willing to take her in. We would have to fast forward to 2020. Was that September or October 2020?
September.
It was September 2022 when her brother ran away.
Yeah, 22.
I contacted an attorney We were trying to find out why first of all, we're trying to find him. We got threatened by the police saying that we was harboring a minor. We was going to go to jail. But Kiwana and I had to devise the plan. I contacted an attorney. We were trying to get the boy to tell them what was going on. The attorney even told him, hey, all you got to do is say you're not safe and I can go and file for emergency guardianship. He refused to say that because he didn't want to go against his nana. So we were telling him, your nana is threatening to put us in jail. We had devised the plan. I was going to take the brother. She was going to take Naziah.
So did.
Because I have boys. So I was like, I'll bring him over here. He's familiar with my boys. Naziah was very close with Kiwana's girls. We had to devise a plan because those children wanted to go. He didn't want to tell on his nana because he was afraid that his sister would end up in foster care or her grandmother would retaliate against her or keep her from him if he was to tell.
Right.
Wow.
So we couldn't devise it. I tried to do it, but he didn't want to tell. And the lawyer advised me, he was like, it's nothing we can do about it. I mean, he said, you can make another report of the abuse, which I did with the police officer who contacted us, threatening us with harboring a minor. Mm-hmm. We told him what was going on and why he was afraid. They didn't investigate none of that. He said his job was to make sure the minor went back home.
Absolutely. And to add to that, not only did we, try to talk to the workers and get custody of the children, we made preparations. I did with it, where I was living. I lived in a duplex apartment. Wasn't as much room enough. However, the manager was willing to, let me bring her there. She said, whatever you need to do for those children, we won't violate you. Don't worry about it. Do what you got to do. Because I explained the situation to her. And she told me, listen, whatever you need to do, just say the word, because that's a very serious situation. So, yeah, we actually, I made preparations. I got the kids ready for this to happen. But as she said, it was, her brother, he was afraid that his sister will go into custody. And not just that, he was afraid of what would happen at home. I mean, they had already been out there multiple times, and you just never know in the mind of a child or someone that young.
He was actually experiencing what was going on. Because he did go back, and then he contacted Kiwana and said that he was punished after he went back and ended up leaving again and pretty much never really went back. He's been there, but he has not lived there since he ran away those 2 times. He's basically been out here on his own.
Yeah, that and to house. Sure did. And once that situation occurred, that was actually the agreement amongst him and my auntie. You go wherever the hell you going. And we're gonna keep it like that. I'm not gonna let them know that you're not here. Because she was receiving funds, and so that's how that went. He was in the street, pillow to post, regularly. We were called because he needed help, cash apps, and so on. We would send them and do as much as we could. Being mothers of our own children. My thing with him was, listen, I want to do this the right way, and if this is what I need you to do, so that her or I, can do it the right way. We can get you in school, get the help you needed, get you in programs. We can't help you like we want to help you with you being in the street. Okay.
I pleaded with Shannon and her twin to maybe talk to, because he said something about he was afraid of juvenile. We were pleading basically just let us take the kid. Happy there. You obviously stressed out because you're snapping at them and stuff. Let us just take the kids, even if it's just temporary. Give you a break, maybe give them a new look on life or something like that. Because obviously they're not getting what they need from there. They rejected that offer as well.
Sure did.
Well, she didn't even respond to my offer. Let's say that, but I took that as a rejection, as of no. Because if I was going to do it, the lawyer told me, don't just let her send him. We going to get temporary guardianship because she might set you up, because she was threatening pretty much if you harboring him, you going to jail and
all this
different
nasty,
stuff. She said we have to do it by the book because this is a very sensitive situation.
Oh, she was threatening me regularly. I mean,
they sent the police to Kiwanis house.
Sure did. Had them circling around my place. Had them calling my son's phone, and then she had the nerve to call me and say, "If you see him, you need to bring him home." I said, "Well, I tell you what, you need to be honest about the abuse that's going on inside the home." I said, "You know what's going on." I said, "You know exactly why he running away." "Oh no, he just want to be grown. He want to run the streets. He want to smoke weed." "Well, weren't you the one that passed him his first blunt? Weren't you the one that passed him his first breeze?" He told me, because I was his favorite older cousin.
Yeah.
So he would tell me things, you know, and he would expect for that to be between him and I. But let the truth be what it is. They were good with blaming the children and not taking accountability for themselves. Look, you passed them the weed.
They would blame the children and say that they was this, that, and the other based on things that they had been taught.
Right.
The things that they were mirroring. Everything, like Naziah. A lot of people saying that she was fast. Those things that Naziah was doing, not only did Jarvis groom her at a very young age to do, but she witnessed it from the other women that were around her on a regular basis. She learned that behavior. She learned how to be manipulative. She learned, and then she was seeking attention because she wasn't getting attention at home. She wanted to feel something, and he was the only one who was paying attention to her. Obviously, because they didn't know none of this was going on, but all of it was happening on Shannon's phone.
And let me say this. She was absolutely looking for attention. You know what? And today, was it today or yesterday? I believe it was today. They said in those text messages, she was constantly asking, "Am I ugly? Do you think I'm pretty?" Well, let me tell you, she always felt ugly. She had very low self-esteem. And I was the one, you know, I would always say, "You are beautiful." That's how I gave her the nickname Pretty Eyes, because her nickname from her mom is Tuda. And then we also call her Zaza. However, I wanted to go the extra mile and make her feel pretty when I call her name. And so I gave her Pretty Eyes, because she had some beautiful, gorgeous eyes.
She's a beautiful girl.
Yes, she was. Beautiful. But let me say this. They added to her low self-esteem. They were constantly saying things to her like, "You nappy-headed. You know, you got nappy hair." So she felt like it gave her a complex, because all the other children have fine hair. And I would have to tell her, "Baby, you got black girl magic. You see my kinks? You see my hair? You better love yourself. You are beautiful, baby. Those are nines all through your coils." And I would have to try to make her feel good, because they would tear her down by making her feel like she wasn't as pretty as the other kids. You know, you got nappy hair. You bony. These were the things that they were so bald-headed self. That was something they said regularly. And to them, it was jokingly. But to her, it was damaging.
It sounds like some of that might have been purposely for some reason. I mean, being around children in the business for almost 30 years, it's something so dysfunctional that it's probably, we would never understand, because we're so far from this, removed from this situation. But I'm telling you, this sounds so intentional. The negative talk to her, we don't do that. Black women don't call our children, grandchildren, black, ugly, nappy-headed, none of that stuff. We build our children up. I don't care what they look like. They're in a black home. You are, for the most part, in a functional, in a healthy black environment. You're taught that you are beautiful, respect yourself, love yourself. Don't let anyone disrespect you. She was being torn down on purpose. Somebody that's and now my teacher and my parent side coming out. This is really a dysfunctional situation, and that's why Isaiah is where she is today. Until somebody start going into these homes and taking action, full actions. I admire you, Kawana, Janelle. I admire you guys for doing what you guys did. You did the best that you could do. But I guess now it's going to come to the point where we're going to have to start knocking on doors and saying, I believe, not to scandalize yourself, not to get yourself in trouble, but just keep knocking on the doors. Hey, why can't I come and see them? I want to see my nieces, my cousins, my nephews. I mean, we done had children put in freezers. We done had children put in dump yards, so-called dump yards. And now we have a child that God knows that we'll know where if her body ever be found. An impregnated child, young baby at 13 years old. We have got to put our foot down and go at it.
Yeah.
Because this is crazy. I have experienced lots of things at my early childhood development center. And guess what? If it don't look right to me, it's not right. And somebody has to make it right to me. I'm not going to buy blood coming down a child's leg because she must have sit on a tricycle and hurt herself. Oh no, we're going to do some investigating. And then, let the doctor tell me that. Then I'm okay. So we have to start being, as the old people say back in the day, nosy.
That's right. Yeah. And let me say this, if I may. I want to add to that. A lot of times, people will turn a blind eye. They'll know that these things are going on. A lot of women are so desperate to be with a man, because this man is making them feel whatever they need to feel, that they will turn a blind eye. And I know a lot of people, and I'll come back later on and talk about that. But I know a lot of people that know of sexual abuse in the home or pedophiles personally, and they're afraid to turn them loose. It's called Stockholm syndrome, if we will. Yep. And they want, they'll still have these people around, like their family. They'll protect their name. I mean, I've had people, go back and forth for me about their family members, and because I'm telling, why are you protecting this person? I've lost relationships because I've stood on that. If you are going to protect this person, then you are, again, like someone else was saying, a part of the problem, because it's no way in the world I'm going to know that you a pedophile, whether you my uncle or whoever you are, and you going to come sit at my table and feast with me and my family.
Come on,
it's not going to happen.
Come on
Yeah.
now. Come on.
Come
All
on
that I'm saying, what goes on in the home, stay in the home. You need to make a difference with that. Tell your daughter or tell your son what goes on in the home. Yes, stay in the home. But if it's unhealthy, if somebody's touching you inappropriately, if somebody is doing things to you to make you feel uncomfortable, those are the things you tell. If you see mommy and daddy have an argument and we're in an uncomfortable position because daddy or mommy came home too late or whatever, that's something different, and we'll talk to you about it. But all that, what go on at home, stay at home, and somebody's upstairs having sex with a 13-year-old or a 12-year-old or a 10-year-old. No, we're not going to hide that as Black families, and we shouldn't. No family of no race should hide that. And I pray that this person gets the justice that he deserved, because he's been to prison for this once. A lesson was not taught. I see no reason for him to be out in society amongst our young children anymore. Anymore.
Yeah, because he went to prison in I think 2004, 2005. He came home like 2014, 2015. The first CPS case admitting abuse was in 2015.
Again.
So he came home doing it, and he came home interacting with Shannon.
I want to interject here, though, ladies, for a second, because you all said so much in that time span. There was, we were talking about how they were teasing her about her being nappy headed and all of that kind of thing. And I can get a visual of that, because Jarvis is light, bright, and almost white, as they used to say.
Good hair.
Biracial or something. I don't know what. And I'm sure that the children has taken on the fair skin and the fine hair.
Yeah, all the children in here, even the other children have even Shannon and her sister, they have a very good grade of hair. Desire hair was just more kinkier, and she was very
right. But I'm just imagining, you know, just trying to get a visual of that environment that she was in. And so, but it brings me to this thought, and I want to know your thoughts on this, because I want to say this is nothing that has been said, insinuated. Do I want to do this? So what I was going to say is, and I've been looking at a lot of comments and all of that all week long, and one of the things that came up a couple of times was that Shannon was jealous. Shannon, the aunt, was jealous of Naziah, knowing that, you know, the relationship between Naziah and I hate to call it a relationship, but for lack of a better word, the relationship between Naziah and Jarvis. Do you guys have any thought, any knowledge of that, if that's even true, or just any thoughts about, do you think that she would have been jealous of Naziah?
A lot of people have said that. A lot of people have said that. As you can see, that Janiyah had, Naziah was jealous of Shannon and the others, but would you be jealous if y'all both was pregnant at the same time?
Jesus.
Right.
Please, Lord.
My God.
Yep. And not only that, but you know, for her to go to the extent of knowing he's a pedophile, knowing multiple times, women have called her and told her their stories. And so knowing this, if you will go the extra mile to stay with this man, imagine knowing that he's sleeping with your niece. Okay?
And
she loved him to death.
He didn't stop right there. It's a lot of demons in that house. It's a lot of stuff not coming out. I see a whole lot in my head. I'm not going to even bring it out, but it didn't stop there. It didn't stop. It's a mess.
Agreed. I agree with you, Lori.
There was a whole lot of mess going on in that house, and they can cover it up to hell freeze over. But it was a whole lot of mess. Everybody knew what everybody was doing, and some of them was doing it together. And I ain't call no names.
I said, ooh.
But this is a mess. This is an insane mess. This is a little girl, 13 years old. And I don't want to say it's no fault of hers whatsoever.
Not at all.
She was put into this position. And I tell everybody that's listening out there, if you have a 13-year-old or 10, 11, 12, any age child, boy or girl, this man, from what I understand, he was messing with his own child.
Yes.
So don't just look at the aunts, the uncles, the cousins. It's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate that we have to look at blood relatives now.
Yeah.
And it's like one lady said years ago, she said her child's father was sleeping with her child. That's not uncommon. We hear it a lot now.
No. That's right.
So she said, so now when I hear my new husband, which she's had for many years now, get up, I get up. When he get out the bed to go use the bathroom, I'm woke. I want to hear him come back and get in my bed. But see, I can't live like that. That's not trust.
Yeah.
That's not trust, but that's where we are now.
Janelle, you wanted to say something?
I'm just saying that's what what was some of the testimony was. One of the children in the household basically said he was messing with everybody.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk about the preliminary exam. Let's talk a little bit about you all's thoughts or what your takeaways have been, what stuck out to you during this week of trauma. I think everybody's traumatized behind listening to them phone records. I want to say something about the people calling Naziah, oh, she was fast, or somebody put in my comments today, the child was the aggressor per the text messages. I just blocked them.
Right.
I just blocked them because
Naziah was raped.
It's for people to be. I mean, not only is it insensitive and inappropriate, that is pure stupidity. A child can't give consent for a reason. Neither can they be an aggressor. So listen, and I was really bothered and almost to the point of boiling today when I saw that word fast, because this is something that has been used and specifically when it comes to young Black girls. It perpetuates it in a negative stereotype, but beyond that, this is a way to be able to sexualize a Black girl child.
Yep.
Right.
And that's what happens in that household. It's just been other girls in that, other girls under Annette, when things would happen or said, she would say they being fast and this and that. When Naziah went missing and we did reach out to some of the family, oh, she just out trying to get some dick. She being fast. I'm like, how is you speaking about this child as your blood relative?
Right.
Shannon was texting people that the other family members were saying the same thing. Well, where did she learn to go out and get it from?
Right.
She was grown. She was a child.
Yeah.
Because if Shannon told me the information in February of 2022, how long was it going on before that? And then there were other things that before that they probably didn't even tell me about that was going on.
Right. I'm sure it was. Me too.
So somebody tried to tell me Shannon telling me these types of things was a cry for help. Well, then why when I helped you, you called me an op and said I was trying to break up your family?
Same to me. Oh, I got some, like I said, I got some nasty voicemails. Ooh,
most
child.
recently, a recent voicemail.
Yeah, very recent.
All my children are by the same man.
Ooh,
girl,
baby,
a pedophile.
Right.
Yes. How
can you be proud of that? Yeah.
And that's multiple times. I said, you got the energy to get on my phone and disrespect me or say whatever lies or whatever you want to come with on my voicemail or my messages, but you don't have the energy to be concerned and put the same energy into what happened to Naziah as everybody else, and you her aunt. I'm trying to understand that.
Yeah. Overstand
it's not. I'm not even gonna say
I'm trying to overstand it. Yeah.
It's her brothers and sisters too. They got this thing about like they don't want to go against their mom.
Right. Well, I think that's pretty typical of kids. That's the thing. That's why they're children. I mean, they're easily manipulated. They're easily controlled.
No, these are the grown children.
Oh, okay.
These
are you
are
talking about
grown children
or
who
who
know things and have seen things and noticed things and know what we've been going through for all this time and been telling them, and they are afraid to say anything because they don't want to go against the grandmother.
Right.
They don't want to go against her.
Yeah, somebody is making the comment, why was he ever allowed around the kids anyway? Was he not registered as a sex offender? We've talked about that already, but just a brief answer. He wasn't supposed to be around the children, hence the testimony that was made by particularly Annette, the grandmother. And I believe when Shannon testified this week, who is the aunt with the 5 children with Jarvis Butts. I believe she said it also that when they were questioning them about, him coming into the house or whatever, that's when they started talking about he comes out, he pulls up in the driveway and sits in his truck, and then Shannon goes out, and then if he want to see his kids, all his kids go out. Well, we've totally already debunked that lie because we know that he was coming to pick up those kids, taking them to the shop alone, and all of those types of things. But hold on a second, Janelle, because I want to give you all the floor. I want to talk about what all came out in the hearings this week, what your thoughts are, what your takeaways are, and then I want to ask if you'll give me permission to talk about what happened when they had to turn the cameras off yesterday.
Oh, yes.
Yesterday?
That was Wednesday.
Wednesday, maybe, yeah.
I think it was Tuesday.
Tuesday.
It was Tuesday.
It was Tuesday.
Okay.
I had to think about it. Tuesday.
Yeah. I so let me know if you want to do that. But who wants to go first to talk about their thoughts of the hearings and what has happened so far in the hearings?
You know, the things that were heard, you know, they affected me as her cousin. I'm sure that it affected a lot of people. Just hearing her, that she was in that state of mind, that she needed love so bad, or, just wanted to feel pretty or feel loved by someone, that she turned to him for it, and hearing the testimony of my little cousin, that was heartbreaking. But again, she was very brave. And I'm proud of her for getting up there and telling it like it needed to be told. As far as the judge go, she did not come to play. She read every thought that I had been thinking, and everything that I wanted to say, she said it. And so, my hat's off to the judge, because she absolutely seen through everything. She seen through all the mess, all of it, because it's a lot of mess, and she seen straight through it. It's heartbreaking, it's heartbreaking. Like I said, we knew of abuse, but not to this extent. Never to this extent.
Okay. Janelle.
Yeah, I was shocked about a lot of things that came out in court. Now I understand, like, when we were working with and talking to the Detroit Public School Police, DPD people, they told us, stand down. We got everything we need. We don't need you doing no searches. You can pass out some flyers, but we got everything we need.
Absolutely.
Because we gave them a lot of information, but we were like hounding them. And they was like, oh, just look, you gave us the information. We following it. Just stand down. Don't go out here. Don't go out here accusing people and doors and all that stuff. Just stand down. We got everything we need. We just need some time to put it together.
They surely
it takes time to get subpoenas for text messages. It takes time to get subpoenas from the phone companies. It takes time to run DNA samples and stuff like that. It takes time.
Absolutely.
We knew they told us this before the 14th.
Sure did.
We got the information when it was transferred. We talked to Detroit Public School Police the Friday after Desire went missing, because we didn't find out until Thursday night. She went missing on a Tuesday. We found out on Facebook post on a Thursday night. We called Friday morning.
Sure did.
And told them everything that we knew and what could have possibly happened, because originally we thought she had ran away. But just to see all of it unfold was a little bit of a relief, because I've been preaching this for a long time and no one would listen. No one believed me. Or they would say, oh, the kids are not denying it. We're not seeing it. The family over there was saying, oh, she lying. She not telling the truth. I don't know why she would make that up about him. I don't know what she got against him and my mama, but she lying. Just my truth to come out.
Yeah.
Because they were lying from the beginning. I was pretty much told that a lot of the things that we told them that first couple weeks is what they would have never looked. Annette would have kept on saying she ran away. She would have never said that she was missing. As a matter of fact, Detective Gardner told me when the grandmother said she missing. I said, no, she lying. She ain't missing. That girl won't be gone for no 3 weeks and ain't contact nobody for no money, not on the social media. But just to see it all put together. And that judge, she saw through all the BS. She saw all the lies and the neglect that we've been trying to tell them was going on. She saw all of it. It's just unfortunate it took for Naziah to be the reason why all this shit came out when we've been telling people for years. This ain't nothing that just happened in February. This been happening for years, and we've been going through it, arguing back and forth with Shannon, arguing back and forth with the different police people we came in contact with, calling CPS, trying to get the kids. So it's a little bit of a release. I can say that a little bit of the weight is off of my shoulders, but we still got a long way to go because I want to know where her body at, and I believe they need to go ask Shannon. Absolutely. Because she know everything that he do. If out of all the women that he been with, she the one who keep up with him the most.
Great. Oh my God. Let me, there was a question here and that the audience wants me to pose to you guys. Oh Lord, did I lose it that quickly? Will you ask the guests, what did they think? Oh, okay. The audience's member is asking, Glaw05 asks, what did you all think about Jarvis' sister's testimony? And I want both of you to answer.
Tijuana, thank you for doing the right thing. I know it was very difficult for you to have to do that. And I don't think it was because it was your brother. I think it was more so that you felt like, damn, I saw her. And if I had just took a little bit of extra step, maybe I could have prevented all this. But I really appreciate her testimony. I could tell that it was very difficult for her.
Yeah, she cried the whole,
Yeah, and I could tell that she was kind of silenced in a way too, where she couldn't really say what she wanted to say. But I don't know why that was, or what the
process. They probably want her to save some of that information for trial.
For trial or something like that. But I really appreciate that she do that. Jarvis's family had already reached out to me when he was charged because I am actually a good friend with one of his cousins, and she reached out to me and told me that they was behind us 100% and they supported us and they didn't want no association with him and they were supporting us. And I just really appreciate that. Right. She said it, like it could have been, it was a difficult situation. Like, dang, that's my friend, but this my cousin. She hadn't really said much to me, but when she came, she explained herself and told me that Jarvis' sister was had made some reports to the police, and she couldn't talk about a lot of them. I listened to her or whatever, but it was greatly appreciated. I just, like I've been telling people for the longest, it's not only is Naziah family hurting, but his family is hurting, because that's got to be devastating to find out your family member, your son, your brother, his other children, to find out your father can do something like this. So that's how I feel about her testimony.
Okay, Kiwana.
I'm gonna let it. I'm gonna let her. I think she did a very good job. I appreciate her testimony. I have a few mixed feelings, but I do respect that she got up there and she expressed what she needed to and spoke against her brother. We needed her to do that, and she did that. So I absolutely appreciate that,
Right.
And so I'm gonna just leave it there for now,
All right. I wanted to, I definitely wanted to ask about that. So I'm going to ask again. There was a situation in the courtroom the other day. Can we talk about that or briefly?
Briefly, because we it wasn't us who did it. So, but
no.
Are you talking about the child's testimony or?
Yeah, at that time, what happened?
Yeah, there's an article about that.
Oh, okay, great. If we can talk about that really
newspaper
quick.
articles out about basically what the child has said.
But we don't. But I don't mean talk about the child's testimony as opposed to
what happened after
an altercation.
Yeah, the altercation that happened after the child testified.
Wait, let me stop you one more time, Janelle.
Okay.
Because I want to preface this. I want to make sure I preface this with the audience so they know what's going on. Those of you that were live streaming with us or any other wherever else all week long know that, we would have to wait sometimes for the court cameras to come on. And on Tuesday, was it Tuesday?
I think it was Tuesday.
On Tuesday, the third day. Yeah, there, from our end, those of us who work directly in the courtroom, we're waiting on the cameras to come on. They had taken a lunch break, so we came back and waited on them. So we waited or whatever. And then finally, after their lunch break, they turned the cameras back on. Well, when they did, Judge Sabri, which is her name,
in her chamber,
Sabri, yeah, said, we have I think it's called a something 5 testimony, but whatever the legal term is, it's indicative of a child testimony. So she asked everybody to turn their cameras off. So we, of course, they shut us down, and I guess whoever was there recording had to turn off. So when we came back from that, finally, because someone in the comments said, how long is this going to take? And I said, this is really strange, because with children, they don't try to keep children on the stand too long because it's traumatic for them. And then you got to think about a child sitting there looking at the defendant, especially if they're testifying against them and all of that. I said, so I don't understand what's taking so long, because they don't usually keep children on the stand this long. And then finally, the cameras came back on. I said, oh, here we go. And okay, do few seconds go by, and bloop, just abruptly it goes off again. So I want you to start from there.
The information was actually given to Kiwana. I don't know if you want to tell what actually happened, Kiwana, or you want me to tell it?
I'll tell it. Upon her testimony, her father was upset, like any father would be. And him listening to his daughter, say the things that she said, and not just the fact that he another family member, but he tried to do it to his daughter. He was vivid. He was upset, and they had to escort him out of the courtroom because he did exactly what any parent would do.
He did exactly what somebody should have did a long time ago. And I commend him from that. Me and him have not always saw eye to eye, but I commend him from that. Because that was real,
I don't think that the audience knows what happened, y'all.
Yeah, basically, he tried to get him. He tried to get Jarvis, and they had to send them in there to get him away from Jarvis. Jarvis and his attorneys had to go back in that little holding room with Jarvis. The judge went in her chambers. Everybody was crying.
Yeah.
People had to duck and dodge because he was about to handle the business, and he said he basically didn't care about what was going on.
Yeah.
He didn't.
Well,
he do not play about his daughter.
No.
But I can tell you guys, in watching the live stream today, Jarvis Butts was limping and had bruises.
Oh, he been limping.
Not like that.
Limping, but he did have those bruises. Somebody clapped him up every time he go to court. Since that arraignment, he get knocked up a little bit.
That's what I said too. Yeah, he.
That's why he
was a little beat up the other day. He was pulling that mask up higher and higher. If it go any higher, it's gonna be on his forehead.
Right.
So and I had to ask, I said, the inmates allowed to have TV? So you know they watching?
Oh yeah.
Oh, they know.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. They FaceTime and everything else in prison now.
Right.
Oh yeah.
So they got
Mhm.
access. They probably got people who on this live that called in there and told their family members that's in there, hey, his name is.
Oh yeah. Sure
Oh
did.
yeah.
So
He's not in a. I mean, he's in a jeopardizing situation right
Yeah.
now. He not going to sleep.
I wouldn't.
He
I would
gonna be
just
tired.
confess and tell everything.
Yeah.
Because they gonna
But this
stay
is
on
the
him until
second
he
go
do.
round, guys. He doesn't look remorseful to me.
At all.
At
Even
all.
when today they was asking, somebody yelled out, tell us where she at.
Yeah.
And he just kept walking. He ain't flinching nothing. But what got me was it was something in the comments the other day about the judge was like, is he crying? I was like,
He did try to cry. He tried to cry. He tried to cry because he know when he get back to that cell, he gonna get beat up again.
That was right after that DNA reading. And he was going in the back, they was going to lunch, and she was like, is he crying?
But I mean, here's the thing, because, and again, I'll refer to the comments. I have gotten so many comments like, why was this guy still walking the streets? Why was it, because it just don't make sense. I mean, he's just going around, messing up all of these young girls and affecting their lives and whatever to the families and all of that. And it's a genuine question. You don't, of course, advocate for stuff like that, for violence or whatever, but it somewhere down the line, Jarvis Butts was never dealt with properly.
Absolutely.
Because he has not had a reason to even attempt to change his behavior. When you all were talking earlier and said when he got out of prison for the first charge, I would almost bet money that he came home and resumed his normal activities of abusing children, because it is very, very hard to rehabilitate a pedophile. Let me tell you, I'm talking to the audience now. It is zero to slim to none that you're going to rehabilitate a child sexual offender. Ladies, don't bring these jokers home over your children. You cannot do it. Even if you want to say, oh, well, he did his time, and who am I to judge? And listen, let me tell you something. That is a sickness that is literally almost, you literally almost cannot ever recover from. Recovery is a part of addiction, any addiction. Drugs, some people are addicted to sex, some people are addicted to food. Whatever the addiction is, a relapse, is a part of recovery. So if a sex offender relapse, guess what? They go back to raping, abusing children, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I want to make that point very quickly. Now, let's get to, so we can wrap up, because we got a couple more things to do. I want to talk about cousin Roxy. I want to go there. We got a late start and we didn't cover everything, and maybe we'll get a chance to do this again. I want to talk about cousin Roxy. A lot of comments were in this week while we were watching, or while we were streaming the preliminary hearings about cousin Roxy. Cousin Roxy has been, and I'm calling her cousin Roxy. She has been the visible face, so to speak, of this Naziah situation. And people, I heard a lot of things. Roxy is the reason why this has gotten national attention. Roxy is the one who brought all of this together and did this.
Okay, so can y'all hear me? No, it's not me. It's not me. Can y'all hear me? I wasn't even at my desk. I'm just not back at my desk. It froze. I got up from off my bed with the phone. I'm trying to see what's going on with the stream. Let me see. Hold on, I'm trying to refresh that screen, y'all. Oh, y'all can hear me? Okay. Living, is it still playing on the other? If you go to that channel, is it still? Is it my computer? It might be my internet, y'all. We got a little weather. Okay, so it's frozen on my side. So I'm gonna do this. We coming in right at 4 minutes until 4 minutes. I'll be on here 8 hours. Let's go ahead and Living, I'm gonna go ahead and in this live, you guys. Okay, we'll be back tomorrow, between 11 and noon. Okay. Yeah, I got weather too over here, so I think that might be what's going on. But we'll be back sometime tomorrow between 11 and noon. Okay, I don't want to say I promise, child, but I will. And we're gonna watch that testimony. What I'm going to do, you guys, is I'm going to share this. Okay, see, it's the weather. I'm going to share this channel where we're watching right now. I'm going to share it on the community wall. And that way you guys can feel free to go catch it, because I'm going to go catch it and tune in and get the rest of it, okay? But tomorrow we're going to come back and we're going to watch the grandmother's testimony. We're going to watch the auntie, Shannon, the baby mama of 5 of his kids' testimony. We're going to watch the guy, the business partner who owned the car shop with him, okay? Those 3, and I'm going to see if I can find cousin Roxy, okay? Make sure I didn't miss anybody's testimony. We're going to definitely get that tomorrow, okay? All right. Thank y'all for just riding this good, long, content-filled day out with me. And I too just love Lane Jury Box. You know what I'm saying? I just really, really do. So meet me on tomorrow. Y'all go decompress, turn on something happy, and I shall see y'all here tomorrow. Good night, y'all.
Thanks for watching. Do not forget click the subscribe button and hit. Thanks for watching. Do not forget click the subscribe button and hit the bell icon. Like, comment and share. See you next time.